Welcome back to the most professional StarCraft 2 with the top 10 games played in 2025. And it was incredibly hard to actually finish this video because I had almost 50 games on the list. And it took nearly a week to narrow it down to 10 that I think could be considered the StarCraft 2 Game of the Year. So don't treat this as a strict ranking, but instead a demonstration of the 10 most exciting, most dramatic, most skilled, most inspiring games. So thank you for watching, and before we get started, it'd be incredible if you could smash that like button, maybe even subscribe. I'll be kind of the algorithm. And Jimmy, what are we at? 2,026 likes on this video, on this cast, and I'll cast another one. And I'll probably do it anyways, because I don't know why I'd do anything else with my life. But thank you for watching. Hopefully, you've had a good year so far, and hopefully the next one is just a little bit better. Thank you for watching. Good luck. Have fun. I certainly hope you enjoy. And oh, side note, many of the games are from in the middle of a series. So if you don't want to be spoiled for the whole series, then there are timestamps and links to the full series in the description, in the comments. You know what I'm talking about. But otherwise, thank you for watching. We'll let this nerd take it away. The first Reaper's coming across the map. Serral sneaks a drone out moments before, knowing the exact timing, and actually dodges the Reaper about as perfectly as possible. Clem's Reaper coming in, poking and prodding, and making the Lings and drones' lives annoying and, well, ideally as short as possible. And that first blood goes to Clem. Serral losing a drone, which is emotionally devastating if Serral had any of those to devastate in the first place. But an uncharacteristic mistake and an inauspicious start for the Zerg player who has lost 8 out of the last 9 series against Clem. Yes, Clem has the best record against Serral in modern StarCraft 2 history, and it's not very close. The only other player who comes close to 50% win rate is Reynor, and ZVZ is a whole different set of beasts entirely. The Reaper poking and prodding around, but the damage is already done. Slithers through the Zergling, somehow more slippery. Pops in, and, well, the fact that Zergling speed isn't finished so early on. It's done now. Could chase down the Reaper, but Clem knows the timings to the split second. The Queens will just have to watch as the Reaper starts to chip away at the hatchery. They will now politely yet firmly ask it to leave. There's still 4 Zerglings, but he's not chasing down the Reaper, just trying to make sure there's no scouting in the main. Clem with the minimalist style of putting some pressure on. A third command center back at home, a Liberator on the way. By far the most bare-bones option, while still putting some pressure on the Zerg. He's got the barracks, the factory, the starport. Something in a fever dream called it the Destiny Cloudfist build, but I'm not entirely sure why. A single Zergling, of course, gets by. But Clem has actually hidden his starport where it can't be spotted easily. The little pervert pillar at the front will help Serral see any any Hellions moving out. If you want to move Zerglings in, or just be ready to defend. But so far, Serral mostly in the dark about what Clem wants to do. No spore crawlers on the way whatsoever. Maybe suspecting a mass barracks play, which it will be, but the timing is most relevant. No spores at all. The Liberator's about to fly by an Overlord, and obviously the Queens can react in time, but there's not a single... He's going to have to use the Queens against it, which might open up and up. How did the Zergling get in? You can't be in here, sir. The Liberator, Queen almost dead. The Hellions trying to run by in the most obvious possible bait and switch. The Queen's double teaming the Liberator. A couple drones dead, but so far the defense is well positioned on both sides. The Queens will drive out the Liberator and zone out the Hellions. But Clem is buying himself the most important resource of all, time. He's got his third base already landed. Barracks 4 and 5 on the way. Double NG Bay upgrades in production. And since Zerg and Terran upgrades are exactly the same amount of time for each tier, 1, 2, 3, you can really tell who's going to have the upgrade advantage. In this case, Clem has 1-1, whereas Serral going for the +1 Carapace, which covers all of his units, but unfortunately not his bases. There are no upgrades that help the Zerg buildings for some reason, even though they're biological. That's a bone I'd like to pick, but an unupgraded one apparently. Infestation Pit on the way, as Serral wasting absolutely no time, and it could be swarm hosts. It could be infestors. I mean, it's probably going to be infestors, but it's a hive. Rushing his way up to tier 3 tech, because the best way to deal with Terran is not to match them on the field, but to essentially negate their tech and their mobility with things like Vipers or even Ultralists early on, before there's too many Marauders or even Ghosts on the field. Clem, on the other hand, is going to stab you from every angle possible, and some you didn't even know existed. The multitasking capability, the efficiency of Marines in a way that really only Clem can make so obvious. The Queens going to stand against the Frenchmen. We'll see how well that goes. And so far, well enough. 3 infestors on the way. Hive has begun. Meanwhile, Clem keeping the pressure on down the center. Keeping the creep at bay. Those tumors being cut out after the oncologist. And a second factory already for Clem. Leaning in to the more bio-curious composition. And some Hellbats now that the armory is done. Just mixing them in, making it a lot easier to help deal with the Zerglings. Does he even have a Baneling nest? Reynor said it before, Banelings are a liability against Clem. Spending Vespene gas for something that is not even remotely a guarantee. But now the Queens mustering the defense. And the Zergling counterattack. Fungal on the Marines. Is there much to follow it up? The Zerglings, the reinforcements, though, jammed into the supply depot wall. The Widowmine doing almost as much damage as the Fungals. Ooh. And a Widowmine on the way out on the other side as well. So far, only the Queens have held, and the Marines are driven back. The full Queen's Moot has already gathered. Adrenal Glands is the first upgrade, the first hive tech that Serral invests in. That's some real shit right there. 40% attack speed on those Zerglings is certainly helpful as long as you're able to close the distance, and the threat of it is almost as important. But the Marines are going to press forward. Clem, never one to let an advantage go unutilized. And when you don't have one, always trying to create more. Zergling counterattack swinging back in. Serral's technically on 5 bases, but an Infestor gets done down. The Queens are going to go down in turn. The Marines with the Medivacs behind have far too much healing. The Widowmines are going to protect him against the counterattack. The Queen count, the Monarchy being cut down again. And so far, the revolutionary tactics of Clem are more than enough to keep them at bay. 40 more Zerglings in production, but Clem has ground down a lot of the more relevant parts of this, with the Queen starting to falter. The Infestors still relatively high on energy and surprisingly numerous, but jammed into the minerals here. Going to be almost impossible to dislodge. Fungal doesn't do enough damage, and the Zerglings aren't able to close the distance. There is no other tech. The hatchery will be targeted. The transfuse. What a save! Serral saves the day for now. And eventually that hatchery will likely go down, but just buying the time and the focus there. Again, though, the counterattack is boxed out. The sensor tower giving a little bit of extra warning, and a nice clean wall off, warding the rest away. An Ultraless Cavern is in production for Serral, trying to leverage that hive tech, but Clem has put so much pressure on, he's been unable to do so successfully. Liberator down the center, but the Zerglings with Adrenal Glands get a full surround. The Widowmine smashes into the Lings. Drilling Claws is now done, meaning they burrow faster and remain cloaked after firing. The Zerglings will eventually be cut down, but he drags the majority of Clem's army back. Did you know the Liberator Zone is about exactly 1 ramp wide? Thanks, I hate it. The more you know. The Queen count has regathered. 5 Queens have died, yet Serral still has double digits. The only real reliable anti-air. Possibly end of sentence for the Zerg, but now tearing down the wall and getting into the Terran base. The Widowmine scattered throughout the field, but the Liberators liberating some of the Queens that strayed too close. Another Fungal gonna hold the line. 16 SCV is dead on the other side. Widowmine's unburrowed to prevent the friendly fire, but enough of the Queens and Zerglings are able to drive this back. The Liberator forced to reposition. The Infestors and the Hatchery are still alive, as Clem has been able to remain. He's uncontested, mostly on the field, but the counterattacks have been good. Clem bleeding out a few SCVs, still has plenty of economy. The Ultraless chitinous plating is on the way. Another Liberator taken out. The Widowmine firing up to the high ground. 8 drones will pay the price. The Infestor is still intact, but Clem actually has the supply lead. Elevators up to the main and drops the hatchery. 2 Ultras in production. The Widow Mines making the Zerglings pay a bloody toll on the way across the map. 10 more drones dead. 6 SCVs, but the mules will make up for it. Only 3 orbital commands, though. The Widow Mines firing throughout. Serral has lost 300 Zerglings in just 11 minutes. And that's not going to be the end of it. A few more Widow Mines. Serral, oh no. Technical splits will eventually clean it up. 5 Ultralists in production. 5 Ultras with chitinous plating on the way. Does he have Ultralist speed queued up behind? He does. The Ultralist speed upgrade allows them to close the distance. They become the same speed as Stim Marines and Marauders off creep. But the Venn diagram of freedom, and that is not where you want to be right now. Clem dropping the base like it's a Skrillex album right now, and Ultra's gonna chew through. Don't know why there's a Hellion there. Overseer taken down. The Widowmines box him in. Another shot from the back. 1 Ultra. A misstep away from death. And a few dozen Marauders will be more than that. Widowmines, 2 Ultras down before they can even close the distance. Liberators will be taken out. The Widowmine still burrowed underneath. More Liberators on top of the hatchery. The Infestors almost all taken down. The Widowmines will thin out the Zerglings, but the Ultras are able to clear the mines themselves. Serral down 15 supply. Liberators at the back. Marines jammed into the mineral line. The Ultra terrestrially challenged right now as the Liberator is covering for literally everything. Serral starting to falter in supply, and he doesn't have a way to deal with the unit composition. There's no Spire, there's no Hydras, the Queens. It's a bloodbath. A lot of bones in that trench, and almost all of them Zerg. Just juggling the Marines in and out of the medevacs. The Liberator has 37 kills. Are you kidding me? Oh, it needs to put in a tribunal for war crimes instead of being sieged up right now. The Spore Crawler's taking out. The Liberator just keeps pincushioning. Gonna have 50 kills. This is not Bronze League heroes. It'll go down right before the 50 kill mark, but the damage has been done. The Fungal turns it around. The Ultralists in midfield will allow the Marines and Marauders to be cloven in twain. The Widowmine is dragged into the rest. The Ultras trundling across the field. Approximately 2.001 Ultras. Still enough. Chews through a factory, and Clem's reinforcements are cut off. One of the Ultras goes down. The depots are lowered so he can kite back to the natural. Zerglings continue to stream through. Clem has 78 SCVs to 54 drones. Serral still has a lot of hatcheries, but little economy. Whereas Clem has not really the amount of bases you'd expect from a Terran at this stage of the game, but a surprising amount of SCVs, which is kind of a split from your typical late game, where the Terran doesn't have that many workers, but they have a lot of bases, and the Zerg has a lot of workers, but is struggling to find mining oh no. 21 kills, 12 on the other Widowmine. The bio, the boots on the ground are helping out, but it's the mechanical units overhead or underneath that are truly dominating the battlefield right now. Serral is bleeding out, but so far, the Infestor tourniquets have held him together. But for how long? And at what cost? How many Zerglings? 500 Zerglings in 14 minutes. This game has only been 14 minutes. This is game 1. The Ultras with the Infestors. Oh, another Infestor from the other behind, where it came from, and Clem is maxed out. 88 SCVs, Ghosts in production. He's locking it down right now. Serral is looking for that fight, but Clem is not going to give him a target. He's not going to give him 50 supply he can hit in a single fungal. Right? Right, Clem? He throws out another one, but honestly, I don't know if the Ultras on their own, with no Zerglings to at least force the targeting, the Zerglings in the main will clean up the ill-fated drop. There's enough energy for one more fungal. Make that 2 as the Infestors are up there. Those Liberators just locking down these locations, creating such difficult choke points, making it almost impossible for Serral to move forward, and he can't really afford to move back. A counterattack, 4 Ultras, a couple of them bruised, and this planetary may go down But there's another command center ready to step in immediately. And the Ultras themselves more costly. I mean, but at the same time, a massive counterattack. 34 SCVs dead. The economy shattered in a single attack. Clem forced to lift. The wall has already been breached. The Zerglings come through. Serral finding the gap and creating an opportunity. Clem is down to 45 SCVs, which means his army supply is massive. 136 army supply. He's got a fusion core on the way, though I seriously doubt battle cruisers are on the table. There's even a changeling over here. Wait, is that a widow mine? Either way. No, it's a changeling. You want a piece of meat, boys? Hey, where you going? Serral has survived. But far from thriving. It is a, the Serral festers, dozens of Zerglings burrowed. That one infester underneath. It's not moving. When it moves, it becomes a lot more obvious. The infester sign. The Zerglings, the Widowmines, taking massive chunks. He's actually oh. The Widow, don't let the Widowmines hit you on the way out, or the way in, or just in general. The Ultras will defend the drops, but Serral has been struggling. He's never really had the army supply for like 10 minutes of the game, but he's got the infestors sharking around. The army is all together, besides these drops, which are dragging a chunk of Serral's army back. The medevacs, Serral, not able to find, like, you get one shot, one opportunity. Not where I was going with it, but Serral chose this moment to try to engage, but the EMP landed before the infester was able to unburrow. Now, Clem doesn't... God, these angles are so incredible for the Marines. Another drop, 9 more drones dead, but Clem's absolutely everywhere. Here's the Serral cam.
Under attack.
Liberator, another medevac, another attack, Widow Mine. Just trying to keep track of everything. But Clem is absolutely everywhere. Just keeping the pressure on. And that's why Serral, his army might be able to win a fight, but he has to focus on it for more than a couple seconds. The moment he looks away, there's another army hitting his key base. Marauders go flying across the field. Mamor flying through the air in the medevacs and taking out yet another hatchery. Clem has... It's still not a guarantee. 1 or 2 good fungals and a few sweeps of the Ultras, and he might be able to turn it. Wait, does he see? Oh, he saw it. Yeah, he saw the infester sign underneath. Looking actually very much like sandworms in Dune 2000. You know what I'm talking about, Grandpa. All right. How's the back page? It was my grandpa who actually showed me that game. Fun fact. Windows 95. Moving on. The Ultras trundling through, but the snipes line up their shots. The bio behind, and GG. Clem holds on in game number 1. 822 Zerglings, 13 Ultras, 12 Infestors, 17 Queens, and 1 victory. Clem wins game number 1. Welcome back to the most professional StarCraft 2, with the rank 1 Protoss player in the world in the red, the smiling assassin. It's Hero. Facing off against the former world champion Zerg in the blue, we have Rogue. In a best of 7 Protoss versus Zerg showdown between 2 of the most unpredictable players in the game. In fact, the only thing I can predict about this matchup is me begging you to smash that like button. Maybe even subscribe. Help me down to the algorithm. And Jimmy, what are we at? Jimmy. 1,621 likes on this video, on this cast, and I'll cast another one, and I'll probably do it anyways, because I don't know what else I'd do with my life. But thank you for watching. Hopefully, You've had a good day so far, and hopefully it's about to get a little bit better than whatever this architectural tragedy of Hero! Hero! I've seen you play on this map, like, 16 times. Okay, maybe like, at least 6 times. Multiple against Dark. How do you... What is this? What? What is this finger? Did your... What is that? Why is there... Why? Well, alright. Yeah, it's Hero. Who's creating... He's going glaive to depths. Straight to glaive to depths. He has failed to wall off very well at home, but he has succeeded at walling off the Death Valley even more down the center, creating a better choke point in the middle of the map than he had. No! No! Fine. Okay. Oh, Hero. If laughing, crying emoji was a player, it'd be impressive if it was Hero, because Protoss don't even have mouths. Yet Hero is somehow the smiling assassin, up against the executioner. What a split we have here. But, alright, so, glaive to depths, it is. Zerglings, it also is. Where does this leave us? We're just gonna have to find out. As the probe, a third pylon, let me in! No. But I have the toll. I don't... Well, cancels that. The glaive adepts are playing defensive. There's a bunch more adepts in the center of the map, as the Zerglings shall not pass. Yeah, that isn't your natural Hero, so... Somehow the glaive adepts... Oh my. Alright. The supply closet will be enough to zone him out for now. Hero's at 45 probes to just 33 drones. The absolute fear in Rogue's heart of this glaive adept. I'm not going to call it an all-in. I'm not even going to call it a timing. This glaive adept stumble into the middle of the map. Rogue has had most of the game to prepare for this now. He's got Ravagers, he's got Zerglings, and he just, in total, does not have enough else. Many of the Zerglings are on the other side of the map trying to break through the adept at the wall, but Hero uncharacteristically leaving it back at home to defend. 6 probes dead as Hero plummets to a 15-worker lead. The adepts casually shading out just the way they came in. More adepts warping in mid-map at the rock pylon, anchoring this entire build. The adepts will get hunted down. 4 more for the road. And the Zerglings getting carved up by the adepts, but the adepts exposing themselves as well, which considered inappropriate in most cultures. Finally, the Queens will get a hold of it. Wow, Hero just really... He's throwing every single adept away, but 100 Zerglings have died in 6 minutes. 20 adepts, nearing a record, I feel, on both points. Going to be able to take down that pylon in the center of the map with the Ravagers over the rocks. Hero has been building... He's got a Dark Shrine on the way because, of course, he does. A Shrine to Dark is only appropriate when it comes to Hero. So far, exactly as we predicted. Unpredictable. Neither player quite sure of their footing in this game, and I'm not entirely convinced either one cares. The Zerglings wrapping around again, trying to hold down the adepts with a corrosive bile. But it lands on the shield batteries instead. Shades back behind the wall. And the Zerglings thinning out dramatically. The Ravagers will be left behind. There's no upgrades on either side besides the basic ones. The Adept Shades, the Zerglings will get in because Adept Shades don't actually stop Zerglings. Meanwhile, Ravager, somehow Hero is losing his natural. Corrosive Bile lands, like triple kill on the probes. 14 probes. Hero has never found a winning position that he hasn't been able to maneuver himself out of, as Rogue is somehow turning this around. By the way, the Dark Shrine was scouted, which means he's starting his lair, but the Dark Shrine was scouted as being completed, which means he can warp in Dark Templar. 25 probes have been slaughtered. A DT is finally... A second one joins the fray. Some Zealots. He walled in his Zealots with the warping! Hero! I don't... How? What is this? Like, you could not have scripted this better. He recalls his zealots. Find a way to... He recalls his zealots from inside of his own... I cannot describe the Rube Goldberg machine of events that just transpired in order to allow Rogue to continue to play this game. Okay? What sort of... Hero is the best diamond player in the world, alright? Somehow, Hero managed to lose all his adepts. He managed to wall the middle of the map better than his own natural. He managed to, get his... He warped in zealots in the only location they couldn't do anything. He wasted a recall on keeping them alive. He let the Zerglings in to scout the Dark Shrine. And he's still winning. Hero's Forrest Gumpian school of Protoss is something that, well, you wouldn't sell maybe golden tickets for. Come to Hero's chocolate factory of Protoss delights, which, well, the Protoss cannot enjoy, but when you open a box of chocolates, you know, you never know what you're gonna get. Just like a Hero series. You open it up, you're like, oh, what's the... Oh, no. Game 1, by the way, of a best of 7. Or worst of. I'm not... Templar Archives. We're gonna have both flavors of Protoss here. Rogue. Also in this game, but I feel like even though Rogue has been kind of taking the initiative, somehow Hero has been the focal point. +1 is done, as is Roach Speed. Rogue coming in with 83 army supply. Still only has 47 drones. Is Blink done? Indeed it is, alongside Glaives. The one thing that isn't is Charge for those zealots that had to be recalled out of the supply closet. I still cannot believe... anyways. Archon taken down, Guardian Shield eliminated, Stalkers blinking, Probes pulled off the line because why not? Meanwhile, Corrosive Bow scattered around like an unruly frat party. Meanwhile, Blink Stalker still kiting back. Roach is overrunning. Deja vu. We've just been in this base before, killing all the probes, but Hero still holds. He still holds. And 8 more probes will die, keeping Rogue economically... Yeah. That's what I got for you. Hero continues building probes, almost on autopilot here. He's just got probes on autocast, which you can't do, but I assume Hero would find a way to do so. The cost is never being able to put units in the wall. Hero blinking back, full blink, which leaves him vulnerable. Corrosive Bow still landing across the mineral line. Another wave? The micro is intense on both sides. Is it better or worse? Another dozen probes dead as Hero. Well, the Blink Stalkers are finally reaching a critical mass of sorts. But the Ravagers are spraying and praying so much that eventually they'll get answered. The Changelings are kind of blocking in his own Ravagers. I wonder how many times Hero is trying to control those Changelings. 15 probes dead. Worker count is dead even. The exchanges will continue until morale improves, and it's at an all-time low right now, which means it should be kind of easy to improve it, but I digress. The Corrosive Bows just throws a few at the Nexus. Why not? Throw them out there. Blinks into some, blunks into some more. More probes are off the line. The Zealots are warping in. These are real ones, not Changelings. Even more probes dead. Blunks over to the side. Charge lot's finally done, and Hero obviously holds. He's warping in 7 centuries. What is this? An entire millennia of disaster? Much like Hero, I can't do math, but you have a Templar Archives. if you need to put your gas into something. Oh, he remembered now. +2 ground weapons. Well, Hero, with those early adepts, carved out quite a lead for himself and continues. Rogue coming in for another round. He hasn't made a drone in like almost 10 minutes. That Nexus, bruised, battered, but yet to be broken. Force field, corrosive about the Queen. We've arrived! Well, close. We're in queue. Can't they break force field? Shut up, Brenda. Not the time. Shut up. The Ravagers. Now Ling's coming up. The Queen's also getting involved. The creep is spread across the map. Well, scattering more out there. Guardian Shield, Archon, helping out a lot. +3 ground weapons is on the way. Hero still has the worker link. Changeling taken down. Queens, honestly, I'm not sure what the Queens can do here besides being more bodies to hit the floor, as they're kind of body blocking in the Ravagers, who are much like your mother, known for their thickness. Now, Hero still poking and prodding with the Blink Stalkers for better and oftentimes for worse. What is this madness? Hero has the upgrades. Rogue has no upgrades. Again, he has 47 drones. He has Roaches and Ravagers. Does he even have any Zerglings? He has 2 of them. So technically also Zerglings. There's half of his Zerglings right there. The other half... Hero taking a 4th base. What are we doing? Force fields. 4th one's the charm. Another round. Almost creates a wall off, which is Hero's expert move. Well, the thing is, Rogue's composition doesn't age very well. Hero, on paper, has had a better army for most of this game, but finally, after lighting the paper on fire multiple times and trying to eat it with his non-existent... What are you doing? Why are you going forward? Hero blocks forward, allows his +3 upgrades, and I think, despite his best efforts, he may have what it takes to break through. The supplies are evened out. He has a 3 upgrade advantage, which is all of the upgrades, by the way. The creep still on his doorstep, and he's just slipping and sliding around on it, having a grand old time. And Rogue may finally finish that +1 ranged attack. He still has yet to build a drone. Well, since he got to that number, I think he used 1 more to build the 4th base. It would be very hard for Rogue to... for Hero to lose from this position. But I believe... Okay. Some charge lots coming in. Corrosive Bow blunks out of the way. Almost loses an observer to 1. Archon. Meet and greet. Jeep. And yeah. Hero wins. So. That was... Of all the games I've ever seen in my start, I have played over 50,000. I've cast a pretty significant fraction of that. And of all the games I've ever seen, that was one of them. Welcome back to the most professional StarCraft 2, with the best Zerg player from North America, appropriately in the red. We have Scarlett, facing off against a longtime rival, the Terran in the blue. It's special. A best of 5 Terran versus Zerg showdown, part of Team Basilisk's Big Brain Bounce. where every Friday night on Roddy's channel, the smartest players get together and show off their next level plays, allowing casters like me to make slightly less next level segues into begging you to smash that like button and maybe even subscribe and help me counter the algorithm. And Jimmy, what are we at? 1,602 likes on this video, on this cast, and I'll cast another one. And I'll probably do it anyways because I don't know what else I'd do with my life. But thank you for watching. Hopefully you've had a good day so far, and hopefully it's about to get just a little bit better than these early drones and langs as the Reaper comes in and pokes and prods and waits for the Queen to come out and disagree strongly with its presence here, because the Reaper rarely brings any of those fun presents, mostly just frustration, irritation, and it gets some scouting information, like the fact that Scarlett doesn't have 3 hatcheries, whereas, of course, Special, one of his many names throughout his career, might as well have been Obscene Greed, as he has 3 command centers on the way. Scarlett with a Roach Warren, and that's not a just-in-case Roach Warren, that's not a maybe I should be careful, that's a I know you're going 3 command center. You always, before starport, before second barracks, not even thinking about a bunker. It's, well, it could be a Roach all-in. 6 more drones on the way. I think there are some options for just building a handful of roaches and putting the fear of Zerg in the eyes of the Terran. But Scarlett, with 30-something drones, no Zergling speed is usually the tell. Without Zergling speed, it makes it a lot harder to capitalize. Even if you have the roaches, you're probably not going to kill a Terran player who eventually can get a Banshee. But Special's starting to feel a little suspicious, tries to get in, but gets grabbed by the ankles by some Zerglings. Is it going to get... Not sure if it was intentional, but a masterful bait brings the Queens out of position, but good Evo Chamber block from Scarlett. The Hellions lining up the drones. But so far, the losses are minimal, as, yeah, that one Zergling died to the so no losses, which is about as minimal as it gets. A bunker is on the way as Special acknowledges his 3cc build may be vulnerable to a 2-base Roach all-in. But 2 more Hellions coming across. We'll see if he doubles down or calls it a day, and, well, considering it's Special and considering it, yep, all right. Diving in. Some of the drones softened up. Oh, the second drone got in the way of the Evo block. And now lining up some shots. 4 drones dead. Not great, but certainly not terrible. 4 Hellions for 4 drones. But remember, Scarlett did not have a 3rd hatchery. She's actually down just a handful, as I say it. But without that 3rd hatchery early on, Special will have a better economy. 3 command centers, orbital command, and now building double engineering bay and ready to land the 3rd. And Special, wow, so confident. He's just going to go ahead and salvage the bunker. He's like, I need those 75 minerals. Okay, I got a payment to make. I got to make a down payment on like a 5th command center. And I got built. No, Special. I mean, sorry, Obscene Greed. 4th command center is on the way. As Special lands on the 3rd, and now we can finally talk about the geography here of the moon, which is filled with water. I guess it's not specifying which moon, but there is a not quite island base, the gold base to the north, which is blocked by mineral walls, but there's only 10 minerals on a couple of those, so technically easy enough to get to. More like, eventually, both players will have access to it. There's also a set of minerals in the middle. And there's a Banshee hanging out. But more importantly, there's an infestation pit on the way. Scarlett does not have Zergling speed. She does not have any evolution chambers. Swarm hosts? You don't just go hive, right? What? A single Zergling will delay the 4th command center. Ridiculous. Double Evo's on the way. Roach speed is done. Oh yeah, you could just build infestors. Infestors have been... Okay, they've been nerfed so many times that I kind of forgot. For many years, the build was just build a couple infestors, because fungal would hold those units down. It did more damage. Fung only does 25 damage. I think that's where we landed on it. Which means a Marine with combat shield takes 3 fungals as long as it doesn't have medevacs nearby. So, but against someone who does not have combat shield and is up against Roach Ravager, yeah, okay, just like, it's so rare. I guess truly big brain. Bringing back one of the oldest strategies. As, yeah, a single fungal could probably shut down a single drop here with relative ease. I believe the scan spotted the infestors, to which Special says, okay, I'll back off, but I'm certainly not going to do anything crazy to counter it. He's going to make more Marines, more Marauders, more Medevacs, and more Matanks for his M&M build, as he always does. We'll see if he ever lowers himself to building a Ghost Academy, but Sir Richard and his band of Swarm Host brethren, not accidental like so many singular Swarm Hosts before them, but when they band together, host together strong. And a Nidus is on the way, the first-class chauffeur of the Swarm Host for time immemorial, mostly because they're such a liability in like the 70% of the time when they have no Locust to actually pop out. So Nidus is done, Burrow is on the way, Scarlett is going Roach, Ravager, Infestor, Swarm Host. And Special is significantly less original, but he is a Terran player, so that makes him special. Thus the name. Nidus comes out, Special, he finds it, well, the Chew Toy Depot is spotting it. The Swarm Hosts are right there. Clearly the SCVs are ready to evacuate this base. Special's just going to be going forward, as there's no point in going back. Locust dropped down, Hatchery dead on arrival. Scarlett not quite able to take down those rocks. No Hive on the way, very important to note. It is just going to be Roach Ravager and Faster back at home to defend. But Special unsieges all but one tank, one Infestor targeted down, but the Marines just wade through. Fungal will mildly inconvenience some of the Marines as the rest of the Roaches and Ravagers alongside the tanks will blast their way through the front line. The Queens, as always, pulled in to pull it back together, but another wave of Swarm Hosts is lined up to the south of the 9 o'clock base, and Special has not yet really found an answer that isn't run away occasionally, making him look a little bit more like the Terran from that Redstone mission in the Wings of Liberty campaign than someone who has a long-term strategy. But, as a great man once said, everyone has a plan until they get a Nidus worm in the mouth. And that great man was me, and he was very uncomfortable with that statement, and still is. Meanwhile, Roaches and Ravager, Banshee goes in and Banshee goes out. You can't explain that. Hanging out in the middle of the map till a few corrosive biles catch it on the way down, and it goes all the way down to the unit's loss tab. Scarlett's at 200 supply. She's got, well, the hatchery count finally gets a 4th base up. Special. So who's the Zerg player? Special has out-expanded Scarlett and is just spamming units on the field, while Scarlett is going for a much more kind of death ball unit composition. There's a drop in the bottom right corner just as the 4th base comes up. The problem here is that Scarlett can't outright fight the Bio Army without all the pieces coming together. This isn't a Lego castle. It's a house of cards. And it only takes one well-placed medevac to start blowing it over. The hatchery died to one well-placed medevac. So Scarlett back down to 3 bases, double expanding. Infestor casually strolling through. Hive is finally on the way, but that means Scarlett's still a long way off the 3-3 upgrades, especially since 2-2 just started, as well as any sort of Hive tech. While Special has begun his 3-3, and it, well, I was about to say anything else, but it's still just Marines, Marauders, tanks, and medevacs, so no Ghosts, no Ghost Academy, no Fusion Core, not even a single Liberator. Just sticking with the Bio. Meanwhile, Scarlett hasn't added any tech either besides the Hive itself, but Vipers could be an existential threat to Special's army. Really, most armies in general. Meanwhile, run away! Yeah, come back here, boys! Brenda, don't be weird. What? It's my battle cry. No, it's just weird. It's 2025. I don't... How do you know that? Sorry, Meanwhile, just brawling it out in the mid lane. Special trying to trade with the Roach Ravager, but Scarlett getting the better end of the engagement. Most of the medevacs get away, and there's a glaring lack of actual anti-air damage. The corrosive biles are occasionally clipping some of the medevacs, but overall, well, how many medevacs? 10 medevacs so far, and counting. A special kind of on autopilot there. Somewhat puns intended. The income is almost dead even throughout all this, but Scarlett has lost 2,000 less resources so far. And with an Infestor Ravager... Well, this is awkward. This angle, Scarlett hasn't even mined out the mineral wall, which means no easy way to go down there. Somebody mined out the center of the map. I think it was Scarlett, but Locust dropped down at the 9 o'clock. 9 SCVs dead instantaneously. Nidus in the main and a couple Marines were standing right there. But apparently too blind to see it. Might be able to take it out. The Swarm hosts are on cooldown. I don't think there are any Roaches in the Nidus. Special hitting to the north. Fighting to the south. He's taking wins on both sides. The Ravagers come around and... They'll expect one of us in the wreckage, brother. He drops on the other side of the mineral wall. But here come the Queens. Here come the Infestors. The Zerg army is collapsing on the bio, but the damage is already done, and at the same time, Special is sprinting to the bottom right corner with a bunch of bio that's going faster than the medevacs. How do you run faster than a flying unit with afterburners? And the answer, as always, is a lot of drugs. Meanwhile, the hatchery will be saved by the Roach Ravager. One of the medevacs split off for scouting, distraction, or because he felt like it. Either way, Hydra is dead for Scarlett. Concussive shells just started for Special. Oh no. That is a medium-sized mistake right there. Not catching a few extra units each time certainly doesn't help, but I don't think it's the major difference so far, but everything seems to count as they continue brawling it out. Special, the closer he gets to 200 supply, the better. As Scarlett's army is reliant on those Swarm hosts. She has 30 supply right now invested in Swarm hosts, which means that army supply is a bit misleading. And Special already has the better upgrades. Fungals down the center. Sure, here we go. Ravagers throwing up the corrosive bile. Raining down. Doesn't quite get the double kill on the tanks. Infestors going to melt through some Marauders with corrosive bile. Concussive is done, as evidenced by that other Marauder catching the Infestor. Almost everyone dies at the end. No spoilers. Nidus in the bottom left corner. Queen brawling it out over the top. Brenda! Oh no, that was just Karen. It's fine. Meanwhile, more Queens coming down to defend. The bio backs off as they defend their territory. A two-tank timing attack, or maybe just the survivors of the previous one. A Changeling tries to convince some of the Marines that diplomacy might work. The Marines, unconvinced, take more drugs. Meanwhile, a whole bunch of medevacs and a scattering of other units involved in this attack will be able to rain down a righteous fury upon the hatchery. But will that be enough damage to actually turn it around? Some of the medevacs from a previous drop will be taken out by the Queens. Another set of corrosive biles going to gun down a tank. Another tank abandoned by the bio. Meanwhile, Locust at the 9 o'clock base again. 8 drones, 2 SCVs dead. Bio stims down to defend yet again. The Queens brawling out with the bio. 187 to 169 supply. Scarlett holds on to the center base and the one to the slight north. But at what cost? Actually, it was fine. Scarlett has lost several thousand less resources. Special has lost 100. Who's the Zerg player? Finally mined through the mineral wall. The Infestor's getting all jimmy jammed up in behind everything here, as this army is much like your mother, known for its girth. Meanwhile, the Marauder is caught. Tell the rest of your friends what happened here. And meanwhile, another triple drop comes in. The hatchery will be finally sniped off, finishing what the other attack started. Picks up the medevacs. Hydra lunge is on the way. Lurker range. No lurkers yet. Looks like another medevac got taken out. The double drop to the bottom right corner. Swarm host pop up again. Picks off a couple. Fungal on the medevacs. Corrosive bile rains down and wipes half of them out of the sky. And suddenly this fight turns on its head. 2 Terrible, terrible damage for both sides. Double drop in the bottom right corner, but there is enough Roach Ravager in order to defend. Another corrosive bow boosts away. That was just offensive. Meanwhile, Liberator attempted, just kind of flies past the entire fight. The Marauders chunking it up, 3-3 on either side. The Liberators decide they don't want to participate in the group activity, which seems kind of on brand, to be honest. Okay, all right. Wow, it's been a while since I saw some true North American StarCraft. And while it might not be a good game, it's certainly a great one. As these two are just brawling throughout the entirety of the map. It is still unclear. Scarlett with the supply lead decides, let's play fair. Move commands like 15 Hydras, and just like that, oh no! A huge mistake. Not medium, huge. Of these, I think almost all the 16 Hydra losses were right there. And suddenly Special is dead even on supply. And the army supply is a meaningful difference as well. But targets the hatchery. Hydra Lunge is done. And Special loses every single one of those medevacs as well. And just like that, Scarlett pops right back up 40 supply. Meanwhile, Marines gun down another Queen. On the other side of the concave of the mineral line, a couple Vipers up above. The Marines looking for a good angle, and so far Scarlett acutely aware of it. More Infestors in production. Nidus Worm now outside the northern base. I believe there's still 7 Swarm hosts. 3 casualties so far, but Scarlett has solidified something of a lead. The Swarm host laying down another round of Locusts. The Bio will chew through it, but the Hydras lunge forward. And pin cushioning, well, I feel like I've seen more actual fights than almost... I'm so used to Clem versus Serral, where fights are decided almost before they start. These are fights, okay? They are not strategic planning. This is a brawl, and I'm certainly here for it, and very glad about it. Meanwhile, another brawl in the center of the map. Nidus somewhere, but there's a Nidus in the center. Fungal thrown out, couple siege tanks involved, a few more providing moral support from the back. More Marines coming down, parasitic bomb over the top. Down goes none Vipers. Some Swarm hosts. One Swarm host trying to hide under the lip of the cliff there. Down goes the Nidus Worm. Locust gonna get a couple. Oh, what a save on the siege tank. Drops it over to the other side. And the Bio army, wait a second. Scarlett, where's your army? 28 Hydras in the mail, but they haven't yet been delivered. And more Hydras lunging into the fray. The medevacs are keeping most of this intact. The tanks remember how to siege. And Scarlett, right now, Special driving through to the heart of the swarm. The army has crumbled. The momentum has shifted, and the Terran army is tearing through. He takes out the base. Scarlett trying to bring it all together. Yanks, well, I guess I meant literally. Yanks a couple tanks into the Hydras. Another wave of Locusts comes out. And Scarlett looks like she's going to stabilize. Spire pops up in the midst of everything. Knocks out one of the Vipers. Hydras lunge forward. Gets 2 of the medevacs. And another one of the siege tanks. And the siege line will be broken. And Scarlett surges across the map. And I have to say, Scarlett has used the Hydra lunge, the new ability, better than anyone I've seen, including Serral. The amount of value she's gained in actual control over those units. Mostly, Hydra lunge looks like... some sort of drunken lurch that results in corrosive bile most of the time. But she's actually making it look somewhat graceful, which is an impressive feat considering it is like a half-second slither forward. And there we go. A nice little stutter step will pick off another half-dozen bio units and get the medevacs boosting the other direction. And Special has thrown 244 Marines into the fray. And there's more where that came from. The bio units are attacking the plateau from the low ground. Somehow. Now they're running all the way. Yeah, they just decided to go all the way by. There they go again. And deja vu. We've just been in this base before. Locust at the 9 o'clock, forcing it to lift. And oh yeah, remember Lurkers? Didn't she get Lurker Rage? Yes! Lurker Rage is done. Zergling speed isn't as the Zerglings are added back into the fray. Scarlett clearly noticing that at this moment. But the Lurkers may very well be a help here. Another brawl. A couple tanks caught out. So many tanks have died as well. Sure, fight over here too. Infestors thrown in, but the Lurkers will finally burrow down and slice through any contenders outside that center base. But Special is now mining from the gold. Infestors down the center. Scarlett has had a minor income lead. I'm talking a couple hundred minerals maybe throughout most of this. And a couple hundred. She's actually got 500 more gas per minute. Not that Special's army is very gas dependent at this point. He's running on pure anger and minerals right now. We call that stim pack. Meanwhile, lunges forward. 2, 3, get over here. Knocks another one out of the sky. Oh, baby, a triple. And 3, Medivacs dead as Scarlett. I want to say she's ahead, but I'm not willing to commit to that. Are we? Wait. Hold. Are we going to see Ricky? Are we going to see simultaneously Sir Richard and his band of intentional swarm host brethren and Ricky, the accidental swarm host, in the same game? Because right now there's one swarm host in production, which makes no sense except for misclicking the A key. Just as another group of bio gets eviscerated by Scarlett's Lurkers down the center. Calm down. All right, we have a moment to like and subscribe, but also take stock of the situation. And right now, Scarlett's stock is certainly going up. We see 2,100, the first real income advantage throughout the entire game. Scarlett has secured finally 3 bases mining. The Lurkers, who would have thought? The Lurkers holding it down and allowing her to actually reliably mine. Special tries a plateau push from the low to the high ground. The Hydras lunge forward. Aren't quite enough. Wait. Aren't quite enough to pick off the Medivacs. Special may have one more opportunity to turn this around. But the swarm... Wait. Did the accidental swarm host get added in? Wait, there are only 2 swarm hosts. I don't even know anymore. That is... Was there one survivor and then another one? Was it? This is one of those stories that I wish we could explore further, but the game must go on. The Lurkers, the turrets out in front will allow Special to see the Lurkers, but can he kill them? Much harder. Meanwhile, Scarlett, this Lurker push, there's no ghosts, there's no liberators. And without him, it's almost impossible to break the Lurkers. Tanks are good, but she yanks in 1, make that 2. And 3. Yes, I'm great at counting. 11 SCVs dead. Special brawling over the gold base, somehow holding for now. Another Medivac just flies through from stage right or left. I don't really know how that works. 18 more Hydras on the way. Special splits, he stims, he dives. Down 100 supply. He breaks through half the Lurkers, but the other half are more than enough. And there's no more... The 2 swarm hosts. Yeah, we don't like your kind around here. This one. The Locust on the way. Lurker's gonna deny the base. That has to be it, right? Blinding Cloud on the unsiege tanks. G! Scarlett! After 25 of the most hectic 100,000 resources lost in 25 minutes. One of the most North American games of StarCraft 2 in the history of it. 38 Medivacs, 360 Marines. 91 Hydras. Scarlett will take game 1. Wow. That was certainly a whole lot of something. It's been far too long. I'm tired of these silly chess matches between Clem and Serral, or these fencing matches between Clem and MaxPax. Just give me a drunken brawl between Scarlett and Special any day of the week that ends in Y. And don't ask me why. Just ask me what map Game 2 is on. Good question. It's gonna be ley lines. Welcome back to the most professional StarCraft 2 with the reigning world champion. In the red, the Terran from Team Liquid. It's Clem. Facing off against the best player from the United States of America. In the blue, the Protoss, the Battle Mage, Astrea. In a best-of-3 Terran versus Protoss showdown. And whether you like Clem's perfect aggression and execution, or Astrea's more calculated late-game plans, it'd be awesome if you could help me calculate at least one more like. And maybe even subscribe. Help me cover the algorithm. And Jimmy, what are we at? No cringing. 1,664 likes on this video, on this cast. And I'll cast another one. And I'll probably do it anyways, because I don't know what else I'd do with my life. But thank you for watching. Hopefully you've had a good day so far. And hopefully it's about to get just a little bit better. Clem scouring for potential proxies. Interesting to start things off as he goes with the double gas style. Not going to let Astrea off the hook and allow him to just move along with his Protoss business. Usually the business which is making Terran's lives less comfortable. But it is interesting going for the double Reaper and Hellion. So looking to slip in, ideally, one after murdering, aggressively defending themselves against the Adept. And then getting some counter damage done while keeping Astrea busy. But the Adept already shading forward. It's already committed. A single Reaper comes back. He might be able to delay the command, so actually recalls the Adept before everything can come back. You know what? Astrea? He gets away with it. Huh. Perfectly done. Almost loses no hull damage. I guess hull damage is kind of a weird way to put it on an Adept, but no HP. The shield's still intact, and now 2 Reapers and a Hellion. If he had killed the Adept, these are an existential threat. Without killing the Adept, they're annoying. But certainly not nearly as deadly. Gonna lose the Adept eventually. The Stalker almost able to pick up the second Reaper, and the Hellion driven back as well. Astrea with about as perfect a defense as you could hope for. And in fact... Oh, you can see you! The Stalker's a specialist at that. Clem thought he was on the high ground, but just a few pixels too close. SCV headed out. Maybe lost track of the rally point or just wanted a quick vacation, and who doesn't nowadays? Medevac drop is spotted. Astrea on top of it. Well, technically below it, but the idea still stands. Hellion trying to find some more damage. Almost makes it into the main, but the Stalker catches it. Trips up on the ramp. And now, Widowmine dropping the main. Immediately pulls the probes. Oh, no. Sacrifice is offered and accepted. Clem will get a Stalker, a probe. Astrea almost dealing with that perfectly, but the shield battery itself blocked the probes from getting the surface area to kill the Widowmine in time. But overall, Astrea mitigating all this early game pressure. Doesn't get a huge amount of damage. Like, he didn't pick off the medevac. He only got one of the Widowmines. But minimizing the amount of mining time lost, the amount of probes lost, and just the general amount of tomfoolery that Clem is able to execute in the early game, well, that's something that allows you to get a Templar Archives before the 5-minute mark is blinked done. Indeed it is. Blinks out of the way, finishes it off. Doesn't quite get the medevac, but a Templar Archives already on the way. That is obscenely quick. All right. These storms are blowing in incredibly fast. I guess there's a chance. No, it's not for Archons. You don't go Archon Stalker. You don't have the gas for it. But Astrea, the Battle Mage, reaching for the strongest spell in the game, arguably. That is about as early as you possibly can. Wow. I have never seen, especially in a game like this, where the Protoss has had to defend, like, that is going to be a 6-minute, maybe a little bit over 6-minute storm. Chrono boosting it. He's got it nice and tucked in at the natural. A little vulnerable to drops, but none of his tech is sitting in a vulnerable location where a single medevac drop is likely to get it. That is one of my many dozens, if not hundreds, of pet peeves. Maybe I'll, if I'm desperate for content, make a list at some point, but instead I'll just dramatically allude to them. But Protoss players and their architectural choices, that's like a whole subcategory. That's a whole TEDx talk right there. But more specifically, their choices to put their tech buildings in places where it's almost certain Not even just likely, but almost certain if there's a medevac drop, it's going to hit them. Like losing a forge or two, losing robotics facilities, losing a Templar archives. It's not going to happen here because Astrea planned for it. And unfortunately, it's kind of going to get in the way of dealing with the Liberator. But Astrea tucking all this tech in. So if he loses all the storms, apocalyptic, just rips apart the Marine. You think you're going to keep going forward, Clem? He thought about it for a moment. But if he kept going, he wouldn't be thinking at all. The storms completely blindsiding Clem, wiping out 8 Marines. It looked more dramatic than it was, but 8 Marines was a significant part of the army. Clem still maintains a supply lead. This Liberator is absolutely infuriating. Finding So the way Astrea set up his base is great against everything but Liberators. But then again, Terran pretty much exists to circumvent the norms and make things as difficult as possible. Speaking of, another Liberation Zone. The Templar count has already grown to dramatic proportions. 5 Templar right now. I think that's more than they have Assassin's Creed games. And tries to blink in, but he comes back around. The probe's done again. It keeps happening. This single Liberator has single-barreledly, single-barreledly. Jimmy. Yeah, we're editing again. I know. Done enough damage to keep Astrea at bay. Without that Liberator anchoring units back and keeping his attention busy, there's a chance that he would be able to break through and maybe delay the 3rd base. But Clem, looking for the 4th, but Astrea's taking the other side. The less common, less anticipated 4th base. So far, I have to say, Astrea getting the better end of Clem, but at least map control-wise. Definitely not enough to break through this siege line. Multiple Widowmons, multiple siege tanks, plenty of medevacs overhead, and now ghosts in the production tab. Are those Templar? There's a storm drop loaded up, but with a turret in place. Certainly not going to be ideal. Force field locks in some Marauders. Not sure who that helps more, though. Funnels the Zealots into the siege tanks, but Astrea is not tied to this. He knows. He knows. The map is dark and full of Terran, so he's lighting it up with observers. He has near perfect vision. And using the White Raw announcer as well. I gotta appreciate every part of that. He makes his expands and then he defenses them. With this amount of... At this point, he's gone through almost map hacks with extra steps. He's got vision of any step or flight that Clem takes out of his base. And, well, that doesn't mean he's in a winning position. Clem is up 25 supply. And also, important, he's Clem. But he's giving himself all of the options necessary to put yourself at a potential advantage. The constant vision, the multiple flavors of splash damage, the continued upgrades. In fact, he's cut off that probe count right around 78, which is on the higher side, and he's adding more. I say that like it's a bad thing, because if you don't have the critical mass of army supply as Protoss, you just get run down by the immeasurably, well, measurably, but ridiculously cost-efficient. Oh, the storms, feedback, and so... What? Oh, that was optimistic. Oh, thought he could get away with it too, but he doesn't have prism speed. Their Templar just kind of chilling all throughout on the high ground, staring down dramatically. Observers everywhere. Clem will be spotted on his march across the map. This is an old school style, but it still checks out. Templar archives. Feedback on 2 ghosts. More storms from the north side as Clem wades through it. The army already battered by the storms from multiple fronts, and back at home, the charge lots already cutting through the defenses. Some of the Marauders caught while they're reinforcing. This base isn't critical to defend, but Astrea certainly would love to do so. EMP's coming through, blinks over to the side, trying to knock down the Colossus, still helping out. Charge lots again. Guardian Shield helped out for a long while. Another warping on a pylon that a strong gust of wind would blow away itself, but the wind is targeted on Clem, and Astrea is going to hold. Wow. The ghosts, well, you can never count Clem's army out. But Astrea turns a 15-20 supply deficit into something almost dead even. And the tie goes to the leader. Astrea has 5 bases. He's got 81 probes. He's already got 2-1 upgrades, though Clem is working on his 2-2 right now. So Clem not suffering a lot of damage back at home, but between the storms and the Colossi, and just the general Templar usage, as well as some counter damage, Clem is beaten back, but not beaten down. +2 infantry weapons about to complete. Astrea smoothly shifting into the Colossi to take advantage. Well, there's only 2 medevacs. 3 in total. Not sure what the third one is, but there it is. Not enough medevacs to reliably heal up even the stims right now, as you see them slowly working their way through the process. Unfortunately, Astrea has an observer right over him, watching him go through the arduous process of actually pulling everything back together. And so far, so good, Astrea. Oh, the factory! The scouting factory. It's been a while since we see one of these. Clearly indicating that Clem is focused on the lower and higher end of the tech. Blinks out of EMP, because EMP is technically a projectile, but it's so obscenely fast, rarely can you actually tell that's a fact. But it's very, very technically plausible to blink out. Almost any other unit, if it's not at the edge, is not going to be getting out. Alright. Astrea in pole position in game number 1. Clem melted by the Colossi. The thermal lance is fully extended alongside mine, and now Clem trying to chase it down. The Colossi getting a bit bottled up. There are some Templar underneath, full energy, so it's a little harder to tell they're down there. But 5 Colossi kind of jiggling their way forward. Technical term. There's not that many Vikings. 5 Vikings for 5 Colossi is clearly not a strong enough answer. Clem EMPing the observer, adding a few more command centers. Ground weapons level 3, about to complete for Astrea. We got 3 infantry weapons and armor, plus 3 infantry weapons about to complete for Clem. War Prism to the north, more command centers. Starports, Vikings, SCVs on the wrong side of the cliff, and the Colossi will take full advantage. You gotta be careful. He has an observer. How many observers? The eyes of Astrea. 3 observers out there. Observer speed about to complete as well. Storms, a great historical and physical counter to Vikings, but it's time. Fusion Core is on the way, as Clem looking for that late game tech. I doubt battle cruisers will be the option, but Advanced Ballistics, Liberators, Caduceus Reactor, both incredible. The War Prism acted as a spotter. Did Astrea actually notice? Those medevacs flew right by the... He's got an entire vanguard of cannons arcing out around. There are 12 cannons on the map and more in production. But a storm... Feedback, energy recharge, and Astrea with another Templar, and more storms. But wait, there's more! Wherever you go, you can't hide from Astrea. He sees everything with the observers, with the constant... Wow, the drop 4 medevacs, usually an existential threat to a Protoss base, is instead routed by a few well-placed Templar in their fancy capes. Clem struggling to find any progress against Astrea, who's just kind of casually taken the entire map like he's a Zerg player. Wow. That Viking count, though, has gotten a lot more dramatic. 14 Vikings. Astrea smoothly shifted into more Templar. As at some point... Oh, and a fleet beacon is on the way. Wait, there's more Templar! A fleet beacon and 3 more Stargates. Stargate command coming together. Actually building it at the 3rd base. Not a terrible idea in case a drop comes in and guts the main. But Astrea has 6,500 minerals, 2k gas in the bank. He now has 17 cannons and counting. Another base on the way. Gotta be a little... The cannon is stopping the Colossi from being able to move how they want to. Clem does have 5 bases. But you can't shake the feeling that it's Clem who's playing defense. Arguably the best player in the world. especially the best at outright attacking, has been completely shut down by Astrea's calculated defense. How many gates? 18 gates, 4 of the star variety. Oh my. Well, that's probably why there's no Stargate. There's almost no real estate left in the main, as it's finally mining out. But Astrea moved his probes. He's got 92 probes, 7 more command centers for Clem. Some of the mining is blocked by cyber cores. A second Ghost Academy. Are we going to see nukes? That's almost always, well, that's really the only reason for multiple Ghost Academies. Energy recharges. Astrea going to be taking both the 6 o'clock-ish, well, the south and north contested bases. And if he gets both of those, he definitely can play that more of a Zerg style. But so far, he's actually been more cost-effective. He's lost less resources than Clem. And that seems to continue as the Colossi just lancing their way through everything at the front. Tempest on the way. Astrea suffering from success. He's maxed out. 5 more orbital commands from Clem, bringing him into 11, which is going to have scans for the entire map, and then some 2 nuclear missiles, and a 3rd Ghost Academy in production. Two more Ghost Academies. Mass nuke versus the Golden Armada. The absolute bleeding edge. The highest of tech. The Zealots being sliced out of the composition by Colossi. The Terrans with their nuclear missiles. The Protoss with the Golden Armada. The mothership is on the way. The Zealots gladly giving their lives, so that way Astrea could still have 92 probes and build a mother. No, that's not happening! The Observer on everything! The drop is slapped out of the sky before it can barely get out of Clem's base. Oh my! Wow! Astrea just completely shutting that down, and Clem is bottled up in his base. What an odd... That is crazy. Just keeping those Templars scattered throughout, but a nuclear missile! That's one way to break that. You know, it's not just for funsies. The nuke, probably the most efficient way to break this mass defense. And it'll blast through almost every single one. Another one of the cannons. The nukes are continuing to launch. 4 nukes at a time. Clem has decided to bathe the map in nuclear fire. The Marauders chunking their way through. The Nexus will go down, softened up by the nuke. Some Zealots made it into the main via the War Prism. Though, at this point, going for the production is of questionable... I mean, obviously, if you kill the production, that's helpful. But it's a question of supply now. Do you commit enough supply to actually do some counter damage? Or do you focus more on having that right on? Astrea is taking... Oh my. Every single base on the map is taken. Astrea with about 2/3 of them. Though Clem has enough command centers, I think, for every single base as well. So that's where we are now. I swear Astrea is not a Zerg player, though he might be surprised to learn that. The Liberators, bathed in storm. Ah, the forward! The great wall of cannons! He's gonna build the wall, and he's gonna make the Terrans pay for it. And the Terrans are very happy to invest in more nuclear missiles, but, you know, it still costs them. 100 for each nuke. Astrea has 12k, 6k in the bank. Clem just now getting... He so rarely finds himself in the supreme late-game scenario that I think he forgot about those late-game engineering bay upgrades until now. High-sec auto-tracking, building armor. He's going to take out this Nexus, the mothership, holding it together. Does he just blast through this, or are we going to launch a nuke? More storms to the north. Another set, the Ghost wading through him. And some more Templar coming up. He gives up and he launches the nuke. Astrea's kept him so busy. Clem reaches for the nuclear option instead. Oh, the Zealots? A bit late. It's going to land, even if the Ghost dies. Yeah, we get it. Time warp on one... Oh, that was a whole nothing burger right there. Another volley. Astrea just cancels it. The nukes as an answer to the mass cannons. The Zealots getting out of the way. Another Ghost taking out the Tempest. The Viking count, a whole Scandinavia of Vikings up there. 22 of them. Sir, you're parked in my spot. As Clem looking to take some... He's starting to run low on income. Astrea still has a great amount of mining. Because he's expanded almost everywhere. There are Ghost Academies across the entire map. Awkwardly, not the quickest way to take out a Ghost, but the nuke flies off into the sunset to create a new one. The Templar. Big storms. Another nuke. Terrible, terrible damage across the board, but the Ghost, well out of range. And a couple more cannons will get taken down. I'll say the radius of those nukes is not nearly as dramatic as it might seem. But another reason why Astrea's foresight to keep the cannons kind of well spread out was a good one. Tectonic destabilizers ripping through the planetary fortress in seconds. Astrea has added in 9 Tempests. He's got a mothership, 11 Templar. Only 14 gateway units in total. A solar flare of scans. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but 30 cannons with 11 more on the way. Clem has 13 orbital commands. But... And at this point, what is the win condition? Well, the win condition is destroying all your opponent's buildings. Astrea has 15,000 minerals in the bank. No matter how many enclaves of cannons Clem is able to take down. No matter how many nukes he launches, there's a chance that he runs out of money, but the Vikings... Well, this is quite an exchange. The Vikings actually taking out everything. The Storm's taking out many of the Vikings in turn. Clem losing a lot of supply, but air superiority has tilted towards Clem, it seems. The Vikings able to just kind of wander in and take out... I'm surprised he committed to the fight, but it seems to have worked out. The problem is that Astrea has 18 gateways. He has 4 Stargates, multiple robos. He used the Select All Army hotkey in the most obvious demonstration I've seen in a long time, as 6 observers decide it's time for the yearly convention. I'm gonna see... Astrea! That's... Well... It's not private property if you can't keep a hold of it. Astrea with 9 Nexi going on 11. The orbital, a Nexus being built underneath. There are no more nukes in the tank as Clem starting to run out of resources. In general, he's at 150 supply. Astrea's not maxed out, but he's warping in 10 Dark Templar. He's building 4 carriers. He's got another ship on the way. The Battle Mage has held the line. The Templar do not have blink, so this is actually going to be quite painful. He may hold. Well, the SCVs are pulled. The DTs slice through the planetary like a dull knife through butter. The orbitals, yep, those are DTs. A classic tactic. But Astrea rebuilding the ultimate Protoss composition. Clem rebuilding whatever he can get. Astrea has... I don't even know, like, how many of these games has he played? He is the Battle Mage. Alright, this is how Astrea has always played. Sometimes too fancy for his own good. But he is no donkey Protoss like some others you might name. Hero. But instead, the ultimate Protoss army crumbling under the might of a few dozen dudes with drugs, guns, and a hatred of illegal aliens they don't understand. But feel right at home. 3 carriers. Astrea still nearly maxed out. Clem dragging whatever minerals and gas he can out of the map. Constantly trying to mine. And he's going to get the base to the north, but Astrea has already mined the majority of it. What a game. I came in expecting maybe a dramatic exchange. Astrea? We're rich! We're rich! We're rich! We're rich! Well, technically, mules actually oversaturate, because you can only have 1 mule on a pet. We're rich! If you don't get that reference, it doesn't matter, alright? We don't like you anyway. For Carl. The mass mules will at least start to even out the canyon that has opened up between Clem and Astrea's incomes. But they're actually, I think, maxed out on the amount they could get on one base. Yeah. And Astrea is still comfortably mining from the overwhelming majority of the map. A Time Warp, active cloaking, Templar coming in from every angle of every flavor, but the EMP is knocking down a whole lot of the interceptors. The Vikings trying to brawl it out. So far, mostly succeeding. The charge lots underneath. Here comes another storm. The mothership still with active cloaking. Have to keep scanning throughout the entire fight, and Astrea wins it. It was a brawl. The storms kept raining down, eventually doing enough damage to overwhelm the medevacs. More Templar kind of gliding in. There's pylons dotting the field, a remnant of the cannons that once were. But through all the fire and fury, Astrea with a 100 supply lead, and Clem is still in the game with the SCV count he started with. Astrea has more SCVs than Clem. I mean, Astrea has more probes than Clem has supply. Which does not bode well for the world champion Terran. Astrea has put on an absolute masterclass of late-game Protoss from the very start, rushing towards the psionic storms. And now, it feels like a bit of a death animation situation. The nukes were an inspired choice, but Clem, nukes are good if you're relatively equal on economy. But, somewhat lore accurately, nukes are difficult to maintain when you're struggling economically. More zealots to the north, Clem. Trying to find mineral patches, whereas Astrea has over 9,000 minerals in the bank. A 4... Is that a misclick? We're back to the gateway units versus the bio. Clem with a more army supply, actually. Mass recall of a gateway army. Still 14 Vikings. 49 have been lost. Trying to target the orbital, but it's actually quite tanky. There's a couple mules repairing it. This did not go well. A few long-distance mining probes. The mothership retreated. But Astrea actually gets beaten back here. There's a casual... I still don't know what the Forge is doing out there. Had to be a misclick of some kind. Time Warp. Catches some of the bile. Oh, scan, snipes up. So... is Clem dead? Yes, but also... well... he has mules. If he comes back from this, this is the most dramatic demonstration of the power of mules, possibly in the history of the game. As Astrea has still over 9,000. Well, he just spent. He's building disruptors now. Has he built every Protoss? He hasn't built Void Rays, and he hasn't built Phoenixes. I don't actually. Now, you know what's crazy? I don't think he's merged a single Archon either. I haven't seen any Archons gliding around. These Templar either regen energy to storm, or they die trying. Same with the Dark Templar. They either attack or die trying. Is that? He's lost one Archon. I choose to believe that was a misclick. Especially considering he's lost 35 Templar, High Templar, and 13 Dark Templar. And now Astrea claiming the map, creeping the cannon creep. Much more like the Creeper World game. That's actually quite a fun series. And Clem refuses to tap out. But the chances of dragging this back are increasingly small fractions of next to nothing. The disruptors, he might think that Astrea was less cost-effective, because many of the times against Clem in the late game, the Protoss actually loses significantly more resource. Not this time. Astrea has lost 2,000 less resources. And I'm not talking like it's close, like the Protoss loses 20 to 30% more, just trying to fight Clem's ridiculously effective army. But Astrea technologically circumvented him from the start. From the Storms, into the Colossi, into the Tempests, and then the Carriers. You're now back into the Tempests. The cannons at the front. The bulwarks. Astrea has dismantled the... Really? Astrea with Nexus number 11. For reference, most maps, the most bases most maps have, 18. I think occasionally we've had 20 base maps. So when you're at double-digit Nexi, things have gone poorly for your opponent. Does he not have any more scans? You have 8 orbital commands. I think he just dropped a... He's dropping every mule, constantly scanning the army. Astrea, you know, I don't even blame... Like, he doesn't need to kill him. Come to me. All right? Come to my side of the map, which just happens to be about 3/4 of it. Astrea's back up to 12k in the bank. 7,200. But the American Protoss has successfully strangled Clem. And is... Clem. There's a single DT in the Oh, this well... Clem! Clement. Clem! See, AFK. Clem just get... This feels like the closest thing to being AFK mid-match that Clem has ever... What? Let's go to the Clem cam. He's just watching... what? How does he even have APM game? This is Clem's camera. Wow. How does he have APM? Explain!
Base
Does he select...
Base is under attack.
So Clem is forcing us to... Wow. This is some... Astrea is just expanding. Whoa, Clem. GG. There was a distinct 2 minutes or so there where Clem just stopped playing the game. He didn't leave the game. He stopped playing it. Which... He did not float his buildings to the corner, but that is about as close as you could get to it. This is what the minimap looked like at the very end. Astrea with the most comprehensive physical and emotional beatdown of the world champion I have seen any player. I've seen Clem rage quit against Hero. Okay? And that's what it is. A little salty, get caught off guard. But this This is like recontemplate your career and life sort of game after 30-something minutes, where about 5 minutes ago it was pretty clear where it was going. Most of the game, Astrea was ahead. Streets ahead, you might even say. Welcome back to the absolute most professional StarCraft 2 with a 3-time world champion in the red, the finisher. It's Serral. Alongside his teammate from Team Liquid, we have Elazer. But standing in their way, Maru, the wall. It's Showtime. Alongside his Protoss counterpart in the blue, we have Trigger. In a best of 5, 2 versus 2 showdown as part of the largest 2v2 tournament in StarCraft 2 history. Thermal putting $15,000 on the line to get the absolute best of the best. So before we get started, it'd be awesome if you can check out Thermal, smash that like button, and maybe even subscribe. Convince the algorithm you like something a little bit different, maybe a little bit better. And Jimmy, what are we at? 1,690 likes on this video, on this cast, and I'll cast another one. And I'll probably do it anyways because I don't know what else I'd do with my life. But thank you for watching. Hopefully you've had a good day so far, and hopefully it's about to get just a little bit better. I am so excited to be disappointed by this match. I have such high expectations. They are incredibly unrealistic. 2 versus 2 is criminally underutilized. Almost none of these players play it on a regular basis if they're not content creators. Once again, looking over at Thermal. But so far have shown incredible games in this tournament. Now here's the thing. They didn't know they would be on the same team in the playoffs. The kind of wrinkle of the tournament was the randomized teammates in the group stage. And based on your performance, you get matched up with someone who did similar in the other group. It just so happened we got 2 Zergs and 2 Protoss facing off here. But on top of that, Showtime is the best punching bag in StarCraft 2. I'm sorry, Showtime, but you don't get nicknamed the Wall because of your aggressive cheeses or your ability to hit sharp timing attacks. No, you're nicknamed the Wall because people keep breaking their fists trying to break through your defenses. As a Protoss player, you got a lot of tools in order to play that defensive style, but nobody does it better than Showtime. And he's been on the receiving end, and he's dealt it out too, but mostly on the receiving end of some of the most dramatic games and eventual defeats in StarCraft 2 history, especially with Serral versus Showtime. So, double the players, exponentially more, 800 supply limit, and, well, the extra details of the fact we're playing 2 versus 2. The players can share control. They can trade resources after about 7 minutes is the rule we have it at. And definitely sharing control already. Both players building an adept, clearly being controlled by one of them. It looks like Showtime's actually taken over. So a bit of Archon mode to start for our Protoss. A little harder to pull off with Zerg, I think, especially with how the Zerg economy works. But all the details here, both the intricacies, the positives and negatives, are going to be a little bit different because both players are the same race. That means the creep is not going to get in the way because creep is creep. It doesn't discriminate. Whether you're on creep or not, that's all the queens care about. It doesn't matter who laid the tumor or built the hatchery. Friend or enemy or acquaintance? Okay, colleague. Colleague? All right. I don't... Sorry. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day. On the other side of things, Protoss, shield batteries can shield your teammates. You can't warp in at your teammates' pylons, which would be maybe an extension of that sort of mechanic. But you can't chrono boost your teammates' buildings. I do wish 2v2 at some point had gotten its own sort of flavor that wasn't 1v1 with 2 players. But it is what it is, and it's still very good. And we'll see, now that these players have played for a couple weeks of matches, not the whole week, but like weekends, just to be clear, what they come up with, especially in the Uber Protoss versus Uber Zerg, if you would. First Oracle coming in. 2 Oracles to start. Elazer on the outer base, but getting the gold. Usually, the Zerg player is the bodyguard for their teammate. And it seems like Elazer is going to be the bodyguard for Serral here. Makes a lot of sense. 35 to 58 drones. Meanwhile, the Protoss players both going for a pretty macro-oriented play with 40-something workers themselves, but the Zerglings surrounding outside the third base. Warp Prism headed out. Another side effect of playing 2v2 instead of using the sanitized 1v1 tournament stuff is we actually get to see the skins. Wow. Speaking of missed opportunities, Elazer actually just broke through onto Showtime's Nexus. He's bringing the Oracles back home to defend. The hatchery itself will be assaulted by the Stalkers. The Zerglings, the door's wide open, but the Oracles, well, they're going to have to chase down the Lings, which is certainly not what they want to be doing right now. The Stalkers, they do have Blink completed, no other upgrades, but right now there's not much to contest them. The Zerglings still giving them the runaround in the main. Now Trigger, with his Stalkers at the front, going to be distracted at the back, has to warp in some Stalkers back at home because these Zerglings are just running around. Unfortunately, between two Protoss, there's still no ability to build doors. One Queen assassinated. Spinecrawler going to be taken out next. 2 volleys, Blinks back. Stasis from Showtime. Foracles overhead. No Moracles in production, but still a deplorable situation for the Zergs as the Hydra's behind. Triggers one of the Stasis. But with Hydras and Queens holding for now, the Stalkers still an existential threat. The Hydras are very important. Serral's Hydras and Elazer Zerglings. It doesn't look like they're sharing control right now, so they just got to coordinate whether they're attacking forward. The Hydra's starting to be picked off. You desperately need the Zerglings in front of things. Both Stalkers and Hydras are not known for their stability, but instead their ability to turn a fight from bad to worse for your opponent if they get into an uncomfortable spot. The Hydra count is growing dramatically. 2 infestation pits in production. Templar Archives for Showtime has been macroing like a fiend back at home. 70 probes. Just using his oracles to add on the stasis and throwing down some revelation. Stalkers trading fire. Elazer sneaking by with some Zerglings. That single changeling in the center spotted the stasis. Serral does not have Hydra speed done yet. Gonna take out the door. Trigger warps in time. Just barely. The Stalker's moving forward. Still fighting some. There's 3 blanks back with some of the bruised ones. Between 2 Protoss, there's still no ability to repair or heal those Stalkers. The same weaknesses compounded, but covering for them with those Oracles. Zerglings still sneaking by. Might be able to pick off a few more probes. The Stalkers keeping pressure on. Serral at 138 supply. Elazer only at 80. So the bodyguard Elazer so far doing a great job of keeping things under control so Serral can macro up behind. In fact, Elazer's rushing towards Hive now while Serral is still stuck on Lairtech, getting Zergling speed of his own. Stasis catches a couple Hydras, gotta be careful with the other one. 3 more Hydras caught by the Stalkers in full retreat now. The Zerglings running around again. The Rock's out in front of everything, might be able to blink up to the high ground, but gonna cost him just a few more Stalkers on the way out. Yanks in another one, but the Zerglings looking for the grab. Storm is not quite done for Showtime. He desperately needs some units here. The Zerg are coming, and this Nexus is not going to happen. Trying to hold the door for now. The Templar finally warped in. Zerglings for Elazer, Hydras for Serral. Adding in some Zerglings of his own. Storm is completed for Showtime. The Stalkers can no longer take these trades. +1 Hydras can go toe-to-toe, even though they don't have any with the Stalkers. Toe's well known as a major weakness, except on my Dronely fans. Like and subscribe. A few Predator drones with Serral. 166, but Showtime up to 150 supply. He's used Trigger as a buffer, so that way he could get all his tech out. Showtime is sitting on +1 attack. He's got multi-robo production of Immortals. The conga line of Hydras just kind of slinking back across the map. The Zerglings are fighting heads up. The Storm's on top of the Stalkers. They'll expect some of us in the wreckage, brothers. I don't... Elazer gonna try to take the center base again. It's going to be canceled. Yet again, like a StarCraft ghost game. Stalkers moving forward. The Immortals behind. And both parts of a mid-game Protoss composition between the 2 players together. Serral's at 180 supply, building a few lurkers. Storm's forward. There is an observer. I think there's still some oracles somewhere. Storm's on top of the lurkers. A couple gonna be obliterated by the front line of the Protoss. Elazer trying to sneak in from the back, not finding an angle so far. The Protoss acutely aware of it. Trigger moving forward, has an immortal of his own. I believe that... Are they still sharing control? You can tell by the little outline underneath who's actually controlling the units. Usually that's not very relevant, but something to look out for here in team games, especially if it seems surprisingly synchronized. So far, neither team able to find real damage. Showtime already has a 4th base. Serral has 5 bases and 80 drones, and Elazer is going to be taking the brunt of it. Hatchery didn't get the last volley. Tries to get away. Immortal slips into the prism. The Stalkers are caught between a rock and a hard place. Meanwhile, though, Warp Prism in the main base. Showtime cutting through some of the Hydras. Not much on defense, but the charge lots seem to be a bit pacifist for now. Oracle's coming up. Needs the Revelation, but doesn't need Hydra Spines directly to the core of the Oracles. Knocks one out of the sky, but going to be able to keep tabs on the Lurkers. Fleet Beacon back at home for Showtime. Clearly the carry here. Trigger and Elazer buffering for their teammates so they can get those late-game unit compositions. Elazer down under 50 workers, Trigger at 50 probes. Showtime and Serral both around 80 workers. But so far, the Zergs have mostly expanded to their side of the map. Honestly, not a bad set of bases for the Protoss as well. But the Storms to ward it away. This is when, as the armies get more and more dangerous, the fights start to split. At least at the highest level. You just can't jam everything down a single ramp. Alright, you gotta spread things out, which is just a good practice in general. As the choke points get more and more dramatic, you gotta find alternative angles. The gold base has been a struggle for both sides. The probe gonna be denied before it even starts. Zerglings on top of the Zealots, but the Zealots more than a match. Lurkers down the center. Serral eviscerating some of Trigger's reinforcing units. Showtime near maxed out. Serral already there. 3 Tempests in production simultaneously. Elazer and Trigger struggling to get over 100 supply. The carries are holding. The Storms! Where are they? He loses 3-4 pretty much every single Templar. The Storms are good, but the Hydras are better, and Trigger too late on the draw. Serral jumps the Templar, gets the most important part of the unit composition, and Trigger tries to save the day, but going to be caught in turn. Becomes the liability. Showtime has Storms on the high ground. Will coat the ramp with some cataclysmic storms. But Serral's still pushing through. He has Lurker range and adaptive talents to burrow them down so quickly. Another base knocked down. The Immortals, the Charge Lots, the Archons, and the Templar behind are enough to keep the Lurkers at bay, but it's going to require the Tempest to drive them back. Serral, 81 drones. He's banking money in 2v2 at this level, which is, you know, check that one off your bingo card, getting the 200 supply at all. A mothership is on the way for Showtime. The Zealots once again forming a vanguard against the Zerglings. Serral trying to expand to the base Elazer just took. Typical. Meanwhile, Storms on top of the Lurkers. The Zergling Storms on Showtime's Immortals. The Tempest will drive the Lurkers back. Serral has already refilled by the time that fight concluded. Some might argue it's just begun. 50 more Zerglings on the way for Elazer. That's all he can afford. He's still got 100 supply. Trigger as well. The Tempest, though, are there any Corruptors? Is there a Spire? Serral does have a Spire with Flyer attack on the way. The Lurkers are getting less and less done as Showtime continues to expand throughout the map. Trigger doing a good job buffering for him. Elazer really struggling. He's pretty much stuck on Zerglings. Lunges away. There's no Storms with the army. The Tempests are shelling from afar. We'll be able to knock out several Lurkers, but Elazer streaming in with the Zerglings. He has +3/+1. He's a Zergling player, all right? He's a role player here, if you would. As the Zerglings are pretty much fully upgraded for what they're trying to do right now, and will absolutely shred the Nexus and all its defenders. He might not have much supply, but it's the most efficient supply. The Zerglings, the Adrenalings, able to cut in where Serral could not with the Lurkers, and actually slow down. They desperately needed that. The same principles apply. You can't let the Death Ball get close. You can't let them just build up a bank with infinite storm. It is a recipe for utter disaster, and nobody knows that better than Serral. So Elazer being sent out like an attack dog with a bunch of attack dogs in order to keep Showtime especially, but the Protoss down while he builds up back at home. Even an Ultraless Cavern is on the way for Elazer, which seems to fit the theme of units he's built so far. I do love how our support players our buffer players, I guess more like tanks than supports here, are both at 120 supply, almost dead even, and now killing so many probes. Serral hits the left side. He's gonna finish what he started, but the main base, a mothership recall. The hive is under fire. The tech tree could be chopped off at the stump. But Serral and Elazer just knocked out 2 outlying bases. They may lose the main, but they just denied most of the economy. Storms across the entire front line, which is now the main base of the Zerg. The Ultralisk Cavern will be taken down the moment it finishes. The mothership, there's still an opportunity to recall out. Active cloaking. It seems like the Zergs are giving them the opportunity to get out while they still can. But Showtime not taking them up on that. Elazer about to lose his hive. The lurkers moving forward. The probes regretting a lot of things in life, but not for much longer. Eviscerated. Another set of armies taking out the bases to the south. But Serral and Elazer still have that eastern front. Elazer once again on the chopping block. Loses multiple bases. Loses his hive. Does he still have a spawning pool? That's all he needs. He's got 3-1 upgrades with adrenalings. And Serral still has 4K, 2K in the bank. He can send Elazer money, but Elazer right now is struggling to spend it. He doesn't have enough hatcheries to produce larvae. But he does have a couple hundred Zerglings. Okay, well, he had a couple hundred. He's killing Archons with Zerglings. Recalls back, which is just... Somehow the Zerglings are actually ripping through them. Zerglings countering Archons. The door isn't. Serral still to the north. The Protoss supply is dipping. Elazer and Trigger both back at double digits. But Showtime, the Death Ball, the Tempest overhead. 9 Tempest, 5 Immortals. That is... The Death Ball has fully come together. Serral has to deal with it somehow. Elazer still sending constant streams of Zerglings across the map. But the units are here now, and they must be dealt with. Now this is an important base to defend. Oh, Brenda, no! Well, nobody else is here. I don't... Serral's just giving up the northern base. Zerglings at the 9 o'clock. The Lurkers intercepting some of the ground army out of Trigger. Elazer using the last few of the Zerglings to try to hold it down. Knocks out another observer. And again, almost uses the Changelings to box him in. And both sides suffering dramatic losses, but Serral still has plenty. Technically, Elazer also has plenty in the bank. Again, he's really just suffering from the severe lack of hatcheries. The Zerglings. The APMs. 2,000 APM in this match right now. The Death Ball still wandering by, but with 2 Zergs slipping through either side. It's getting harder and harder to pin them down. Mothership recall is available. I think Nexus recall is as well. It can reposition. But the Hydra is just pin cushioning a Nexus. No reaction in time. Trigger moving up with whatever he has left. Elazer and Trigger at 80 supply apiece. The carries at 200. The frontliners so far really suffering dramatic losses. Though, Serral actually losing more resources. Of course, he mined way more as well. Oh, the storms washing across. Can Serral beat this idealized Death Ball with the army he has, even with this much in the bank? The Corruptors. A full Congress of Corruptors here, but still not able to close in because of a well-placed Time Warp. The Archons with overwhelming power. The Zerglings able to rip apart the remaining Archons at the 9 o'clock. The damage is still being dealt throughout the map, but the economies are almost entirely gutted. An economic crash is about to happen. The minerals for Serral, he has 1 base, 1.5 bases mining. Showtime has about half a base. I mean, you could trade resources with your teammates. But the total bank between the teams. Serral, the Sandpaper Zerg, is whittling down very quickly. More Archons have died. How many Archons has Trigger lost? 15. And another couple are stumbling over a Lego away from death. But the Mothership and the Tempest, and there's still enough Templar underneath to make this army anything but temporary. The drones will be slaughtered. Shields will be shattered. Motherships will be broken. But will it be a red day? A storm day? And who will survive on the victory screen? Somehow, it's still unclear. Because even though Showtime's supply is so low, it's still the Golden Armada. It's still the Tempest and the Templar with the mothership overhead. Serral's clearly trying to arc out and close in. He doesn't have that much in the bank. Time Warp. Time Warp is off cooldown. Uses it on the Lurkers. Mothership's taken out. Lurkers closing in. Elazer coming around with the Zerglings as well. Trigger nowhere to be seen. His army's out to the south. Recalls out. Will cost him 2 or 3 more Tempests. The Templar will die as well. But the economy. Serral still with 175 supply. Everyone else in double digits. The Protoss have been broken. But are they done yet? What does Serral have left? 43 Hydralisks. I think they've done it. They still have to go up a ramp into Archons and Storm. Which, uphill both ways. There's still some mining. Elazer, the real hero here, keeping the Protoss busy, constantly pressuring the economy to the point that Serral is able to finish it off. Nidus is, you can't go through teammates Nidus. That's another one that's disappointing, but true. Maybe if you share control? No, I don't think so. The Hydra's taking down the base to the center. More. Trigger actually ahead on supply. Showtime has 3 Tempests, 5 Templar, so about the most valuable 60 supply you could ever have. But Serral still has so many Hydras. The Archons overhead. At this point, just share control, right? Working on the infrastructure. Serral's mining again for now. The hatchery's being targeted by the few charge lots left over. Archon. This base is just never gonna happen. We don't have the... Elazer's lost 819 Zerglings in 21 minutes. And almost nothing else. Because he's built almost nothing else. For the low, low price of 1,000 Zerglings, he's bought Serral time. And is it time to show Showtime that it's time to tap out? Will he pull the trigger on the final attack? Or will Trigger be able to pull himself out of this situation? It's unclear. As the storm's closing in, this is actually a terrible angle for the Hydras. They lunge away. And Showtime realized, I don't think there's a single storm on those. Serral not recognizing the energy there. There's a lot going on. The Corruptors will take down the base down the center. A Nidus, I think that's an escape Nidus. They're not going to make it out. But the Zerglings catch the Templar. Energy recharge to box out. Another storm on the Hydras. A final merge. He might take it out and be able to slip away. Meanwhile, Serral, but a lot of the Hydras are caught in the middle of the map, losing so many of the Hydralisks. But what's left for the Protoss? Warping in just a few more Zealots. 7 Archons. 7 Archons. 7 Archons can win the game on their own. There's 17 Hydras, 18 drones left. Somehow, this is all that's left. There's 1 Lurker. That is the most important Lurker of all time. There's still an Observer overhead. The Hydra's on creep. Lunges forward, chases down another one. So many Archons. The Corruptors sniping off next side. Get over here! The double tap on the Archons. The first Viper yanks in 2 of them. Serral at 100 supply. Everyone else. Oh, but there's 3 Archons, 3 Tempests. But Serral and Elazer, well, Elazer has less drones than he started with, but they're mining again. The next side taken down. Elazer, desperately, he has single-digit Zerglings. They've been so valuable. Knocks out another Tempest. 1 remains. The Archons through the tiniest choke point. G! The Zerg prevail. What a game. 900 Zerglings, 34 Archons, hundreds of Zealots and Hydras. A total of nearly 200,000, well, 150, 180,000 resources lost. 150. Very many resources lost. Serral and Elazer survive. And will go up 1-0. Welcome back to the most professional StarCraft 2, with the player ranked #1 in the world by Dark. In the blue, the former Zerg world champion, the final boss. It's Dark. Up against his counterpart, the Terran in the red, we have Bunny. A best of 3 Terran versus Zerg showdown between Dark's barely controlled chaos and Bunny's top-tier Terran timing attacks. We have a series that'll hopefully get you hopping to smash that like button. And maybe even subscribe and help me counter the algorithm. And Jimmy, what are we at? No cringing. 1,578 likes on this video on this cast. And I'll cast another one. And I'll probably do it anyways, because I don't know what else I'd do with my life. But thank you for watching. Hopefully, you've had a good day so far, and hopefully it's about to get a little bit better than the lowly blue mineral workers brawling it out for control of an expansion to the north. Looks like Dark tried to hedge his bets, and Bunny pulling a bit of a early Clem by denying both the south and the north base. The extractor will be unpopped as he tries to re-expand. Dark decides to go for the triangle base. So the Reaper will be politely yet firmly escorted out by the Queen. So the drone down on the low ground, well, he knows it's there. The grenade as well, but the Reaper will continue to do what it does best and what Terran players love to do, which is annoy everyone. So, third command center already on the way for Bunny, but he's not started his... He actually got the starport, the third command center, his cake, and he's trying to eat it too. As the Zerglings are coming in, he cut the Hellions by 10-15 seconds, and that's going to cost this SCV its life. Bureaucratic decisions like this are felt first by the working class SCVs, but for Zerglings, not an existential threat, but a lot of emotional damage being dealt. 2 SCVs for 4 Lings early, and maybe even a Marine speed finishes. They jump to it. And he gets in and scouts. He scouts the starport, doesn't have a tech lab. The timing of the... Sometimes the fruit is a bit too low-hanging. Moving on. Lair. Is a... Lair? 3-4-minute lair out of Dark. Not going for the Mass Queen Ling style. And... But we'll see if he adds. He adds 1 more gas. So... And he hasn't added a roach for it. Which leaves Nidus... And technically... The Reaper? The Reaper did not.
Complete.
It did not scout the lair timing. He's in the dark. And certainly the dark can hurt him. And a Viking comes out first. We'll deny the Overlord scout, but that means Bunny's going to take even longer to get across the map. We're going to find out what direction Dark wants to take it momentarily. But unless it's some sort of crazy Hydra timing, which even for Dark would be a little out there. He's got 200 gas banked up. And a Spire on the way. It's going to be Mutas. 1 drone incinerated, another one just kind of offers itself up. We've all been there. But Dark trying to rush Mutalisks. And this has to be a mass Muta build. Going for Mutas this early, doesn't have an Evo chamber, doesn't even have a Baneling nest. There is no follow-up option when you go Mutas this early. If it gets scouted, well, it's almost certainly not going to do anything. But he's exploiting the fact that Amygdala, this map, has one of the most roundabout rush distances, especially early on, that you can have. Before the 8-minute mark, when the Zerg rocks bleed out, which is how that mechanic works, unless you actually drop creep or something, which you can do. You have to go all the way around. And because, wow, Bunny actually flipped one of his barracks over to the starport reactor and is now building his medevacs are going to be coming out, and around the same time the mutas are flying across the map. Which means there's not going to be much, if any, opportunity to exploit the fact that Dark will have barely any legs on the ground. A beautiful choice, especially in game number 1. No, best of 3 is not the most long-winded series. 7 mutas in production. Dark going to expand to the 12 o'clock. He's got +1 flyer attack. 2 Evo chambers. Baneling nest on the way. Bunny not slouching. He's got 1-1 on his double Evo chamber. He's got 2 medevacs out and 5 racks ready to go. So Bunny will have that full level of macro production that you expect from Terrans. And Dark will have that flying rat level of production that you rarely expect nowadays from Zerg. But the mutas. The Viking gonna be caught in the center of the map and taken out, but we'll be able to sound the alarm. The mutas are coming. And just those few extra seconds of warning and the ability to zone out gives him time to put the missile turrets up in the mineral line. The turrets per minute begins to raise. And so far, Dark coming up empty when it comes to the muta pressure. And flies it. Oh no, what muta? Picked off by the missile turret, outflanked. Gonna pick off some of the Marines coming out of the racks, but certainly not the economic damage you're looking for with those initial mutas. They're not great fighting mutants. Mutants. Oh. Give me, edit that. But Bunny still has a strong attack coming together. The siege tank's already in range of the hatchery. The Hellbat's transforming. Muta's gonna look for an opportunity. But the hatchery is dead as soon as Bunny arrives. Baitling speed just now finished. Bunny has the upgrade advantage as well. This is not going to be something you can really break without expending potentially all of your units as Dark. He knows that. He expands over to his alternative 4th base down at the 3 o'clock position. And the mutas are still flapping around, looking for an opportunity. Gonna kill a few SCVs in the mineral lines as Bunny is on the hunt. A taste for blood, but the muta is easily able to evade. And it looks like Dark is prepared to go all Zeve. He's going mass muta. He doesn't have an infestation pit on the way. He doesn't have a Hydra den for some big switch into Hydra Ling or Lurkers. No. Mutas, Lings, and Banelings. Like we time traveled back to 2012, which was 5 years ago. So, a long way back to this unit composition, but it still checks out. It's just that Bunny has so much production already. He's got 68 SCVs. He's going for a 4th command center. He's going to have 2-2 upgrades. He's going to be nearly maxed out at the same time as the Zerg, who's trying to mass expand. So, Dark in a precarious position as he's besieged to the north side and under attack to the south. Though Bunny actually backs off with the attack at the 3 o'clock. There's a swath of Lings and Banes that would be more than enough to deal with the Marines, so he's going to be forced to back off for now. Sprinting back home to defend as the mutas are tearing down the supply depot wall. They've picked off a bunch of the Marines. He actually supply blocks Bunny. The muta count has gone from a concern to an alarming number, as right now he's got 15 of them. Dark is working on his 2-2 upgrades. Bunny already almost has them complete, but he has to rebuild supply depots as the mutas took out so many of them. And Dark is doubling, tripling, quadrupling down. Instead of an infestation pit, he adds 4 more muta. He's going to have +2 flyer attack. At some point, the flyer attack gets so good that pretty much ground armies without Thors or Widow Mines can't fight him anymore. But Bunny is well aware of that. And he's got a Thor and Drilling Claws on the way alongside that +1 mech plating. 3 more racks in production as well. But Dark starts his infestation pit. +3 infantry weapons already starting. The archaeological expedition will be cut short as Dark try to take down the rocks and open up a closer path to Bunny. But, of course, like most Terrans, he fears social engagement. So, infestation pit is halfway done. Mutas eat another Widowmine directly to the weird face. 2 more hatcheries on the way as he's expanding to most of his side of the map. Bunny, on the other hand, is securing his 4th base down the center. But he's working on that death ball composition. He's going to have the Thors. He's going to be maxed out. If he gets to 3-3, those are upgrades that Dark simply cannot match. Not for quite a while. You require a hive in order to get those 3-3 upgrades, and Dark is still pretty far off. The Thors are here. How many mutas? 16. 123 Zerglings for Dark. He only has 73 drones, which is relatively low for this sort of composition. Bunny try to come around the corner. A single Thor. Magic box. Banelings through. Zerglings on top. The Thor will be cut down. The Banelings thinned out. And it looks like Bunny will hold. But at what cost? Overall, Bunny getting the better end, I think? Yes, in resources, destroyed. Bunny technically killed more. But Dark maintains the momentum. He kept many of his mutas alive, building another round. Widow Mines. And the Marines get caught in the corner. Some left behind. They'll expect some of us in the wreckage, brothers. Meanwhile, the Medivacs trying to boost away technically faster than the mutas, but they run out of fuel. And the Marines will drop out, but the Zerglings already on top. 19 more mutas in production. The absolute madman. Another group of Zerglings coming in from the north side, but the Widow Mines will zone them out for now. But Dark is quadrupling down yet again. He's going to have dozens of mutas up against Bunny, who only one Thor in production may need to up those numbers. An industrial revolution may need to happen, as the weak and malleable Marines might not be enough as time goes on. But for now, they've gotten the job done. 3-3 not quite done yet. +1 Flyer Carapace is now completed. Is Hive done for Dark? Technically, yes. But practically, he hasn't added anything with it. No adrenal glands, no Ultra Cavern, nothing of the sort. I don't need to list off every bit of Hive tech. The turrets just melting under the withering fire of the Mutaglaves. And the Marines as well. Trivial in comparison. A Queen taking out the planetary fortress. Gotta be cut down from the sky. He's trying to get on top of it. Takes out the Widow Mines before they can fire. Eats another couple shots. The SCVs. Dark may lose a base, but Bunny lost that central location. Down goes a hatchery. 11 SCVs. The gold base. Dark will move to defend. Banelings rolling down the ramp. Widow Mines connect, but Dark comes in, swings in with the mutas, and wipes out the Marines. The Banelings still trying to cut through, but they're not needed. He's going to get many of the Medivacs. There's one more Widow Mine. Dodges away. Takes out a few more Medivacs on the way out. And Dark up to a 40 supply lead. There's the Ultraless Cavern. 78 Zerglings on the way, and +3 upgrades across the board as Dark is embracing the full swarm. He's got another Overseer on the way. Adrenal glands as well. The orange and red upgrades completing, or begun for Dark, but Bunny does have 3-3 done for his Marines now. There is a Thor acting as a arguably more capable missile turret at the 4th base, but Bunny is bottled up, and Dark is coming for him. Chitinous plating. Ooh, the hidden Widow Mine on the side of the refinery, but the missile turrets are dying in a single shot. Ah, beautiful. That level of mutas that we so rarely see. But Bunny unable to find... Bunny could not find the timing before the muta count grew out of control. And now, all he can do is damage control. Widow Mines are still quite an existential threat. He's sacrificing those brave mutas. He's just targeting command centers. You're gonna have to deal with this, buddy. This is not something you can shrug off. He's not going anywhere. Down goes another orbital. The Thor, he's thinking about it. He's pre-splitting those mutas. Ultras are on the way. Dark actually hasn't lost much supply. So, oh, the Thor evacuated via the medevac. Tucks its little legs in, pops out, fires off another volley. The muta's dancing back and forth. Chitinous plating. Adrenal gland done. Every Zerg's Christmas wish list is coming online right now. Dark. Oh, but the Widow Mines connecting and wiping more mutas out of the sky, and chunks of them go flying across the field. He's adding in some corruptors as well to help wipe out more of the air army. And without them... Ooh. Oh, the Widow Mines with some critical hits down the center. Dark losing another big chunk of his army. Bunny is back to maxed out, but here comes another round. Whoa, Widow Mines connect yet again. Muta's on top. Thor finds a good position. Jammed in, zones the Muta's out. And Dark hit right before an anti-timing. Dark with that classic 15 seconds before 3-3. The Widow Mine softened up the overwhelming number of Lings and Banes. And he didn't have the 3-3 upgrades done. A critical mistake out of Dark that gives Bunny the initiative yet again. He moves on to the field. The Ultras try to chew through, but the sheer amount of Marines, like a red tide, is rolling across the field. And right now, Bunny has the initiative. But he's on the creep. He's in Dark's territory. And, well, he's doing just fine for himself. The Corruptors have not yet worked on this, but Brenda, get your transfuse! I'm ready! The Ultra, the hero-less, transfuse through! He's chewing through everything! The Ultra survives through it all, but Bunny still has a 15 supply lead. Another Ultra. The Queen's out of energy, gunning down more Ultras, but 2 more jumping into the fray. Another one cleaving through, but Bunny is tearing apart everything in front of him. The Mutas have been wiped out of the sky. The Zerglings cleared off the field. The Queen's eliminated from contention, and the Banelings evaporated without getting enough done. And Dark is on the ropes. The Ultras are tagged in yet again. He has more in production. Down 30 supply, though. Bunny's out of energy on all this. He's a few Ultra swipes or a couple good Banes from Disaster. The red and the orange Marines, the Banelings rolling through. The Ultra chewing up. And Bunny comes back around yet again. Dark holds on by the skin of his angry, huge, massive, and weird Ultraless teeth. And Bunny is driven back. But a credit to Bunny for holding on this long, as Dark had almost everything. But this Lisk and Ling composition, while dramatic, is still not the most stable. It is not something that you can rely on long term. This off the back of the anti-timing attack has created a much more tenuous situation for the final boss. As Bunny, a master of turtling up, hiding in his burrow, and then popping out when the time is right. And he took full advantage. So now we have quite a game on our hands. Bunny does not have a single ghost. He does not even have a ghost academy. He doesn't need no schooling. He's got drugs, he's got guns, and can I get a hell yeah, brother? Okay, well, that's fine. But the Ultras. Oh, chewing through the planetary to the south. The SCV's already preemptively on the run. Burrow was denied. That hatchery was upgrading Burrow. Bit of an oversight there. But Bunny is in a pretty comfortable position at the moment. The Ultras must be dealt with. He's making mass Marauder. He's going to try to deal with it. The things... Ooh, another Widow Mine. The Corruptors and the Ultras. This kind of, bully unit composition for shoving the Terrans off the field. Still very strong. One mediocre fight away from disaster. Bunny still in a precarious position. Whereas Dark has a bit more space to fall back to. Despite not having the supply, he has the drones, and he still has the Ultras. 6 Ultras on the field. He's mining from the gold base again. Though I'm not sure Bunny will allow that for long. He's playing a little bit of Minesweeper at the moment. More Ultras. Targets down another. The small battle group of Marines and Marauders, and off a creep, the Ultras can't quite close the distance, and both sides are microing. No amount of stutter step for the Ultras there. Now going down the center, both sides mining from the gold. But Bunny is maxed out. Here come the Lings and Banes, but the Widow Mines actually get dodged. Ultras from both sides, Corruptors overhead, and the Ultras are closing in. The jaws of life are removing it from Bunny. And, oh, kiting back into the little choke point, the minerals, but Dark doesn't seem to care. The Ultras, the Concave still favoring Bunny here. 121 to 117 supply, but another Ultra is popped by the Marines and the Marauders. Another Widow Mine will burrow, find a shot, not quite. A precarious position indeed. He still has refused to go for Liberators and Ghosts. And by refused, I mean hasn't really had the economy to stop going for the Marines and Marauders. Widow Mines can cut both ways, though. Widowmine hits it ultra, and a bunch of Marines and Marauders takes it out. The dance across the field, Dark under 100 supply. Another ultra exploderated, and the Marauder count continues to grow. And that's the huge difference here. With the Marauders, the ultras just can't make the difference. He needs infestors. He needs something. The mutas are long gone. Hydras do not exist in this composition. The Corruptors are doing a great job of helping take out the medevacs. 20 medevacs taken down. A brutal game for both sides. Almost over 80,000 resources lost in 20 minutes. That might be a new record. But here we go again, brawling it out on the field. Down the center line, a single ultra remains. Only 2 queens to potentially transfuse, but the medevacs are gone as well. Dark had a base in the top left corner. Bunny sent every medevac in like 7 Marines and Marauders, but Dark has somehow expanded to the bottom right as well, embracing that true Zerg mentality. And that means that Dark still maintains a significant income lead. He restarts Burrow. The majority of Bunny's economy and SCVs is under threat at the 9 o'clock position from the Zerglings. Going to re-expand up to the top left corner. Bunny scans the bottom right. He knows he has to deal with it. He's going to take out the gold base down the center. Scanning forward. Burrow and 1 infestor on the way. That tells the story of where Dark wants to go with this. Embracing the Serral Fester. The bio ball still rolling through. Takes out another hatch, but he's able to pick it up. There are Corruptors. He hasn't built a single Viper this game. The Infestor will be the first non-queen spellcaster. And calling queen spellcasters feels a little reductionist. What a game. Bunny holding on, but with his conventional unit composition. And by that I mean Marines, Marauders, Mines, and Medevacs, the M&M and M&M. He's missing out on the ghosts. And that means he doesn't have the ability to take, oh my, 1 infestor to rule them all. And there it is! Huge fungal! And the Corruptors overhead means he can't escape! The Zerglings wrapping around. There's no Widow Mines to save the day. They're coming up now, but he's going to lose so much of the Bio Army. Negates the Widow Mines with ease, and Dark turns it around yet again. The Ultras chewing through whatever they can get a hold of. Unfortunately, the amount they could get a hold of is relatively minimal. And Bunny is able to come in with the reinforcements and potentially turn it around. A few Zerglings actually go through the planetary to the base at the 9 o'clock. But Bunny, the main brunt of the bioforce in the bottom right corner. 1 more infestor on the way. Supplies still dead even. 115 to 121 in favor of Bunny. But that could change in a single moment. The Zerglings get 8 more SCVs. The Ultras are gathering alongside the Zerglings. Up to the right side of the map. Zerglings will reburrow. Supplies 124 to 123. Dark has lost 50,000 resources. Money 42k. Dark has lost 4,000 more gas. 800 Zerglings. 13 Ultras. 42 Mutas. And it's not over yet. It's still very much, as the minerals start to run thin, could go either way. Dark is embracing that full Zerg mentality of expanding repeatedly to either side, but Bunny is really starting to lock down these positions. He's got a Widow Mine in the bottom right. The Infestor is spotted! Oh no, another one built immediately. But without the Infestor, how do you hold him down and knock him out? Zergling's trying to counter. Bunny in position to deal with it. A single queen up at the front. Gonna try to target some of this down. Widow Mine connects over the brunt of everything. The bio ball still rolling through. Those banelings will burrow. And he scans for it. He knows the threat. Another Infestor is coming out. 129 supply across the board. Dark really needs to hold on to this base. There's 5 medevacs, but they're not in position to heal. He doesn't have Caduceus Reactor. He never built a fusion core. Where is the Infestor? That's the question. That beautiful spread. I can't believe it's not butter. Zerglings to the 6 o'clock. Well, this attack comes through. The Queen off creep. Not able to transfuse. Down goes another one. More SCVs dead. Orbital forced to lift. Infestor in position. Oh no! It's a disaster! The Banelings! The Infestor in plain sight, but he didn't see it coming. But he plummets 30-40 supply. His army is gone. One Corruptor remains. The Zerglings are overrunning the bases. And with less than 100 supply left on either side, I think Dark has done it. Bunny's down to 6 SCVs. This isn't Wings of Liberty. We didn't just start the game. 26 minutes and thousands of units later. I believe the final boss had one more card to play. GG. Dark takes game 1. 900 Zerglings. 15 Ultralisks. Buddy, to his credit, doing everything he could to turn it. And I don't think there are very many Zergs. That list, there are 2 Zergs. There are 2 Zergs on my list of people who could have survived that. And this one doesn't rhyme with feral, so he's okay. He didn't decide to pull back and play more standard. He's decided to get even cheesier. Yeah. MaxPax was blocking the base. He comes in, but the Zerglings are already on the way. The response? No! It's not happening! The hatchery is already in place. Oh, Dark. Well, this is happening. So, MaxPax is setting himself up to actually block this in. But the Zerglings are... I have no idea. He's containing... He's hatchery containment protocol. He's quarantining the hatchery now. Huh. And Dark is expanding back at home? Well, that's something. He could actually just kill the gateway. Another Zealot is about to pop out. The positioning is very awkward here. He didn't get it before the Zealot popped out, so 2 Zealots. The Zerglings? The Zerglings are inside the house! That other Zealot is destroyed. What are you doing? Oh, he's gonna get the surround of the Zealot! Oh no! The other one, pull back! And now the Zerglings are on top of the probes! Is it just going to end like this? He needs to kill a lot of probes. There's an Adept. Okay, it's not nearly over. What am I saying? With an Adept and the probes and another Zealot. Now, a Queen is on the way. Adept helping to clean this up so much. It's just slow lings. The ultimate Zerg rush from Dark. This is the most Dark thing. He proxy hatches 3 times. MaxPax figures it out, so Dark steps it up. And he goes 12 pull. Here's the Queen. Trying to target down. The Zealot does so. More Zerglings coming across. Not a single ounce or milliliter of gas has been mined. Just pure minerals here. Converted into pure cheese. And, well, okay, he can kill the pylons. The MaxPax, I feel, he doesn't know what to do. MaxPax is so lost. He's trying to figure out whether he wants to defend his, like, the Adepts. And now the pylon is depowered. It's a disaster. MaxPax is... I'm lost. MaxPax is lost, and Dark is in his element right now. A shield battery will finish. The Queen, like... This is just happening. The Queen is slowly but surely creeping into the main. Dark is getting... Are we gonna macro it out? What is this? Dark is spreading creep backwards. This is Dark's base now. Takes out the creep tumor to the high ground, but the Queen is still intact. Gonna be re-shielded. There's a probe out on the map. I feel like Dark is just kind of He's laying down that creep tumor like he's going to expand to MaxPax's base. Where are you going with the Zerglings? What? Where? I can't tell if this is like a BM move, like, or if this is... Oh my god, he uses the Overlord to creep further into the main. I guess Zergling speed is the necessary... Oh, Doc. Wow. MaxPax just emotionally and physically dismantled. He just taps it. You know how... Everyone's had one of those games. Rarely do you have them at the highest level. Oh, I think what happened... Okay, what do we see what happened here? He comes in with the probe. The probe sees enough Zerglings and the fact that Dark is comfortably mining with any drones. And MaxPax is like... Just throws it up. Wow. Welcome back to the most professional StarCraft 2, with the player ranked #1 in the world by Dark. In the red, the final boss. It's Dark. Up against the player ranked #1 in the world by those who like being wrong. In the blue, the finisher, we have Serral. In a best of 7, Zerg versus Zerg showdown between two of the most influential Zerg players in the 15-year history of StarCraft 2. So, without further ado, it'd be amazing if you could smash that like button and maybe even subscribe. Help me count the algorithm. And Jimmy, what are we at? Dark versus Serral is not a mere match. 1,653 likes on this video, on this cast, and I'll cast another one. And I'll probably do it anyways because I don't know what else I'd do with my life. But hopefully, you've had a good day so far. And hopefully it's about to get just a little bit better than Serral's, as of course, on our only map with more than 2 players. Of course, on our only map where there's a 50-50 chance you don't scout your opponent. Of course, Dark is going for a 12-pool cheese with Zergling speed. Now, 50-50 chance, Dark says, I'll just round up. Unfortunately for him, Serral's Overlord is headed directly across. So he will see the Zerglings early on, and we'll have to progress from a potential outright victory to more of a mind game. But the alarm bells will be ringing, and Serral, Dark scouted to see that Serral wasn't on the other side of the map, but he's now narrowed it down, and the Zerglings are already coming across. Serral went for a pool first as well, just not nearly as committed. A few more drones beforehand, so he has a good chance on paper to defend it. But, of course, Dark doesn't play on paper. He'd rather write an emotionally devastating letter on it, and probably just stab you through the eye while you're reading it. But the Zerglings gonna start nibbling on the hatchery. Unlikely to get critical damage done early. But now a queen coming down to dispute their presence here. More Zerglings on the way. Zergling speed is completed. The queen, a bit of a risky move by Serral. He has a spine crawler in the main. He doesn't want to give up this hatchery, but he may be forced to. The Zergling's gonna get the wraparound go for the queen. Should have tucked herself a little bit further into those minerals, but Dark actually queues up the Zergling full surround, and the queen is ripped to shreds, I say. A gruesome end, and Dark gonna stutter step his way around the hatch, and where are you going? Just skips the hatch, gets into the main. Serral caught completely off guard, and the second queen could be taken out. The Zergling's popping out, but no, both queens are taken down as Dark just kind of runs directly into the main. Was it a good idea? It's unclear, but it was definitely an original one. He maybe could have killed the hatchery, but he definitely ended up killing the queen, so that will hamstring Serral's production dramatically. Even though Dark is down a few workers, he does have 2 queens, the pillars of the Zerg economy, and he's just removed those from Serral. So he should be able to bounce back economically, though it is quite a deficit this early on. Serral, with a triple Evo wall, still scared that Dark has enough Zerglings to break through. He will get through the Evo chambers. They just have to kind of stare each other down right now. He's knocking on the door, ripping it down, cancels the evos, and but wait a second. The Overlord pushed back in towards Dark's base, getting double teamed by the Queens, and not really in a fun way. Baneling Nest is now in production, and Dark has taken the drone lead. He hard supply blocks Serral, and I think as time goes on, the sniping of the Queens gets actually a surround on the Zerglings. We'll pick off a few extra. So Dark now has... Does he have more Zerglings? A similar amount of Zerglings. But Banelings are completed. Serral snuck a few lings across the map. The Queens will hold the door. But the hatchery is vulnerable. An eye for an eye will leave the whole world blind. But a Bane for a Bane doesn't necessarily kill one another. It takes 2 Banelings to kill a Baneling, which is a bit ironic, but of course the Zerglings, it's an existential threat. Zerglings on the other side, Dark trying to do a counterattack simultaneously. The Queens holding the line. The Baneling Nest potentially vulnerable. Queens come down the ramp. Serral might want some revenge. And the transfuse, there's not enough energy. One of the Queens will be taken down. A gruesome death. More Zerg... Serral triggered all 3 Banelings on a single Queen. An uncharacteristic and meaningful mistake. As now Dark has Banelings, he has more drones, and he still has a Queen on defense. So Dark is able to hold the Queen's sacrifice not in vain to the Banes. And now Serral's the one who's in pain as another Bane slams in. Serral losing a surprising amount of Zerglings. Dark still zoning him out. And coming back around again. The Overlord's poking in. Serral, that hatch reliability. Dark isn't at 100%, but not nearly as vulnerable. And the Overlord pokes in. We'll see more Zerglings in production. The Queens not taking issue with it yet. Roach Warren is on the way. Dark has... He's... Killing the Queens was the call. It was a big risk. I feel like he probably could have gotten the hatchery, but... The choice to get both Queens has clearly and utterly handicapped Serral here. His economy, he's down 13 drones. Without the larva inject, even on such a low economy, you can clearly see the difference. Serral invested so much in the Zerglings, he didn't have the larva for drones. It's an either-or, especially without the injects to put him over the top. And now Dark is taking a severe economic advantage. Serral's going to try a bit of a sneaky beaky move. Possibly a pocket spire? The Queens sneaking out. Banelings dancing. The Overlord in a precarious position, trying to pull a Dark over here and snipe off. That'll be the Queens. We don't like your kind around here. How do you tell the difference, Brenda? It's red. What? Are you colorblind? That explains so much. Sorry. I was going off smell. Sorry, I blacked out for... Serral backs off as the roaches pop out. 37 drones apiece. And a spire is on the way. Serral, if he can sneak out some mutas, then maybe can retake the initiative. But clearly Dark has the momentum. Dark has now mined about 100 more minerals and gas. We're going to get a surprising amount of use out of the mined total, I think, as the early game, just a few hundred minerals, or especially gas, can make all the difference in this sort of match. Dark will see... Wait, did he see the spot? What? His Zergling got in and saw the spot. Serral, how does that even happen? He slipped a bribe to one of the Queens, just jimmied on past the spine crawlers, and he got it and saw the spire. Well, that certainly clears up that idea. It's no longer ambiguous, and the spire halfway done when he spotted it, which would usually be a bit difficult, but because Dark has the economic advantage, it severely limits Serral's options. The Zerglings come by. Dark had some roaches and Banes back at home to defend, but they're going to do a surprising amount of damage to the third base. Does he actually kill off the hatch? Not quite. But now both of them with a hatch in the red, but not quite dead. Muta's in production. Dark, 54 to 45 drones. The roaches... against the impaler tentacles of the spines. Yes, that's the real name of the attack. Don't be weird. Roach speed is on the way. He knows there's a spot. Yeah, Hydra Den, spore crawlers. A couple roaches get ripped apart. But Serral choosing the narrow path. If he went roaches, he'd just have less. If he rushes to something like Hydras or Nidus, it's not going to be enough. It had to be Mutas. It had to be Mutas or some sort of crazy timing before this. And even with it, Serral giving Dark the benefit of the doubt, he's going to hunt down the Overlords first. Transfuse on the hatchery, making sure it's not quite as vulnerable. A single Muta. Ew. Awkward, yet effective. The Mutas trying to get another one in the main. Spore crawlers to zone out. That will cut into the drone count a bit. And Serral. Now comes another part of the poker game. Okay. Figuring out how committed your opponent is to any particular strategy. You can see the Mutas clearly on the field, obviously. But is he building more? +1 flyer attack is on the way. There's a Roach Warren. I think Serral doesn't even know if Serral's building more Mutas yet. He has 500 gas in the bank. He's deciding whether or not to go for more Mutas or Roaches. He decides on Roaches. Almost kills off the hatch between the Roach counterattacks. The Hydra's ping cushioning the Mutas. So, the reason you don't usually go straight to Hydras in Zerg versus Zerg is 1, you're just going to get run over by Roaches. And 2, even in a straight-up fight, say, it isn't some big all-in. The Hydras do not have enough HP to compete with the Roaches. They will lose outright. So usually, the Hydras are a counter to the Mutas or a prelude to Lurkers. Otherwise, Roaches and Ravagers are just better pound for pound. They got a lot of pounds to throw around. Zerglings looking for a counter. Mutas flip-flapping away. Roaches and Ravagers coming together, and Serral moved up his spine line. That Overlord coming back for it. Serral finally kills it off, but loses a Muta. Gonna kill off a couple more drones. Dark left with 55. +1 missile attack, now done for Serral. +2 is about to complete for Dark. But Serral has almost dragged this back. Dark has mined 1,300 more minerals, but only a couple hundred more gas. Banelings trying to come in, but the Queens keep patching the hatch up. And Serral has expanded to the north side. Clearly the right move, as there is no easy way to break in. The rush, that you have to either attack up a tiny choke point between a rock and a hard place, all the way around the north side ramp, or through the spines. So Serral has about as good of a defender's position as you possibly could in this scenario, but still, he's up against Hydras, he's up against superior upgrades. The Mutas will pick off some of the units, might be able to delay the 4th hatchery as well. Dark does not have anything past the Roach Hydra, so there is still a vulnerability here. He's going to pick off a couple of the Ravagers. The speed zones through the center affect both ground and air, so both sides able to maneuver. Picks off a couple more Mutalisks. Dark just expands to the south. Zerglings stream through into the natural. Dark pulls back, clearly distracted. Mutas will pick off another base potentially. And Dark, maybe getting a little tilted, decides to just go forward. Can pick off some of this, trying to come through, but what a choke point. And Roaches and Ravagers, the Ravagers and Hydras getting caught in front. A great start to the fight for Serral. He did cancel the base. Still 2 Mutas out there. Serral doing a great job, getting so much done with so little. And he's brought this game all the way back from a pretty difficult situation to a much more tenable one. Still, though, that's a lot of Roach Hydra with superior upgrades. The outright DPS and biomass coming across. Dark dancing out of the waves of corrosive bile. Just continually trading fire. Serral with a dozen Banelings. I believe he got road speed as well. eating some of the corrosive bile and spitting it right back at Serral. Dark. Not carried too much. He's ready to break through. The Banelings. Yes, Baneling speed is completed. The Banelings rolling through the Roaches, getting out in front. The Hydra's tripped up a bit. Banelings without an incredible connection. The Roach Ravager thinning out the Roaches. All that's left to protect them. And that's enough for Dark to back off, as without the Roaches out in front. The Mutas! They're back. Banelings just kind of casually rolling by. Sends another round out. The Overlords, the Overlord rave over here. And Banelings roll away. They hating. The Mutas are still alive, but Dark maintaining that supply. He's just refilling that front line. Making sure the Hydras have something to backstop. Or front stop, I guess. Regular stop. Overlord gets in. No hive. That's what he's trying to rule out here. The Banelings through the speed zones. This feels like Ice Baneling Escape, which is a fun but difficult. Yeah, it looks like it's going like most of my Ice Baneling Escape made. A couple kind of survived to limited success. 4 drones dead. But the Roach Ravager just running through. And Dark, the upgrade advantage, the supply. Serral getting caught a little out of position, and that's a lot of punishment. Dark takes game number... Jimmy! Game number 1, not game number... Welcome back to the most professional StarCraft 2 with the reigning world champion, the Terran in the red from Team Liquid. It's Clem. Up against the Protoss in the blue, the loose cannon, we have Zoun. A best-of-9 Terran versus Protoss showdown between two players well known for their aggressive strategies. Almost as aggressive as me asking you to smash that like button. And maybe even subscribe to hard counter the algorithm. And Jimmy, what are we at? 1,542 likes on this video, on this cast, and I'll cast another one. And I'll probably do it anyways because I don't know what else I'd do with my life. But thank you for watching. Hopefully, you've had a good day so far. And hopefully it's about to get just a little bit better. As already something a little bit different in the production tab. Zoun starting out with a Stargate, not intimidated by the aggressive potential that Clem brings to bear, not falling into the trap of trying to blink micro against a player who probably has better blink micro than himself, but instead changing it up. And yes, Neon Violet Square might have an entire intercontinental journey between the players with how ridiculous the rush distance is and the fact that there's a back pocket base you could take with relative ease. But still, the Stargate is medium risk and, well, I'd say high risk and medium reward. As it's a more active scouting tool, it can completely shut down any sort of Terran aggression. But very simply, between Cyclones and Widow Mines and Marines themselves, the margin for error is sometimes non-existent. So the Phoenixes can give you a lot of map control and a small chance to completely shut down the Terran, with a large chance of losing them if you look the wrong way at the wrong second. But Zoun has never been intimidated from doing incredibly risky strategies, and I really wouldn't put this one that far out there. Meanwhile, Clem just building up back at home. Has either of them scouted? Okay. Zoun did send a probe out. Clem has not yet confirmed that he's really building anything on the other side of the map, but he has plenty of Marines. He has a Cyclone in the main. I think he's anticipating something along these lines. Though, when it comes to Terran builds early on, there's not too much variety in your path to getting a whole bunch of Marines, Marauders, and Medevacs. But so far, the most conservative I've seen Clem in quite a while. Robotics facility already on the way. Zoun not taking the back pocket base, which has 2 gases, but only 4 minerals, making it kind of unique. A lot of the time, safer bases will have less gas, but having this much gas usually translates into a lot of tech. But Zoun, no rush 5 minutes means a 3rd base on location. Robotics bay on the way. A mech Protoss opener. As so far, he has 3 Adepts, 4 Phoenixes, 1 Observer, and 0 Hex. As he comes straight into the main, picks up the Cyclone, knocks it down with ease. scratches the paint on the medevac, but Clem not intimidated either. He picks up immediately and leaves the base. Of course, Zoun, it's going to be quite obvious. There's no Marines. Where did the Marines go? An Immortal and a Phoenix, he recalls immediately. It doesn't take a genius to figure out where the double medevac drop went, as it's now angling towards the third, but then an observer already spotted it. And that means Zoun should be in position by the time the Terran army arrives. It's just a bunch of Marines with stim, and a bunch of dudes with drugs and guns are actually still kind of an existential threat to the Protoss. But with Guardian Shield, the Phoenixes, and the Adepts underneath, it appears Zoun has completely shut down Clem's early aggression. And Clem doesn't even have a third command center behind this. The Stargate plays so far paying off with dividends, as Zoun is keeping full control of the map, and he's already made it to Robotics Facility. Though he doesn't have a Colossus in production. A second Stargate? Okay. We had first Stargate, but have we had second Stargate? Which, he's going for extended thermal lance, which is all well and good. If you have any Colossi, finally adds one to the production tab. But pure Phoenix Colossus? We'll see how quickly Clem is able to figure this one out, as Vikings and Ghosts are a very solid counter. But you have to have those, and you have to build up your infrastructure and have your economy. But Zoun now has a 12-worker lead, even with Clem working towards the +1 attack and combat shield. So this is the most dangerous moment. There's not even a Colossus. The Phoenixes are not going to be able to deal with this on their own. The units are not quite in position, but the Phoenix is actually cutting off some of the reinforcements, including, very importantly, the Widowmons. And he bought enough time for the Colossus to finish at the robotics facility. Concussive shells on the way, but there's no Marauders with this, and it doesn't affect the Colossi anyways. A grand total of 2 gateways and 2 Stargates. Clem is building his third command center on location, transferring SCVs over. He's not putting all his Marines in one basket here. And Zoun just sitting back. If you're in this position as Protoss, you have a little bit of leeway. He can decide just to build up to 200 supply and try to move out, and that may very well be a strong choice. But also, he could tack up. We could be looking at carriers, or even a Psystorm at this case, because he's completely boxed out Clem technologically. And now Clem is going to have to rely on his multitasking and his map presence to survive. Which, you know, pretty reliable overall. But Zoun has made his choice. The fleet beacon is lit, and he calls to the Golden Armada for aid. Will there be enough time for the Stargates to answer? It's going to be, I'm going to make a call and say it's going to be carriers. The way he's playing with this much economy, he's now taking the 4th base at the back. I love the choice to take the outer base first, make sure you can defend it, and then you pretty much get 2 more gas geysers for free. If he had taken the back base first, moving out and taking the 4th would have been a lot more difficult. So he's already preempted that. It was a bit riskier, but it pays off yet again. Watch him just go Phoenix range. That would certainly be a split. He's only got 2 gateways. Just enough to warp in a handful of gateway units to get in the way. What? He does. Okay, I was joking. I was saying it dramatically, like something that would... He goes Phoenix range, so he's fully committed to the Phoenixes. Unfortunately, a Widow Mine will uncommit at least one of them. A carrier is on the way. I guess when you have 10 Phoenixes and you have a fleet beacon, there are no upgrades for the carriers out of the fleet beacon, and tectonic destabilizers aren't that important. Phoenix range is a bit costly, 150, 150, but it doesn't slow down the rest of your unit composition. So he just fills it in. And to me, especially in Game 1, this shows a willingness to try both new things and not be tied down by the meta. So, for those who don't know, Zoun recently came back. He had his obligatory military service in Korea, but he chose immediately to come back to professional play a few months ago. And in this day and age, especially considering the kind of lack of grassroots scene in Korea, that shows a dedication to the game. So even though he wasn't the highest level Protoss, he certainly was an original one. And that doesn't seem to have stopped at any point. 3 carriers at a time. Clem has showed a vulnerability. Every Terran struggles with this sort of... Oh, he scans! Oh! The triple Stargate. He's looking for it. Because if it was going to be a ground army, he already would have moved out. But the starports are on the way. The Vikings are being produced as quickly as possible. Clem is nearly maxed out. But there are 4 Colossi, 3 carriers, and 10 Phoenixes. The Mech Protoss army is going to overwhelm the Vikings easily. And the Phoenix range completes with them. Right now, Zoun is in the lead. He has the tech advantage, he has the upgrades, he has the economy. He cuts off. I think the observer spotted it, and also not hard to anticipate what Clem's going to do in this position. There are 11 Phoenixes, and now he's going up to half a dozen carriers. It's going to be Mass Ghost Viking. Now, the hard part for Zoun is fighting on the open field. Because against a concave Terran with a bio ball that's been smooshed out into an arc, well, that's going to be a lot harder to deal with. But right now, the Colossi still quite a threat. And here come the Phoenixes to help zone him out. EMP, of course, very dangerous. Widowmine connects on something down there. But here comes Zoun with pretty much the display model Protoss. This is supposed to be on the box, not something you actually build. Widowmine connects. The Phoenix is getting wiped out quickly, but they're doing their job of tanking the damage. Observers? Is there drilling claws on the mines? No. I don't believe he has a factory. Wait, where is the factory? Ah, so that factory is not researching drilling claws, as it floats in the corner as a incredibly expensive scout. But now there are 8 carriers and 4 Colossi. The turrets per minute, the TPM for Clem. He makes a front line of missile turrets as we move into the tower defense phase. The Widowmine still slowing things down, but Zoun is starting to bank up. He's building 3 more Stargates. That's going to be half a dozen. Wait, even more than that? That's going to be 6 Stargates. I don't know if you could actually afford it, but since he's maxed out, that's the closest you can get to warping in carriers, is having so many Stargates you can refill your entire army at once. And compared to the cost of a carrier, they're not that costly. But right now, Clem has nearly a Scandinavia of Vikings. The EMPs on the front line. The sentries wiped out. The EMPs are absolutely devastating. The effective damage is ridiculous. But he's caught behind his own turrets with the main army. Clem is chasing this down. A lot of the Colossi are tumbling. The Phoenix is still knocking things down. A recall, a sad one at that. 1 carrier gets recalled. Oh, that was an absolute disaster. He fought directly into the defensive line of the Frenchmen, and the Maginot Line held. There are a lot of moves that Zoun could have made, and that was certainly one of them. Clem did lose a lot. Don't be fooled. Like, that was an overwhelming victory. It was decisive, but not enough left over in order to attack into Zoun. The one thing we're missing here, and with Ghosts on the field, it wasn't nuclear missiles. I wasn't going to say nuclear missiles, but now if I could go back, I would. Has nuclear missile. Nuke? Is it just called nuke? Doesn't matter. A nuclear missile is in production. As well as a fusion core and 3 more Wait. Will he do... I have a dream. If there was ever a game for Clem to go battlecruiser. Battlecruisers are actually an incredible counter to carriers, though not nearly as good against Tempests, which are quite easily accessible. Because carriers and their interceptors attack relatively frequently, but for low damage. The armor on the carriers is... they shrug it off with ease. He's already getting +3 ship weapons. He's building 8 Vikings at a time. But what will we see? Now, there's not enough supply left over for either player to really deal with this. A Venn Diascan comes out there. 7 orbital commands as we add it up here. The Widowmine is drawn in with the interceptors on top of the Vikings. Beautifully done by Zoun. The Vikings in autumn colors. As Zoun takes another base on the outside. +3 air weapons is about to complete. +2 armor on the ground, as well as +3 ground weapons is in production. Clem adding half a dozen more turrets at 17 so far, so over 1 turret per minute. More cannons for Zoun as well. Those aren't even they are charge slots. All right, just we caught it once they were already attacking. The small bio army comes back to deal with it. He's got 16 Marines and 8 Marauders and 26 Vikings. Wow. Oh, Clem, why do you do me like this? He started Yamato Cannon and then canceled it for Caduceus Reactor. I appreciate that he remembered Caduceus Reactor for once. But, almost like he's trolling us. He has Yamato Cannon queued up behind, though. To be clear, it's coming. Alright, Yamato Cannon is on the way. It's gonna take a little while, and Caduceus Reactor with double medevac energy regen is actually one of the most overlooked pretty much any upgrade Gumiho gets and no one else does is one of the best upgrades in the game. 10 more turrets in the middle of the map. As here we go. We're going into full direct strike mode. This isn't even direct strike. This is like BGH. With unlimited money, but production still at the same rate. That's effectively what we're playing right now. Big game hunters indeed. With the world champion. Why is there a zealot here? Bob. Yamato Cannon is in production. And here we go. The Vikings will be able to intercept. That's more than enough Vikings. This is the new Netflix spinoff I've heard of. This many Vikings, though. Vulnerable, historically, to Storm. But one thing that Zoun doesn't have is that Storm. He's building disruptors and a Shrine to Dark. The double Ds of destruction in production. And, you know, let's list off the rest. We got Warp Prism Speed, +1 shields, +3 ground armor, +1 air armor, and Blink. Probably the latest Blink I've seen in the current patch. 2 battle cruisers in production for Clem. Not a single Tempest in sight, nor production either. So, with those battle cruisers, if he gets to 4 or 6 battle cruisers, he could go pretty much uncontested. But Zoun is disrupting his way through the defenses. He's been maxed out for a while. The battle will continue. Another volley comes out, but the Vikings are just so much to deal with right now. That's why he's getting the Stalkers to try to zone him out, but the small ground army is still enough to zone out the gateway units. Meanwhile, more Zealots coming in. Both players are contending with the supply cap right now, as they both have enough money to rebuild or build, but there's only 200 supply, and they're building the most supply expensive units out there. Battle cruisers and carriers. And ghosts are 3 supply apiece nowadays. The Vikings still exchanging massive volleys, but a broadside of Raptors comes through. The first battle cruisers have completed. And Clem, for once, willing to embrace that extreme late game Terran. So many times I've seen him fight with this bio force, maybe a few Liberators, some Vikings. But it feels like Zoun has been so committed to this composition that Clem has been inspired. He goes through the squares with the Ruptor shot, finds the right angle for it. Meanwhile, another one pulls back with the army. There aren't enough Stalkers to stop this, and another carrier is just taken out of the sky. And he is hiding the battle cruisers. He's knocking down the carriers and forcing or encouraging Zoun to build more and more anti-ground or stalk. That's so many turrets. That's so many turrets. Clem still has 23 turrets. He's lost 17. He's built 40 turrets this game and counting, which makes it all the more egregious that he has not gotten high-sec auto-tracking nor building armor. Clem, come on. You got Caduceus Reactor. I'm like... But not getting the building upgrades at this stage when the engineering bays have been idle for minutes. It's not like you can lift them off and go scout, all right? Not since the war. Thank you. Stop listening to the cast in the future, though, Clem. That's a little rude. Meanwhile, Vikings on deck. looking to deal with this. Disruptor shots the Viking. Let the battle cruisers jump into the fray. A tactical dunk on top of everything. But the Yamato cannons will obliterate the disruptors. They have more than enough damage. He gets another one. All the disruptors are taken out by a fusillade of battle cruiser cannons. 6 Tempests are in production. Zoun just had so much supply freed up, but Mass Dark Templar is on the way across the map. He's got DT Blink. Clem has gone battle cruisers. Zoun has gone Dark Templar. What a game. Game 1 between these two maddening players. The evil genius is here. But, so there is no there are plenty of turrets, but not quite there. A nuclear launch! I forgot about that! A nuclear launch detected! Meanwhile... Oh, he doesn't see it. Zoun... Oh, he doesn't see it. Oh, 17! What if he had recalled, too? Oh, that was about 3 seconds away from being the best nuke in years. Meanwhile, though, the Tempest fighting against the battle cruisers. Yamato cannon is off cooldown. Tactical jump as well. Disruptors through the squares. More Raptors going down. The Tempest kiting back, but such a fragile army out of Zoun. Oh my. A mass warping of High Templar for Archons. You know, it's quite something. One, exactly the same amount of upgrades for both sides. That's highly amusing. He hasn't even researched Psystorm. Zoun has had almost unlimited money, at least until this point, and he hasn't even researched arguably the best upgrade for splash damage. And again, against battle cruisers and against ghosts. Well, this nuke is not going to be as effective because he already cleared out the probes. And he gets the assimilator. 10 probes dead in the last minute or so, but I think a lot of them to the battle cruisers in the bottom left corner. And Clem just gliding along. He's got maxed out upgrades for everything except mech weapons, but I don't think he has any mech weapons. Fun fact, the Tempest... Actually, I don't know if the rocks are counted as buildings. But... What? That is so many Tempests. He's got 13 Tempests. There are 10 battle cruisers on the field, though. Tactical jump, I believe, is ready. Oh, but the blink of the DTs and the blink of the battle cruisers. He jumps behind. There's really no flanking damage, but the Yamato volley puts them all into the orange and the red. But not that many Vikings remain. The Stalkers underneath. Terrible, terrible damage. Mutually assured destruction. The Stalkers are almost all taken down. The battle cruiser count is down to 3. The Vikings as well. Everyone dies at the end. Almost every single unit, and actually, but now comes in with the Dark Templar. They somehow survived that engagement, and both players are knocked down to 100 supply. No one's... Now what? The battle cruisers are all dead. So is the Armada. Clem still has orbitals and mules. But Zoun still has a lot of mining bases. So... Wow. How... That battle was almost even. Zoun killed about 1,000 more minerals. Clem killed about 1,000 more gas. Somehow, we come away from it. I think, in these sort of situations, it favors the Terran. With the orbital commands, with the mules... But the war may have been fought with battle cruisers and Tempests, but the next one will be fought with Marines, Marauders, Zealots, and Ruptors as we go to ground. Clem able to rebuild up to 165. He's relying more on the bio as we go back down the tech tree, with so many units and resources being eliminated. But Zoun has great upgrades as well. 332. Rarely do you see such high shields as well. A nuclear launch. Multiple nukes. Oh, he has 2 Ghost Academies. But he's only firing off one nuke for now. Working on the defenses. Disruptor shot comes through, but the DT is again with the flank, and he doesn't notice. Oh, a huge shot of the ghost. He gets the DT Disruptor wombo combo, but again, oh, like a plot device coming in. Zoun gets another massive DT blink on the back line, and he gets away with them. This is like a campaign mission. The DT's just showing up and saving the day, / ruining it, depending on who you ask. The ghosts are taken out. Clem has so much money in the bank, but the one thing Terran doesn't have that Protoss does is something you can sink your gas into. There's no unit that costs like 150 for Terran. The closest you have, I guess, are ghosts and ravens, which both are pretty similar on gas. But without the minerals, you can't even spend it. So 3,800 gas right now is just burning a hole in his pocket as the DT slice through his planetary. He tries to repair, but it's too late. They get another one. And he recalls out before Clem can respond. What a game. Disruptor shot. He parts the Red Sea. The Liberator count is damn high. This is where storms could save the day, and storms are what he doesn't have. Another volley. The Venn diagram of freedom, liberating everything on the ground. The DTs from the back, they're in the squares. Somehow he's avoided the vast majority of the Liberators. DTs blinking on top of the army. The scan is helping out dramatically. The Liberators will be taken out, though, as the Stalkers blink back, but I feel like Clem may have done it. The Stalker is still blinking. The Disruptor with 1 HP hits nothing, and now will never hit again. Zoun still with the economy. He still has mining bases. He still has probes, but I think Clem finally took the decisive engagement that might allow him to carry this through. What a game. Zoun has 68 to 114 army supply. Clem has a lot in medevacs, which is good right up until it is. Nuclear launch in the bottom left corner. Another Ruptor follows through. Reinforcements cut off. How many probes? Oh, the nukes. Will the nukes actually make the difference? I think another 9 probes gonna go down. 8 probes. Somehow one survived. Just barely out of range. Terrifying story. But Zoun's done such a good job of keeping Clem busy, hitting the moments that he's not looking the right way, or at least the right angle. The Blink Stalkers are moving in again. Archon's leading the charge. He's still got 4 Ruptors, fires off a double barrel. Gonna get some of the Stalkers, but there's just so much bio on the ground. Another volley comes through, connects at the front line, but Zoun again bleeding out supply, and his Disruptors are on cooldown. The bio comes back around. The Zealots tanking the damage for now. He's keeping the pressure on. And very importantly, Zoun still has the mining bases. The supply is really starting to get dramatic here, though. And by dramatic, I mean not good for our Protoss hero. No, not hero, but close to it, it feels like. Another DT sharking around. The Liberator's headed up towards that bottom left corner. Fires off a fadeaway shot. Softens up a Marauder. But the Disruptor will be dealt with in turn. That one Liberator. The advantage here is that Zoun has the mining base. But a Liberator will make sure that it is not maintained. Does he remember he has 6 Stargates? That Liberator. Making things very difficult. But... oh, he blocks over. There are DTs in the mix, but the Liberators are popping the Ruptors, not getting enough damage. GG! Clem, after 29 minutes and pretty much the entire tech tree. Almost, that might be every single Protoss unit. He didn't build an Oracle. Is that it? No Oracle, he did no High Templar here, but they were merged into Archons. What a game. Welcome back to the most professional StarCraft 2 with the 3-time world champion, the Zerg in the blue, the finisher. It's Serral, facing off against arguably the best Protoss player in the world. In the red, the smiling assassin, we have Hero. in a best-of-7 Protoss versus Zerg showdown, and a test of whether Serral's methods can withstand Hero's madness. So before we get started, it'd be incredible if you could smash that like button and maybe even subscribe. Help me counter the algorithm. Jimmy, what are we at? 1,714 likes on this video, on this cast, and I'll cast another one. And I'll probably do it anyways, because I don't know what else I do with my life. But thank you for watching. Hopefully, you've had a good day so far. And hopefully it's about to get just a little bit better. As Serral forced to take his third base as the pesky probe getting in the way of things, making sure the Zerg build cannot be nearly as smooth as Zerg players would dream of. Whereas, on the other hand, sometimes I feel like Hero's strategies are a result of how smooth the texture of his brain is. But which hero are we getting today? The hero who has gone nearly 50-50 with Serral in the past? The player who can literally beat anyone, and we're still not sure how? Or is it going to be the Bronze League hero that is the inspiration for so many heart palpitations in the past? And it's probably both. It almost always in an extended series is both. For every time Hero has a stroke of genius, he may have a literal stroke. For every time Hero expands the meta and it seems worked out that he's 2 steps ahead of his opponent, we realize he was lapped the whole time. Hero has always been on the bleeding double edge of Protoss. And that continues to this day. Whereas Serral, on the other hand, is, Serral. Must I pontificate? He'll take the third base. He's not going to go for the proxy hatch. Though the last time these two met, he drone rushed Hero alongside Zerglings. He somehow pinpointed the only map where Hero would go Nexus first, and he hit him with a drone rush, which somehow it doesn't even feel like cheese when Serral does it. But we'll see how tolerant anyone is of lactose on this particular day. First Adept just wanders into the main, and this is part of the reason why you go for the early probe block. Between Oracles and Adepts, it's almost impossible for the Zerg to protect all their mineral lines simultaneously. The sheer maneuverability between the Shade and the Oracles sliding in makes it almost impossible to have your forces concentrated. You have Queens on either side, but Creep is pretty scarce in the middle. On top of the fact that you can keep even more tabs with early scouting. The Oracle itself, alongside Energy Recharge, which Hero didn't use, but by the way, this is one of the last matches we'll be seeing on the old patch. The Intern, it seems like maybe just one, has released a new patch in StarCraft 2, and we're not going to talk about it today. Can find out more info and see me stream some of the games on the second channel, Winter Gaming TV, but as of next week, if you're watching this on the first day or two, after the Oracle gets its obligatory 2 kills and gets out, then we're going to be seeing some new patch games. You can, of course, debate, and I encourage it, after liking and subscribing in the comments, how it may or may not have affected these matches. But just know that everything is as you think it is. And we'll see what the outcome ends up being. But honestly, it's not about the result, it's about the journey, especially with these two players. How does Serral deal with Hero's certain strategies? How does Hero deal with his own potential mental blocks? And how does that drone feel about being the only one with a mandated work break? That was a struggle. Jimmy, edit that whole part out. That was a mess right there. But the meandering path of the Oracles is mostly deflected by the Queens as Serral. His drone count, most of the reason for Oracle Adept early is not to get critical damage, but to make sure the Zerg is kept under control. There's no better way to scout your opponent than get up in their business and force them to show pretty much all the tech and all the units they have. And here, we see the Zerglings, we see the Queens congregating to deal with it. There's not much Serral can do aggressively, but on defense, much better off with the Queens covering literally all the bases. In Overlord, dude. Overlord spots the very important tech transition. It may have been implied, but you never know if Hero's going to break out some crazy timing or stick with the standard play that he kind of invented, to be honest. It's going to be blanking +1. Between the oracles to cover overhead and the blink stalkers on the ground, it leaves you with a lot of mobility before the Zerg really has enough units to overwhelm you. Later on, as potentially Hydras or just even Queens walking across the map become a threat, it's less capable of getting critical damage. But it looks like Hero's quite invested. He's been pumping out stalkers. He's already got 10 of them. Revelation. Is it what? Oh my. He just goes into the main, casually blinks up. There's gonna be a stasis as well, which triggers it with a couple Zerglings. Another stasis up at the top, and the Queen's gonna try to drive the Oracles back. Hero just shift blinking out. And the Adepts into the third base will drag some of it away. The Stalker! Ooh, get off my creep! But Brenda, not now. Game 1, not now. Okay. 5 drones dead. The exact amount of workers that Hero's ahead by. On top of the fact that, obviously, building units is directly preventing those drones. And behind it, a fleet beacon is on the way. Hero is teching up all the way to tier 3. 3? Yeah, I think we'll go with 3. Seems like the appropriate number of tech ups. Meanwhile, the Blink Stalkers outflanked. He recalls out. It includes the Oracles. This... Well, he bit off more than he could chew, which is not hard to do when you don't have a mouth. Storm is on the way. Hydralisk Den, Infestation Pit for Serral on the other side. Charge. He's getting all the fixins here. And Serral will not have an army that can just attack before Storm. It's just not going to happen. He had... Hero, just for completely unknown reasons, had nothing in the wall. The Zerglings get in the main, and he only loses 2 probes, but of course the entire army comes back to chase the counterattack, and here's 4th base will be shut down. Hero. If Protoss was somehow magically provided 1 supply depot per game, Hero's win rate against Serral and all Zergs would go up by double digits. Most of his work to keep Serral at bay before he gets towards Hive Tech undercut by that oldest of potential mistakes, but as one of the oldest players in the game. 33 years young, Hero. Feel like, well, that's not that old. Well, how's the back pain? And remember CD-ROM drives? Because I'm not sure Serral does. Serral's 27. Okay, he's not the young spring chicken anymore. But I digress. A mothership on the way. Hero was 69 probes, still a nice economy. It's the time that counterattack bought. It's the fact that there was nothing in the wall to stop it, and he select all armied. We've got an entire conclave of Templar here. Gonna have a new Assassin's Creed game coming out with that going on. Moving on. Better. Hero has already put me in a mood. I tried to put myself out of it. I think it bled through a little. Hero, I'm a huge Hero fan. Which means I don't have the emotional... Where are you going? Where are you going? That mothership is gliding in towards the main stasis. He just recalls absolutely everything. The tactical dunk. The stasis was not dealt. The stasis wall on the ramp. He can create a door for the Zerg, but not for himself. A bunch of Templar casually gliding in. He created a stasis force field. In what sort of Forrest Gumpian tactics is this? How does this work? The Hive is under attack. The drones are being eviscerated, and he still has the Nexus recall. The storms on the ramp are excruciating. Category 5. Somehow, this worked. 22 drones dead. The majority of the army slaughtered. And yes, Hero will lose most of this, but guess what? The center base is taken out. The charge lots are scrambling. He can recall with the dregs, the survivors. One more Archon on the way, but Hero is even on supply. He took out one of Serral's bases, 22 drones. That one stasis, if he doesn't have that stasis, Serral gets up the ramp. It's painful, but it isn't deadly. Hero did not bring a sentry. There are no Ravagers. A force field would have served the same purpose, but a stasis did it so much better. It lasts longer, and there's no real counter to it. Your units are just frozen. Blocks of time that have just been cut out. Hero giveth and hero taketh away. I already know there's going to be the comments about, like, why are you insulting the literal best Protoss player in the world? It's all right. If those Protoss players could read, they'd respond to you. But in 5 minutes, we saw Hero lose most of his map position, his fourth base, and control of the game because he didn't have anything in the wall. And then we saw him turn the entire game around because he somehow created a wall to Serral's main. Well, and much in the same way, or at least the similar effect, that is so many zealots. That is the biggest fungal. He catches a legion of zealots. Hero has 20 zealots, and he had more a few seconds ago. But they'll collapse on the lurkers. Not exactly the ideal unit to be chopping up, but they'll get the job done. And Serral, he lost so much economy, so much time. He has not been able to do any damage, and now Tempests are on, well, technically above the field. That mothership dunk. Serral was prepared for it too. He had spores along the perimeter. He reacted quickly, but he just didn't quite pick off the stasis in time. And it was as bad as it could ever get. That mothership, looming large, unable to be abducted because, well, it just simply has too much mass. More cannons on the way. Serral, no, Hero, raising the cannons per minute dramatically. And Serral is forced back onto his side of the map. He's just now getting a Spire to contest the Tempest. Hydra's only cosplay anti-air units. They're not particularly great at getting within the range since they have only like 2/3 of the range of the Tempest themselves. And of course, feedback just implodes the Viper, storms across the front line. And the Hydra's evaporating easily. Still, though, Serral stalling this out for now. There's not enough Tempest to push forward reliably. They're gonna start chipping away at the lurkers underground. The storms melting through more Zerglings. The Nidus gonna be attempted, but unfortunately there was already a cannon in place. The lurkers scrambling back. The mothership with active cloaking. Another infestor goes down. The Nidus screams into existence and then immediately to the unit's lost tab. The lurkers eviscerating so many of the zealots. Hero still has so many zealots in his army. And again, he had more, but that's part of the reason Serral still has a shot to break this. There's only one Archon, only 2 Immortals. The ground army is relatively fragile here. The Tempests are paper tigers at the moment, but still with enough range. The Hydras slither by, the lunge, but unfortunately, vertically challenged. Not gonna be able to chase. Hero's micro, what is this? What am I watching? Na 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 na. Did Hero find the only way to lose his Tempest to Hydras? I mean, it's painful. The mothership to save the day! The Tempest will die anyways, but so will many of the lurkers on the you know what? Everyone dies. Hero tries to save the Tempest, but he dug too deep and too greedily. The Time Warp on the ramp will ward away any more counterattacks, but Serral's starting to chip away at the sides. The probes getting sliced, and the defense is getting diced. And so far, Hero unable to pick a fight because he literally can't see. Which explains a lot. Escape Nidus. They'll expect one of us in the wreckage, brother. Serral leaves one behind just to buy a little more time. And the reinforcing Nidus. Serral with nothing in the bank, 80 drones, but he's reestablished that 5th base. Equal economy to Hero, but he's been able to outmaneuver him. Nidus is screaming out. Serral has committed a lot of his Hydras here. The Nidus... Wait, is that an escape? No, he doesn't have an escape Nidus, but he does get away. Hero's holding on. He's got 5 Tempests and counting. Tectonic destabilizers for that extra damage to buildings for the Tempests. More Overlords on the way. Lurker taking the wrong path. Serral trying to... Thing is, Hero had so much time to set up. There's so many cannons, so many Templar. Hero already had 5 bases by the time Serral was able to really get any sort of counter damage. And now, the escape Niduses. The Hive is halfway dead. As we were pointing out before. Is that Void Rays? Flux Veins. Hero gonna throw Void Rays into the mix as a direct counter to Corruptors and almost nothing else. They're just kind of mediocre at most other things. They're not great against Hydras, but they're very good at directly engaging Corruptors. The Nidus is spewing out more reinforcements and decides to regurgitate them very quickly. Yeah. Well, the Death Ball has been put together, but Hero doesn't have much in the bank. Serral is starting to increment out. His upgrades are quite mediocre. +2 ranged attack, +1 Carapace working on 2. Meanwhile, Hero has +3, 2, 1 on the ground. And he's working on +2 in the air. He has not been... He's just been pressing all the buttons. And this is a very difficult army to deal with directly. The active cloaking, but there are some Overseers in the way. The Storm will ward them. The Corruptors from the back. And just blasting the base. One more volley will do it. The Storms. There are 5 Observers with this army. And all of them got hit by one of the Storms. He did manage to keep them alive, though. Fragile creatures. I don't think Hero has any Oracles because he knows his limits. Most players will use Oracles for Revelation, but Hero just builds more Observers than the Eye of Sauron. Okay, shut up, Hero. Stop it. Hero starts 2 Oracles. I heard you was talking shit. What a revelation. How dare you. Hero's just playing to make me look bad. Like and subscribe if you agree. The Lurker's gonna deny the bottom right corner. Again, Serral still has to deal with the army. Which... that's a ponderous effort. And honestly, the Void Ray is doing quite good at helping knock out both the Nidus and the Lurkers. Just 3 casual Void Rays mixed in. But... oh, the Oracles are here as well. Let's see how many control groups Hero has. He's got one for his army. He's got one for his Templar. And that's really all you need, to be honest. Serral. 1, 2, 3, 4 Queens, Hatcheries, Nidus, but... okay. Serral doesn't have much in the bank. He needs to take an incredibly cost-effective fight. He has not been able... has he killed a single Nexus? No. He has not been able to deny Hero's economy. So, at some point... the cannons. Mass cannons out of Hero. He's gonna have, like, 30. The Lurkers are chipping away at him, but... he needs to deal with the... Hero just used Revelation on his own army. The second one was more on the mark. I saw that, Hero. Alright. The hatchery just gonna kind of die instantly. A bunch of the drones left behind. Lurker's doing damage on the other side. May actually take out one of the next side, but... the storm front across the entire board! The parasitic bomb is doing maximum damage. It was cast on the mothership and everything clumped up. I don't know if there's one to follow it up. The shields have been stripped away. And Serral starting to chew at the economy itself, but the storms, the corruptors trying to close the distance, but the ground army with archons underneath. Serral, an accented GG, and Hero pounds his way through in another roller coaster match. Manages to keep Serral off guard, build up the death ball, and with a very competent execution in every sense of the word. Oh, Hero. Welcome back to the most professional StarCraft 2 with the former world champion Zerg in the red, the Executioner. It's Rogue, facing off against the Terran with the StarCraft 1 SCVs. In the blue, we have Micro Jackson, ByuN. In a best of 9 Terran versus Zerg StarCraft EVO Complete Tournament Showdown. The mod that brings StarCraft 1 and StarCraft 2 together. So if you happen to be a fan of either of those games, it'd be incredible if you could smash that like button, maybe even subscribe. Let me count the algorithm before we get started. And Jimmy, what are we at? 1,727 likes on this video, on this cast, and I'll cast another one. And I'll probably do it anyways, because I don't know why I'd do anything else with my life. But thank you for watching. Hopefully, you've had a good day so far. And hopefully it's about to get just a little bit better. As it doesn't matter whether it's the original series of StarCraft 2 or the next generation. ByuN is gonna find a way to build a bunch of Marines and go stimming across the map. He's already got the Academy done, so his Marines can learn to shoot even more good. He's got Stim Pack on the way, medics in production. Sure, it wasn't until after the war, and before StarCraft 2, that they learned how to slap the add-ons onto the barracks themselves, or the ComSat on top of the command center, or the depots below the ground. But that doesn't mean these Marines aren't incredibly dangerous. In fact, I believe the StarCraft EVO Marines have even more DPS. Once they get their fancy range upgrade, they can shoot even further. Though it appears they don't get their combat shield. I'm starting to think they actually just stole them from the medics after the medics were promoted into the medevac. Alright, that's now my headcanon. I refuse to elaborate further. 2 ComSats thrown out, since they don't really have any other purpose besides constantly bothering the Zerg and giving them light radiation poisoning. Scouting the main base, roaches on the way. A more stable answer. And in StarCraft EVO, the stats aren't the same as their StarCraft 1 counterparts, but the vibes are there, and the danger as well. And in fact, the StarCraft 1 races, in my opinion, in many cases are stronger than their StarCraft 2 counterparts. But the entire idea is they're competitive. The players will be switching off throughout the series. So who will be the more comprehensive StarCraft? Well, I'm thinking about it, and then I see Marines and medics just moving across the map and realize that we could see exactly the same build out of ByuN up to 9 games in a row, and it wouldn't even necessarily be a bad idea. But we'll see if going this deep onto the creep is going to be a bad one for Rogue. There is a 50% miss chance up to the high ground, but the Roaches are grinding through the Marines, but I think the Marines are tearing them up even more quickly. Don't know if there's enough energy for another scan. Marine range is on the way at the Academy. Or, as I like to call it, the school for kids who can't shoot good. A machine shop on the factory. And the barracks, I do love almost everything, especially everything that's significantly different in StarCraft 1 has a custom model. These are by the modders themselves. You can find more on scevo.net, or, you know, you could actually just play it. It's free, just like StarCraft 2. But, so is liking and subscribing and jumping in the comments. But I digress. As ByuN has added more Marines, he's throwing some siege tanks on. Meanwhile, roaches are the order of the day for Rogue, trying to make sure that the small bio ball that ByuN has put together doesn't roll right through. Scan. Is that gonna wall off? Meanwhile, siege mode being researched. Those siege tanks. More fragile, but less supply, and absolutely devastating. I believe they have slightly more range than their StarCraft 2 counterparts as well. And of course, the sound is... Rogue, up to 62 drones. Meanwhile, ByuN, only 50 SCVs, but he's building up those upgrades. And the unit composition, oh, there's a starport on the way. As time goes on, and it becomes less and less likely a direct push is going to get the damage done. StarCraft 2 Zerg does not have any really direct answers to the science vessel and its irradiate ability. In my experience, a critical mass of science vessels does critical damage to the Zerg. Even if they have things like ultras, lings, banes, it doesn't matter. You can just irradiate everything, like your very own personal Chernobyl. The Marines just stimming by, knocking out the 4th base. The Roaches don't even have speed done yet. The StarCraft 2 races are effectively, if not identical, including the new patch. Microbial Shroud, the budget Dark Swarm, is available to Rogue if he chooses to use it. Will it be good enough? Honestly, against StarCraft 1 Terran, it might be better than its current StarCraft 2 version, where it's good, but usually almost anything else you choose is better. Irradiate is on the way. The science facility spinning up. The first science vessel in production. A changeling. Hey, boy, in the pipe 5x5. I mean, you want a piece of meat, boys? No, you're the meat, boys. Changeling, job's finished. Successfully scouting out those units, allowing Rogue to realize that he can just run them right over. 24 Banelings on the way. And those Banelings with their plus 5 HP in the newest StarCraft. Is that 2 science facilities? Hey, knowledge. Here in my garage. ByuN? Really intent on getting... Or he misclicked and meant a starport. But either way, the Changeling finally gunned down. A little bit too big for its weirdly bioengineered britches. The 4th base. And so far, just the little skirmishes around the edges. ByuN's lost 14 Marines and a brave medic. Rogue, some Roaches and Zerglings, but already an Ultraless Cavern on the way. And unlike their StarCraft 1 counterparts, those Ultras can cleave through the entire army simultaneously. Though, they put on some weight as well. I don't know why I'm acting like Brood War was last week when it was... It works for me. That's what's important. There's the Irradiate on the Ravager. Hits the air as well, and the Siege Tank spread. There's a Changeling mixed in, almost impossible to spot, but... The Irradiate, oh no! Oh no, the Ravager, stop the spread! But the Irradiate melting through the Ravager and making everyone nearby uncomfortable. Very difficult to pick, well, more Changelings. Rogue, Mass Ultralisk. The quality has a quantity all its own sort of strategy for dealing with these science vessels. It seems like is Rogue's intent. +2 infantry weapons and +1 infantry armor for ByuN. Still pumping out siege tanks, marines, and science vessels. Meanwhile, Rogue is maxed out with 80 drones, and he's starting to really grab a lot of the map. So, ByuN building a wall to try to keep the Zerg out, but the Banelings roll right through. And remember, those depots can't lower, so it's a bit of a conundrum there. I'm not sure it's too difficult to take them out later on. But ByuN trying to take a position in the center of the map, whereas Rogue is trying to take the rest. A Spire is on the way. Chitin is plating is 3/4 of the way there. A second starport with, I believe, the control tower in production to build up those science vessels. How many vessels? Just 3 of them for now. Not enough to reliably irradiate across the board. The bunker is not filled and the door is wide open. The Zerglings get in. Adrenaling's gonna be in the mineral lines and there's not too many reinforcements to deal with. It has to scramble back. Bunker finally filled up. Bit of an oversight there. Will cost him on the field. The siege tanks laying into the Zerglings. And will be driven back, most of the army. But 4 SCVs dead, which seems remarkably low compared to the potential damage those Zerglings could have done. And ByuN is still at 71 SCVs. And we are on one of the StarCraft Evo maps. Depending on what sort of map we're on, the economy is slightly different. In that StarCraft Evo maps have a main base. Wait, what is going on with the grass growing up out of the... Don't worry about it. They have more mineral patches, and they don't mine out quite as quickly. Usually around 1,500 for all of them. In SC2, it's split between 1,800 and 900 per patch, the big and small ones. So generally mines out more quickly, especially with things like mules. But one Ultra trundling through, irradiating an Ultra as it closes in, is an existential threat to everyone nearby, but irradiates across the board, melting through so many of the banelings. But the Ultra's closing the distance. Is there a defensive matrix? Absolutely not. But the firing line of Terran will drive it all back. The Ultra's melted underneath the irradiates. The siege tanks cut into everything behind it. And the Marines are stimming forth, though the medics are really stressed out about it. Half the Marines in autumn colors, appropriately so, very seasonal. And the science vessels are chasing down the Ultralis he just scanned, as the anti-air consists of a very angry queen. This is restricted airspace. Wait, are those science? You remember science vessels, Susan? Don't remind me. Well, they're right there. Are you okay, Susan? Changeling spotting out the army. Sorry, blacked out for a science vessel. The big daddy of the science facility. Sorry. Wait, did I say that? Either way, science facility just hanging out. The extra one, just in case. The Department of Redundancy department also on the other side. Did he get all the upgrades he needed? He got irradiated. You know, the rest, psh, forget about it. ByuN is maxed out. He's got 70 Marines, 7 medics, 12 siege tanks, and 6 science vessels. Rogue also maxed out with a bit more of a smorgasbord of StarCraft 2 Zerg. Corruptors knocking out the science facility. And, well, everything can be irradiated. Well, not even just biological units. It just only does damage to biological. In fact, I think it's about this time, if somebody hasn't yet, commenting on the magic eraser of circle jerking your irradiate onto your science vessels and then rubbing it all over their drones, which is widely considered to be a dick move, but also very effective. And we'll see as he's got an armada of science vessels. Oh, ByuN, I like the cut of your jib. And just for, in case you hadn't been sold on playing the game yet, yes, all the sounds, including the units themselves, are very much in the game. Meanwhile, there's a huge drop coming in. ByuN, slowly but surely sieging his way across the map, and Rogue looking to change the equation here. And there's not much back at home to defend. Oh no. The science vessels irradiating the ultras, coating each other with the irradiate, but the main base, he was maxed out. He didn't have the reinforcements, and now ByuN is scrambling back yet again. Multiple barracks in the sky, another block, D-Matrix saves, and irradiate and D-Matrix with the Wombo combo, ultras in the main, cleaving and melting through the Marines, but the DPS is still too damn high. Corruptors cleaving through. No, the Corruptors knocking the vessels out of the sky, the ultras trying to work on everything on the ground. But so far, ByuN holding most of his bases, loses 16 SCVs. And that is more significant than their StarCraft 2 counterparts. You can't magically drop a bunch of mules out of orbit. Just old-fashioned, hard-working blue mineral 60 HP SCVs are required in order to drag those minerals out of the patches. And if the number gets too low, you simply can't replace them easily. Nidus Network is on the way, the more aggressive version. 5 medics. Couple siege tests, 7 medics. Show me where it hurts. No further tech gotta be on, but he's still managed to keep most of his science vessels alive. Only lost 2 of them. Vipers were on the way. Main base under attack. 4th base to the north, as Rogue is hitting him on all sides. And D-Matrix on one of the Marines eats a few extra Ultraless hits, but the irradiate is dangerous to everyone nearby. More SCVs going down, 16. Apparently some drones dying as well, though I'm not entirely sure where. No easy way to get there. A Nidus in the main, but the Marines are in position to deal with it. He's still going to pop out a few Zerglings to buy some time. Not going to work out. Dropping in on top of the 3rd. Comsat looking for burrowed legs. Again, going to hit the 9 o'clock base. Rogue dropping all over the place like it's a Skrillex album right now. Meanwhile, another Nidus to the north, and this one will eventually be taken down, but more SCVs faltering. down to 58. More comsats coming in, dropping back. Ultralisk drop harass, Witch Overlord, and he uses it as cover for the Nidus Worm. Irradiate on both ultras. They'll just bathe in it. They don't really have another choice. Dunking your heads in the sand is not going to solve that particular problem, but cleaving through, a D-Matrix saves yet another. But the Nidus is complete, and Rogue, the swarm on all sides, the multiple Nidus Worm, Zerglings, double Nidus in the main. The drops have tapered off, but the Niduses are screaming into existence like so many of us. Meanwhile, another Nidus to the north. Irradiate in the streets of the base, but another couple ultras are obliterated by siege tanks and marines. But the middle of the field finally being cleared up. The missile turrets, as well as the remaining siege tanks, have been swept away by the ultras, lings, and, well, it's just ultras and lings nowadays, but Rogue, spending all of his money, finds a safe spot for the Nidus. But don't worry, there's a few more tanks where that came from. 17 siege tanks, and both players are still maxed out. Rogue has 8 hatcheries. ByuN with 5 command centers. He's mining from 4, he's trying for a 5th, half HP now. Corruptor's gonna knock down another science facility. Losing both would actually be kind of a big deal, as he can't build any more vessels without it. The siege tanks, friendly fire, SCV trying to get in on it, the changeling stuffed at the door. Wonder how many times ByuN tries to raise and lower the depots. At this point, I doubt it's too often, but the main base is wide open. The beachhead has been carved out by the Zerglings and Ultras, and more Nidus is on the way. Rogue just will not let up, and now the Ultras in the main base. Oh no, 4, 5 ultras, but the positioning of the barracks funneling them one by one into the siege tanks and the marines, but he needs the science vessels back at home. Meanwhile, mid-map, siege tanks alone, ultras just tanking the damage on the face, and with the Zerglings, they're gonna be able to take the entire tank line. That's awkward. Oh, they didn't have vision. The attack speed is so much lower, but the damage is so much higher on those siege tanks. You can really feel it on both sides. ByuN somehow stabilizing with nearly equal supply. Rogue has taken everything. There's 2 unclaimed bases. Rogue has 9 or 10 of them now. He has as much income as he could ever need, but can he put enough units on the field to make use of it? The larva currently the limiting factor. The ability to reproduce. He's gonna need to make hatcheries like it's Brood War. Double, triple, quadruple irradiate. The entire zone needs to be quarantined by the end of this. The parasitic bombs, a pale shade of the irradiated south. And the siege tanks are pushing forward. The ultras popping out into the main. The changelings trying to convince the marines they can take the fight, but the marines not so easily convinced. Meanwhile, still fighting in the streets, but the ultras closing in. A single siege tank boxing out. More Niduses. Rogue starting to cleave into the production. The barracks positioning has been the real MVP this game so far. But the ultra count is so damn high. Rogue just continues sending them into the meat grinder, and eventually it seems like it's getting gunked up with so much meat he might be able to break through. But a D-Matrix on yet another siege tank, and he's gonna hold the line for now. Siege is up another half dozen, obliterates the ultras, and ByuN is at 170 to 150 supply. Rogue continues refilling, but he's out of money. The first 3 bases have completely mined out. So far, Rogue has lost 20,000 more resources. 7,000 more gas. An absolutely obscenely cost-ineffective game. But it's not about being cost-effective. It's just about being effective. It's not about how many lings and ultras you lose. It's how much you get done with them. And unlike in StarCraft 2, ByuN can't just pick up, plop down at a base, and mine 2,000-3,000 minerals in a minute with mules. It is a more methodical process, and he's clearly showing the potential cost efficiency of the science vessels, marines, and tanks, because almost literally that's all he's built. And medics. But Rogue forced back 26 siege tanks. I think I saw a cinematic like this. There we go. The Maginot line is drawn. The Zerg looking to blitzkrieg through. But the rush has ended. The times of plenty are no longer with us. Swarm hosts, Sir Richard and his band of swarm host brethren. Rogue, I feel like Rogue just spent the last minute like flipping through the Prima strategy guide, metaphorically of course, if it still existed. Have to pay respects. Trying to figure out what he could actually do. The Ultras and Lings did not get it done. He's lost 500 Lings, 32 Ultras. But Swarm Hosts might be uniquely suited to deal with this, because Irradiate is not necessarily the ideal choice against the Locust. Temporary units against a regenerating energy spell. I have no idea. And the friendly fire potential of the siege tanks, well, it's not friendly at all, but the collateral damage is, as we've already seen, potentially devastating. Rogue has now expanded to literally every other base, but the one ByuN is currently fighting over. Parasitic Bomb, he's trying to get close, throws out one. And it doesn't stack, but starting to chew into it. Meanwhile, dropping more out, the SCV's fighting heads up, and the siege tank obliterating them over the... What? The battle has continued for 17 minutes straight? The battle resets if there's not a unit lost for a minute. Well, this isn't very helpful, but it's also incredible. ByuN has killed 13 SCVs and 21 Marines. We're just throwing that one in there. The war continues. And Rogue is using Swarm Hosts from his main in order to siege up ByuN's expansion, as ByuN is going to have an incredibly hard time defending any others. Suddenly, there's so much money in the bank for both sides. The meat grinder continues to claim hundreds of units. Oh, it restarted finally. Maybe it's like Schrodinger's battle report. Until I check it, it's just going to keep adding up. 30 siege tanks. 30. 2 supply apiece, clearly demonstrated here. But that might actually be too many. The swarm host raining down, going to force the evacuation of the entire base. The vast majority of those 30 siege tanks now set up to the south. Rogue, he's mined out of like 4 bases so far. And if ByuN is able to cut off a couple, then if he continues this obscenely cost-efficient style, it might be enough. Irradiate, I don't know if it's enough damage to outright kill the Viper, but he's tracking it with one of the science vessels. Meanwhile, spicy Ultras closing in. He's erasing the drones. I think he cast it with a different one beforehand, but 13 drones dead to the eraser. Some more autumn-colored Marines headed for the south. The 6 o'clock base. More erasers above. Defensive matrix to keep the siege tanks intact. And most of them survive the engagement. But another wave of locusts from the north. Rogue has no gas at all. He's completely out. What is he mining? A few hundred a minute? He didn't actually claim the gas guzzlers at any of his outlying bases. Wait. He burrowed the drones, which prevents the splash damage from the irradiate in the sky from killing them. Wow, some great foresight there. The siege tanks taking out legions of Zerglings, but more behind them. Another ultra irradiated, but you can tell that both sides are starting to run out of units. It's pretty clear to ByuN that Rogue is on the dregs of his economy, but he still can build plenty of Zerglings. Whereas ByuN himself is starting to run out of minerals. You can't do anything without minerals. With low gas, you still have options, but no minerals, no game. The siege tank still laying into the Zerglings, rallied past the fleet of science vessels, which once looked like the most dangerous army in the game, still does. But it was more fun before. Those science vessels are still the most potent units on the field or above it. But they just haven't been able to get enough done before Rogue just outran them on every side. Still, though, look at the supply. ByuN has the lead. Rogue is down to 54 drones, which is not critically low, but it's getting there. ByuN down to 35 SCVs, which is clearly not very good either. Another scan, probably to clear up some burrowed Zerglings, as the science vessels can't be everywhere at once. 11 swarm hosts on the field. I think the swarm hosts really shifted how this game was played. No longer the constant, unending, and eventually tapering swarms, but instead a host of it. The locusts, a lot more cost-effective than the lings and banes and ultras being thrown over and over into the siege tank lines. As the locusts drop down, Sir Richard and his band of swarm host brethren, not an accident, but instead intentional, against this siege line. The science vessels have intercepted the swarm host, though, and hunted them all the way into the heart of the swarm. And I think a radiate is enough to kill them in a single go, especially if the damage stacks exponentially. Oh my. A few science vessels going down, but the swarm host will be wiped out. Meanwhile, ByuN still trying to clear the field. Another base. The siege continues. The waves of locusts from these surviving swarm hosts. Just 2 or 3. But here comes Rogue down the center. The siege tanks just wiping out entire waves of Lingbane. But closing close enough that the tank count is cut down to single digits for the first time in the better part of half an hour. 27 minutes of some of the most brutal Terran versus Zerg. And, well, ByuN's almost out of money. Rogue has similar army supply. The banelings are rolling through. The siege tank's not enough to wipe them all out. The Marines are just gone. Without the combat shield and without medics. And it's over. No trailing it out. Oh, wow, we got the icons. Even though I think he was the StarCraft 2 Zerg, so that icon doesn't really make sense, but we even have the score screen icons now. That's the first time I've seen it. That's sick. StarCraft 1 Zerg icon has a different vibe to it for sure. Well, that was game 1. 230 Marines. 1,113 Zerglings. 37 Ultra. Through all the fire and fury. A surprisingly even... And honestly, I forgot Rogue One. Obviously not the movie, it was great, but it just... It was like a Rocky movie there, like... It was about who's left, really, at the end. Welcome back to the most professional StarCraft 2 with the reigning world champion, the Terran in the red. It's Clem, facing off against the best Protoss player in the world. We have MaxPax, a best-of-5 Terran versus Protoss Grand Finals. So if you like good games for the fans, I only have one more thing to ask of you. That's to beg you to smash that like button, and maybe even subscribe to help me hard counter the algorithm. And Jimmy, what are we at? Just one more. 1,537 likes on this video, on this cast, and I'll cast another one. And I'll probably do it anyways. I don't know what else I'd do with my life. But thank you for watching. Hopefully, you've had a good day so far, and hopefully it's about to get just a little bit better. As Clem off to his aggressive start, building just Reaper Hellion off 2 gas, a later expansion. But he's going to have an almost TVTS setup early on. And the first Adept might be walking into something it's not quite cut out for. As 2 Reapers and a Hellion are more than enough. He cancels the Shade immediately, but it's already too late. The Hellion dodges back. Reaper off to the corner. And the full surround will triangulate and take down that first Adept. The second one thinks a little better of it and realizes, you know, this is probably a bad idea. Poking forward. Actually, kind of surprising MaxPax is going out at all, but spots exactly the same units. Curse your sudden but inevitable betrayal, and the Adept barely makes it out. Gotta be careful not to stub its toe on the way back into the base. And what is there to deal with this? Slaps down a Robo at the front. The Stalker will go into the wall, but it's 3 Reapers and 2 Hellions. And wait a second, the probe locks the Stalker outside. And the Terrans will have their way with it. Take it down. The robotics facility under fire in the most literal sense. Is he gonna cancel the Robo with Reaper Hellion? The Adept comes out very optimistically, still permanently damaged. The grenade bounces it back, forces the cancel, takes out the Adept. The Stalker, the probe comes in. And yes, the Hellion is taken down, but the Reapers are in the main and working on the probes. The workers are not safe. Another grenade, forced to pull some of the probes away. We'll kill another one. So 4 misses the last one, but 4 probes killed. He delays the robotics facility. He kills 2 Reapers and a Stalker. Or he kills 2 Adepts and a Stalker. Which, well, that is more than he bargained for, and I'm sure Clem drives a hard bargain. Widowmine comes in. Sacrifice is made, and the Stalkers take it out, so a small victory for MaxPax in defusing that so quickly. But Clem just walks up, breaks down the door, and murders the probes inside their main base. MaxPax, no matter how many times these two play, they both find ways to get inordinate amounts of damage done with an obscenely small amount of units. Because it's not about how small your army is, or how large. It's about how you use it. And speaking of, the Blink Stalkers, just 4 of them. The only high ground vision will be a hallucinated Phoenix now flying across the map. And a bulwark set up in order to stop exactly this, because Clem knows better than anyone the danger that Blink Stalkers pose. Possibly the only player to have had wild success with and against them in professional play. If we're not counting MaxPax playing PvP, but we don't like to count PvP because it's usually more of a finger painting situation. But I digress. And Protoss have like they have like claws, right? Or some of them just have swords for arm. Anyways, Observer. I'm doing a few little Observer push-ups, take a look around. And we'll spot where the main army is. Of course, the bulwark on the way. There's a uncloaked Banshee waiting for its opportunity. Not a huge danger. The Observer actually spots it as well. Meanwhile, Stalker's moving up. Raven's in position. And a single medevac of what will be just unstim Marines heading out the north side. Just constantly doing so. When you siege up the Observer, it gets more vision for that moment. But it also becomes a lot more vulnerable. He blinks in. Nevermore, says MaxPax. He takes down the Raven. What a masterful bait by the best Protoss player. He turns what could have been a loss of an Observer into taking down the most expensive unit Clem has built so far. So overall, MaxPax unflustered by the early pressure that Clem has put on. But Clem, bringing the Banshee in the right side, but this isn't the real story. Couple Blink Stalkers come down, clearly drawing his attention away from the Marine drop. Just the naked Marine drop will delay the +1 ground weapons. Clem getting another big pick off here. He can just right-click on some of the probes, which, really, this is a hazardous working environment. But Clem is in the game, so that's not surprising. Oh, the Marines! They body block to cover the retreat. And their sacrifice is not in vain, because it's not unlikely the medevac would have been taken out if he was able to slip back there. So, a relatively tame start between these two, as neither player throwing a full haymaker, but instead just a few exploratory punches and jabs between the early Reaper Hellion and medevacs and the Blink Stalker aggression. But both of them now with third bases ready to go. 60 workers. Clem has a slight supply lead, but that's usually a little misleading because of how Warp Gate works. If the supply lead is more than 10, well, that's quite significant. But you can easily warp in 8 to 16 supply at a time every 30 seconds or so. And MaxPax is quite diligent about it. Stalkers try to come in, I think distracting for the Prism, and actually maybe an opportunity. There are multiple siege tanks here, though. The Widowmine and Clem's other siege tank going to help out. A bit of a tag team duo there. No. Oh, yes, let's watch it again. Thanks, Jimmy. That's really what I wanted. Not the battle report, no. What do you mean we don't have the battle report? They didn't host the game. Anyways, well. Yeah, CB's on the run. We get to relive this exciting experience. Yeah, the siege tank's definitely taken down. At least they get a promotion now. Observer in place. Clem didn't notice it or didn't care. Maybe. Well, that's a perfect location. I'm sure Clem knows it's around somewhere. Medevac? No, Banshee gets taken down at the southern base. But it looks like despite our best efforts here, we're going to be going to a macro game. As so many games between these two have ended before the 10-minute mark because mostly of the blink stalker aggression or failure of it throughout many of their series. But Clem kind of preempted it with his early pressure, and MaxPax, by the time he came across to the blink stalkers, it was very clear they weren't going to be the deciding factor. So here we are. With MaxPax on 4 bases, he's got Colossi expanded to the south, interestingly. Going to try to defend entirely along that angle. He's working on Colossi with extended thermal lance. He's got +2 ground weapons on the way. But Clem, he's not slowing down. He's got an armory, a 4th command center, starting Viking production, and finishing his +1 infantry armor. Now, key things to look out for, of course, are expansion timings, whenever they're teching up, and the weapons upgrades. Armor's all well and good, but in these sort of engagements, it's all about the weapons getting as much damage done as quickly as possible, especially for Protoss, but also for Terran. And making sure you can win the start of the fight so you can clean up on the second half. Shrine to Dark is on the way. Dark Templar, always quite the Achilles heel for Clem, especially with Blink in the late game. It's very difficult to deal with Dark Templar in the right place at the right time when you're trying to micro against Disruptors, Storm, Colossi, of which only one is on the field so far, but I have my suspicions the double Ds of destruction will be on the agenda momentarily. Siege tank in position. Meanwhile, more charge slots getting completely cut off, but simultaneously, we have MaxPax moving in with the main force of his army. So many charge lots out the front. Widow Mines will slow things down and eat up a few of the zealots, but MaxPax is now looking at 5 bases. He has plenty of probes, but Clem also has plenty of SCV, so let's not get carried away on that part. Stalkers knock out another Viking. Colossi in position. Great concave here for MaxPax. Actually sniping some charge lots, which seems a bit gratuitous, especially when you could eventually use that energy for EMP. Charge lots trying to come in from the north side. Eat a Widowmine hit. What upgrades are finishing? MaxPax just finished +2 attack and extended thermal lance. He has 3 Colossi. Not 4, not 2, but 3 Colossi will be the number. Enough to kill Marines in a single volley of incinerating fire and do a lot of damage to Marauders without being too vulnerable to the Vikings overhead. But speaking of, the Vikings going to start their volleys. Charge lots coming in from the left flank will draw Siege Tank and Widowmine fire. And some of the Terran units are drawn away as the first Disruptor glides up to the front lines. Clem will now be very aware of it. The scan spots the entirety of the army. Clem still about 20 seconds off his 2-2 upgrades, and I'm sure he's just trying to bide his time until then. Both of them effectively maxed out. Whenever MaxPax decides on his next round of units, he could easily warp them in. All the upgrades are completing. These armies just got a lot more dangerous to one another. +1 ship weapons and 2-2 infantry. Meanwhile, here come the charge lots. Disruptor shot flung out. Marauders lean into it. Not quite enough to kill him off. Another shot. Colossus in the red as the Vikings chase it down. And our Danish player should be very aware of how dangerous the Vikings can be. 2 Colossi toppled. And now the Disruptors in full retreat as the Terran army seems to have just reached that critical mass that is so hard to beat. MaxPax driven back for now. I don't think a permanent situation, just to regroup and assess his options. Also, fighting into Clem's concave on his terms, not exactly the ideal move for long-term success. He has to be very careful. Cuts off a ghost. Limiting the ghost count is usually a big part of finding a success in the later game as Protoss. If there's enough EMPs to just blanket every single unit on the field, your army is effectively cut in half. But if there's only 1 or 2 ghosts, that's just not that plausible. And the disruptors are finding connections. Colossus helping out, zoning the Marines away. A charge lot force field from the back. He actually locks him in, and Clem is forced to pick up and get out. The Vikings will take down the Colossus. He's dropping out with the planetary fortress to backstop all this. But MaxPax decides that the only force field that actually matters is one he can hold him in place with the side blades. The Vikings hit the deck after taking out the last Colossus. Might as well participate on the ground. And they're actually remarkably good against everything but the charge lots. Clem is building 4 medevacs at a time. He's working on his 3/3 upgrades. Meanwhile, MaxPax already has +3 ground weapons. He's got +2 armor halfway done. He's adding on more gateways, and 6 bases are pretty much ready to go. 76 probes, and I'm sure he's not going higher, so that way he maintains enough army supply to compete with Clem on the field. If he goes to like 85 probes, that's another medevac or 2 Clem can send out that doesn't have an answer in terms of supply. But here comes MaxPax. He's got plenty of disruptors. A lot of the army supply for Clem is split off to the side, not offering much of a target to MaxPax's army. But he's going to drive forward. The charge lot count is so damn high, shield stripped away, but disruptor shot finds a couple ghosts. Another ghost and a bunch of Marines obliterated. Clem replacing all this immediately, starting to build liberators, but they're not on the field yet. Another EMP. Disruptor finds a connection as Clem trapped in a prison of his own design. He gets stuck with his back to a command center, and now MaxPax is maybe getting into a bit of a dicey scenario. He's stuck in the natural. He does have recall, but the moment he uses it, Clem will pounce. Another disruptor shot. The medevacs are nearly out of energy. Just the sheer amount of stims, let alone anything else. Clem holding the high ground, lifts the natural. Another Colossus comes up, Vikings in the sky immediately upon spotting it. 3/3 upgrades about to complete, 5 seconds out. Disruptors still staggering them well, still always has another shot or 2. And he takes down the turret, opens up an opportunity for the Ruptor shot. Now firing from the high ground is Clem. Hasn't come down the ramp for a while. The disruptors, MaxPax continually reinforcing. 3,800 minerals in the bank. Another shot connects, and Clem is starting to run out of units. Loses an orbital command. The Liberators are going to siege. The bunker is filled. Vikings hit the deck again. The Terran army, but there's a planetary here. Another disruptor shot connects. He fires off a double barrel, but I think that was all the shots he had. The last disruptor is popped. Vikings hit the deck. Guardian shield helping out. Reinforcements diving into Liberator range. The Stalkers from the north will take down the Liberator, helping with some of the damage. 25 SCVs dead, but Clem manages to turn it around after several minutes straight of fighting. Eventually, Clem musters the reinforcements. He whittles down the disruptors. He knocks out the Colossi, and Clem will hold. But we have to ask the question, looking at the money in the bank and the bases on the field, at what cost? MaxPax replenishing 13 Stalkers and 2 Colossi at a time. Clem has lost 1,700 more gas and a similar amount of minerals. He's down 15 workers. But he's now transferring his army composition to something better suited. He's getting Liberators, though MaxPax has done a great job of keeping the unit count at bay. Multiple Liberators, though, sieging up to the south in the 9 o'clock position. Actually, 3 bases simultaneously. The income for MaxPax just completely tanked, as Clem now takes his biggest income lead of the game as the Liberators zone things out temporarily. And now, Clem gonna be working up to the high ground. Those Liberators popping a few more extra probes, but so far not critical. 11 Dark Templar are being warped in. DT Blink is done. +3 armor is almost completed for MaxPax, but the Vikings are closing in the center. Where will the Dark Templar go? That is the question. The first wave of Dark Templar is going to be critical. He needs to kill a base with this. Clem doesn't quite react. Meanwhile, a fight happening in the center of the map, keeping Clem busy. the planetary fortress is eviscerated by the Dark Templar, and MaxPax manages to zone Clem out on the field. A resounding success, and now Clem going to try to find some of his own. He drives right down the center. Some of the reinforcements are going to be cut off by the main army. The charge lots, there is no recall. He has to fight his way out of this, but he has to go through the side blades of the charge lots. Gets a disruptor, but the Liberators and Vikings towards the high ground are making it difficult. MaxPax still slicing through. The third base has been gutted, but the Terran army still a lot to contend with. MaxPax pulls back, 3 Colossi together, but Clem is down to 51 SCVs, and the DTs are recalled out, but Clem manages to survive with most of his army supply. But that income lead has completely flipped, as MaxPax with over 2,000 more income per minute. He's managed to get another base to the 6 o'clock. He still has 68 probes, 2 disruptors on the way, but neither player able to bounce back economically the way they were in the last couple fights. Things are getting more and more tense as the resources thin through the actions of both players. The Warp Prism found an opportunity, a warping in the main, and Clem doesn't have that many reinforcements to deal with it. The main bio ball faces off against a ball of purification. That one gonna be left out though. Vikings hit the deck in the main after taking out the Prism. A single DT will be absolutely annihilated by Liberators outside the northern base, and Clem still stimming forward. Another disruptor shot forces him back, leads into it, and the Marauders will get cut off. MaxPax's supply dips. Force fields lock in some of the units, but make it more difficult for the charge lots to engage. The Bioball, the Medivacs are entirely out of energy. The Vikings hit the deck. The DT is going around the back, but the Liberators are still covering. Another DT gets taken out, and Clem is forced back for now. He's down to 43 SCVs, 66 probes for MaxPax still. The DT blinking out of the scan forces another scan. There are 5 orbital commands, but he definitely doesn't want to be scanning twice per Dark Templar at this stage. MaxPax making magic happen with these fancy units, and now slicing his way through. The reinforcements getting cut off in the most... Yep, those are DTs. Very rare you see Clem do one of these... are those Dark Templar scans. But for once, he doesn't have the units to deal with them. He blanked in. Meanwhile, Clem is just diving for the 12 o'clock base. MaxPax, this will be triggered a base trade. The bottom 2 base is going to be cut off, but Clem's planetary will be taken down uncontested down the center. 2 Nexi will fall. MaxPax still with 191 to 168 supply. Is going to come around the back of these Liberators. Disruptor gets a hit. And the Medivacs are still very low on energy. They've never been able to heal everything up. Clem down to 150 versus 184 supply. But 2 robotics facilities can be targeted. At some point, if there are no more orbital commands, the Dark Templar could be enough. Though EMP is a temporary supplement. Hallucinates a Colossus for high ground vision. The Terran army still going to work. Both players supply blocked. Neither are going to be able to rebuild at all. MaxPax managed to escape with a couple dozen probes to the bottom right corner, and now he's coming back home with the Blink Stalkers to try to work on this. The disruptor count is damn high, and Clem, not paying attention, eats a hit. Yet another one as well. And with no Liberators to zone this out, the disruptors are effectively uncontested. There's still enough gateway units. EMPs, the Dark Templar. And now what? What is this? Production, Clem's is empty, as he has 0 mining, which is not very much. MaxPax may actually finish the base in the bottom right, but otherwise he has like 1.5 bases of mining. I think only about 30 probes are actually looking at resources they can reliably mine at the moment, which is still better than Clem's total of 18 SCVs, all of them at that 1 orbital. Another disruptor. He manages to pick up all but 1, but disruptors no longer kill Marauders in a single hit. Though those Marauders, I'm sure, not too happy about it. Though the fact that they could live to be angry, I guess, is a defining characteristic. The DT is still cutting things off. The orbital command count is down to 3, and only 2 of them are on the ground right now. There's a grand total of 5 ghosts. I think most of them with the army with full energy here. The fact that MaxPax took this bottom right corner, this is like a Bronze League here. Clem has so little information about it. He's trying to land an orbital command here, which is actually very good for him. Not because he's going to be able to land it, but because he's going to scout this base. Oh my god, the Nexus just evaporates under the withering fire of a bunch of dudes with drugs and guns. And the base is spotted, and now Clem, I think he's got an angle for it. MaxPax's gonna harry him on the way there. The army supply is still dangerously close to even. 3-3 for both sides. No shield upgrades. The orbital will lift. There is a DT at this base. The bioball's still so strong. EMPs across the bow. The disruptors taking their time coming up. The force field ignored by them, but the disruptors wander forward. He gets a couple. The Vikings are back in the sky to contest the Colossus. Stalkers take a couple out. A single DT uses a scan. Scans the main as well. We see the aftermath of another Dark Templar, but MaxPax unable to save the base. I think he recalled out the probes. Indeed he did, and now they're gonna long distance mine, but the Stalker's still going to work. Clem has enough army supply. In fact, he's equal, which is, well, it really depends here. The DTs are still such an important part. More disruptors. He still has 4 of them, which is enough to juggle his way forward. The charge lot's cutting off reinforcements, but then realizes that the main brunt of Clem's force is here. And somehow, so many times between these two, we just see them trading blows. And somebody wins a round and we go to the next one. But we've played 4 rounds in a single game now. And to be honest, it's been MaxPax just hammering Clem. But Clem just keeps getting back up. He still has an army that could easily win the game. But MaxPax, all he needs to do is land a disruptor shot or 2. And finally put him down for good. This, in my opinion, my very humble, one of the most humble opinions you'll ever know, is MaxPax's game to lose. Despite the army supply, he has the tools, but it is a precarious situation at that. He's doing such a great job with the Dark Templar. Another scan. There are only 3 orbitals. The medevac count is still so high. And, he wanders in. The Colossi disruptor shot connects underneath. Another shot curveball. He finds it. Another disruptor is taken down, though. The Colossi getting huge swipes before the Vikings are able to get to the front lines. The Stalkers are targeting down the Vikings. The Marauders, here come the charge lots for the back, but he goes directly into the fray. Charge lots force the pickup, and the Colossi are still intact, and Clem does not retreat back. He goes forward, which manages to dodge the Blink Stalkers. If he had retreated back, then MaxPax would have just chased him to the ends of the earth. But instead, he fakes him out. What a play. He doubles back, and now Clem is going to put everything on the line with a drop of doom. There is a recall available, but if he overcommits to it, in fact, a recall might be disastrous. Does he just pick up and get out? He does. Before the Blink Stalkers can get even close. He's getting chased down. Clem on the ropes right now, but again, refuses to go down. He parts the Red Sea, another Ruptor shot, and another army is headed toward the top left corner. He needs that to keep MaxPax out of position. He just dropped the recall. He just forced it out. His army's getting chased down, but another army to the top left corner. The probes will not escape this time unless Clem doesn't notice they ran to the corner. It's just Marines, but there's nothing to contest them. He warps in a few more Zealots, a few more Dark Templar, but the army has nothing left. The command center will land, and MaxPax will commit. There's only so many orbitals, so many scans left. And it might not be about whose army wins, but about who has buildings left. The orbital command, the disruptor shots. Clem has 0 minerals, and he's not mining. Whatever he has left on the field is all he has left in the game. The Colossus will be targeted down, but there's no answer. There's one answer for the Dark Templar, the orbital command in the main base. He scans and he takes out the last DT, but MaxPax has enough for one more Dark Templar. And much like the story of StarCraft 2, one Dark Templar could change everything. But, to be honest, I may have oversold it. He doesn't need the DT. There's still enough. There are 0 workers left. There's nothing. But Clem cannot contest this army. The disruptor shot comes in. The stalkers will chase. The medevac. There is no escape. We cannot get out. They are coming. And that's it. There's nothing left. The medevac goes down. And after 28 minutes, MaxPax will take. I said, MaxPax will take. Game. Wait. Okay. So Clem right now is banking that MaxPax doesn't have enough money to rebuild probes. And if he didn't, it would be a draw. And Clem actually just straight up asked him. That is exactly what was... Oh my. Game 1 goes to MaxPax by 1 singular probe. Game number 3. Incorporeal. Serral in the top left corner in the blue. Classic in the bottom right. Well, mostly, besides the probe. Flirting with the minerals once again. But Serral, I think it was a combination of underestimating Classic and overestimating his own army. Getting up to 90 drones before really building up anything but roaches is relying entirely on the Protoss being uncommitted. I mean, you saw Classic had a Templar Archives. He had a 4th base on the way. You don't expect the army to hit quite that hard. And Classic, if he hadn't landed pretty much every spell like he has plot armor at Hogwarts, I think Serral defends. But the storms were perfect. The Warp Prism Micro was perfect. The Stasis were on point. The Blink Stalkers were boxing out for everything until they could punch back. That was some of the best execution in every sense of the word of a Protoss timing I've seen in quite a while. Move over, MaxPax. Go back to the bar, hero. I don't know what he could have done better. And I think Classic was not expecting to win that. But I'm sure he'll take it. Now in game number 3, Serral able to get his Natchery, gonna get a 3rd base on time as well. Chrono boosting probes is Classic, and he's explicitly looking for Zergling counters. Already hey, Adept trying to get promoted to Stalker, may successfully do so. Hunts down the Zergling and takes it out. No slipping by this time. There's a mild inconvenience, but at the wrong time, it can add up. Serral maximizing those minerals, pulls out of gas after Zergling speed. A lot of early game Zerg is figuring out how much you can get away with before mining any significant amount of gas. We're not quite in the same Spanishiwa days. And if you get that reference, how's the back pain? I don't where you could just go like 6 minutes in Wings of Liberty time without ever even thinking about gas. You do need the Zergling speed early on, most players agree. You do need an option for layer potentially, but Serral already going up to 40-something drones. Now mining gas again. And has the queens. Of course, as the prophecy foretold, the Oracle in the orange, despite barely doing anything. But that is the price that must be paid, apparently, on the first Oracle on every map since the beginning of time. Queens will politely yet firmly ask the second Oracle to leave. It will oblige. The first one tries to dart back in and take advantage of a lapse of attention, but this is Serral. Twilight on the way. No Forge. Oh my... Wow. Wow, Classic. Look at this. Serral can only see 1 gas geyser. So... Okay, I thought he was intentionally not mining from that one, but he was actually mining from the other one. I thought the mine game was a little bit deeper than it was, but it's just Adepts. The shady bunch here. Oracles with Revelation to try to deny some creep, but there's Adept Glaives behind. Will he sacrifice these Adepts so that way the Adept Glaives are even more unexpected? No. No, that would be kind of dumb. But is it? No, yes. Revelation, though, slaps it down. Roach Warren is completed, but Serral's still sneaking out some drones. If he thought Adept Glaives were on the agenda, he'd be building roaches now. All right? If he thought this was more committed than just the Shady Bunch here. He's got some more Overlords on the way. +1. Classic gonna keep him guessing. He's gone charge. He's gone blink. I guess it's time to complete the Triforce here of the Twilight Council. And it's even more. 50 Shades with Glaives. Did he catch a glimpse? There are roaches on the way now. The Zerglings will actually get some probe kills, and this will undercut a lot of the potential damage. The fact that he's killing any probes is a big deal right now. Like, what's he gonna get? 1. Oh, Citizen's Arrest cleans up the rest, and that's so many Adepts! They'll just in time. He just goes right through. Whose wall is it anyways? The Adept Shade, a wall of them right now, just blasting through everything. Stasis Ward, optimistic, he kills it in time, but it buys a few more seconds. Another stasis on the high ground. I don't think Serral noticed. Thankfully, it didn't actually wall it off. A dozen drones dead thus far, and the Adepts aren't done yet. The Oracles with stasis, making things very difficult for Serral, trapped in a prison of, well, Classic's design, but his own units. A few more Adepts will be intercepted at the third. 17 drones the tally thus far. Get off my creep! The Queen takes down one of the Oracles, but the other one will barely get away. 17 drones seems like it will be the final tally for now. Serral down 13 workers after all that. But he does have 16 roaches and had a few more in production. The 4th base is done. Serral not holding that cleanly, but eventually holding it with enough economy to bounce back and potentially turn it around. Very importantly, Serral has roach speed on the way, which means he can actually go across the map, even if the Oracle very rudely stares down a roach and discourages those activities. Classic right now is making sure he has everything he needs to defend, but that slows down his potential economic progression. I think if Serral didn't have the 4th base done already, then he'd be going all in right now. But it is very Serral to try to adapt and overcome. He just didn't get the opportunity to do so last game. But another 10 drones on the way. 2 Oracles. This wall off makes me upset, but it's technically correct at the natural. Storm, Blink, +2 ground weapons for Classic. We have Templar already getting energy recharged. An Overlord, Overseer just hanging out in the main. Okay, stoically watching the tech in the main. Sorry. Potentially, well, if he could have gotten a delay on the Size Storm, potentially opening up an opportunity, but unlikely. And there's no timing coming across the map that'll make the difference. Infestation Pit, now in production. Option for Hive. Swarm Hosts, I think, are on the table. Maybe lurking underneath the table, waiting for their moment. But Revelation. And Hive Tech is on the way. The Zerglings thinking about it, but that's just too many Stalkers, especially without any melee upgrades here. Storm is done already. Serral has lost a lot, but he still has plenty of economy. He's got a Hydra Den on the way. Clearly looking towards the Lurkers. Lings and Banes being morphed at the 3rd base. A whole lot of roaches. Classic with a similar timing to last game, but I'm afraid the Zerg army will be fully operational by the time your forces arrive. That is... The Templar are still an existential threat. The Storms, the Blink Stalkers trying to deal with it, but the Zerglings getting a wraparound. There's the Stasis not finding enough. The War Prism kind of caught out. Archon will merge and will die in the process, but buys some time to maybe get away with the Stalkers. Serral cleans house. A decisive victory for the finisher there. It didn't cost him... Wait, how did... Oh, Classic killed one of his own Stalkers with Storm. But he lost 14 Stalkers, a couple Templar, and Archon. The Overseer coming in. Possibly looking for a delay on... Well, that's awkward. Right through him. But just... Well, the most important thing right now is figuring out whether Classic's going to sky toss, whether the fleet beacon has yet to be called in. And it hasn't. In fact, Classic looks like he's trying to max out on the ground before reaching for that highest tech. Contaminate on the Robo, certainly helpful. Delaying the Immortals at all, obviously is a great help to the Lurkers. Spore Crawler over to the left side perimeter outside the main base. A zoning spore. And there it is. The fleet beacon is called in as Classic calls to the highest level of tech. Mothership, Tempest, potentially carriers will be spotted here. The Overseer will see it, of course. And, well, he's not trying to be subtle about it. The question is, Serral is at 200 supply. He's got Hive, done. Adrenal glands on the way. Getting Hydra upgrades. But notably, no Spire. He's very aware that the fleet beacon is on the way. He's on a timer against the Tempest and the Templar, which are anything but temporary in this matchup. Tempest in production. He's chrono boosting. There's a mothership, a changeling, looking on. Oh, my life for ire, right, guys? Did that thing just talk with a mouth? Did it just clear its throat? Not that Serral is going to be surprised by any of this, but getting the exact timing is important, and here comes Serral. Moving out with his roaches and lings, probably the least relevant as time goes on. Storms will thin out the lings. Another one softens up the roaches. Immortal comes down, but that's not enough to deal with this. The rest of the army coming up. Serral swings into the 3 o'clock base. Should be able to cancel it at the cost of the roaches. He's trying to trade them out, and will do so successfully, as the rest of the force is just slaughtering probes. Classic loses the 5th base while defending the 4th. Serral successfully trades out. I mean, at the same time, Serral tried the 9 o'clock. Did not happen. The Jarslot's in position to deal with it. Warp Prism will be zoned out by the spores, but anything down the center. So, there are mineral-only bases down the center. They actually have 10 mineral patches, but no gas geysers. So something to point out for sure, if it comes to that. The Overlord, Overseer, will eventually, after a surprisingly large amount of hits, be taken down. Those are changelings at the watchtower, but the mothership has arrived. Lurkers in position. A single Overseer. Okay, 2 Overseers. The Tempest, there's almost no there's 2 Hydras and a few Ravagers. But just 1 Tempest isn't enough. The Templar will be taken down. Might even lose the Overseers, or Observers, rather. The army from Classic Banelings hit 14 probes dead at the 3rd base. But Classic still has plenty of supply. The storms washing over the Lurkers. Classic in a precarious position, but he has recall both from the next side and the mothership. Spire halfway done. A couple spine crawlers trying to cut through the zealots, but it won't be enough to do so quickly. Storms zoning out the army. Serral doesn't have much on that top right corner to defend. More storms across the front line. Time warp to zone it out as well. 4 Tempests overhead. Spire still not completed. This hatchery is completely done. Takes it out with relative ease. Tectonic destabilizers. Nearly doubling the damage of Tempest, maybe more than doubling, against buildings. To deal with these Sporchards and Sporus across the field. More storms. Serral, 160 supply, but I think he's going to be filling it. Yep. There are the Corruptors. 8 Corruptors on the way. The real danger for Zerg at all times is overcommitting to anti-air. But another danger is undercommitting to anti-air. It's a careful balance in every sense of the word. And since Vipers can't abduct the mothership, just too hefty, clearly inspired by your mother, it is a lot more difficult to deal with this unit composition without Corruptors. Hydras are never going to kill the mothership in a scenario where Templars still have Storm. Hydras are only cosplaying anti-air, while the Corruptors are directly hired to do so. The siege begins. Those upgraded Tempests moving forward, though he doesn't have any weapons upgrades. The Corruptor's on top. Knock down the mothership. That's one. I doubt it'll be the last. A Shrine to Dark on the way. Always an appropriate choice. The Tempest continue shelling. The Lurkers trying to move in. The ground army thinning out. There's maybe only a couple storms underneath there. Meanwhile, the Zealots in the top right will be shut down. Lings and Banes in position from Serral. Both players trying to find an angle here. Serral under fire. He doesn't have much money in the bank at all. A Viper on the way. Honestly, Viper's a difficult quantity. Splits against the Storm, takes out the Oracle. Good split so far, and with no Archons underneath. He just took out that last Archon. With no Archons underneath, there's nothing to really zone out the Corruptor's butt Storm. The Tempests don't do much on their own. You need the splash damage to help with it. Somehow dodges Storm. Classic now taking that bottom left corner. We're cutting the map diagonally. So far, cloven in twain. 3 Infestors on the way. No Burrow yet. Oh, a couple Templar. They'll get a parting Storm. Second Mothership, another ship in production. Changelings in an awkward position down the center. Nothing to easily take them out. Lurkers repositioning. Stalkers chasing him down, but not quite enough to one-shot. A single... I think the Viper, mostly for Parasitic Bomb here, adds some damage. But Abduct is not very reliable. You might get it, but the Viper costs almost as much as the Tempest in gas, so... not really worth it to just abduct a single Tempest and then get taken out, like it very likely will. The Parasitic Bomb might be enough damage to tilt the fight in his favor. The Fungal catches a lot of the Stalkers, eviscerates them with the Lurkers, comes around the corner, Parasitic Bomb, dives on top, recall too little and far too late, will cost him the vast majority of the army. Classic loses so much. They've been fighting for 5.5 minutes straight, making this fancy overlay kind of obsolete and trying to figure out exactly who won that fight. But I can tell you that Serral has regained the momentum with that decisive engagement that only he seems to find on a regular basis. The Lurkers still keeping the pressure on. Nidus Network is on the way. More Corruptors in production. Changelings scattered throughout, though their lives are about to end. It's weird. I don't know if it's better or worse to have a timer you know exactly on it. It's a bit existential, but... 5 cannons on the way for Classic as he's putting together the defenses across the board. Infestors in production as well. More Infestors. He's adding to them. I don't think he actually lost any. If there's one unit that Serral uses better than anyone, it is the Infestor. And also the rest of them, mostly. But so many players end up losing them, no matter how much they get done in the fights. It's 150 gas a pop, 200 for the Viper. These spellcasters add up very quickly, and they're a lot of the reason why Zerg struggle to compete in the late game with this sort of composition. But so far, Serral picking his battles and winning them. Serral has lost marginally more resources overall, but he's lost 1,000 less gas. Tempest, Dorito dusted Tempest shot from the tectonic destabilizers allows them to take out the Nidus pretty quickly as well. Technically a building. I mean, obviously. So it kind of acts like a unit. Oh yeah, the Templar at the Watchtower, why not? Classic suffering from success is so maxed out that he can only warp in 1 DT. The Infestor's in position. Neural Parasite is available. Does he have any Oracles? Just 1. He needs more Oracles. Oh no, 23 probes on the Gas Geyser! Oh, Paladin Hydra there. And 13 probes will die. Now, okay, at first you might think that's a big problem, but it is a problem. For Serral. Classic has more than enough money to remax. Now, eventually, the main base is modding out. The natural is drying up. The third base for each side starting to show signs of running out. We're not yet in the feedback. 0 out of 5. Tried to murder me. Would not order again. The feedback across the board. But he actually, I think he rapid fired it and hit a bunch of overseers, which would make sense. We did get rid of the change where you could rapid fire feedback on the minimap, but you can still click it on everything. But Classic did kind of waste a lot of his Templar energy there. I think that's why he has so many Archons now. He used all his energy, so just decided to merge into Archons. So we're not quite in the bean counter phase, but we're getting there. All right, that's when we start clicking like, oh, 500 gas remaining. Like, the number we're looking for is 2,250. Do you have that on your bingo card? I would also accept 4,500. What are these numbers? It's not rhetorical. Testing your knowledge. Okay, but we'll help. That is how much a gas geyser holds. 2,250 gas. An entire base, usually. Most bases have 2 gas geysers, 4,500. So if either player gets that much more cost effective. Now the mineral count is usually, what is it, 1,800? I had this number and I forgot it. 18,000, give or take. I'm not as confident in that one. Like, it's definitely not. It's like 14. Don't worry about the numbers, all right? Until I tell you to worry about the numbers. We'll start counting them when they become relevant. But almost always it's the gas. As we base trade again, Serral takes the right flank, Classic takes the left, as both players kind of avoiding direct confrontation at this stage. Jockeying for position. That is so many Archons. He's got 8 Archons. Serral now has 9 Lords of the Brood. As the feudal society comes together. Queen count only at 2, though. So, going to be mostly vassals at the moment. Burrowed Zergling. And I think we've moved into the slow expansion phase of the game. When instead of trying to grab as much territory as possible, you try to hold one base as strongly as possible. Especially for Classic, who the unit composition, by its very nature, the death ball here, the stronger it is when you come together. There's a changeling. Hey, guys. Yeah, my life for ire. You guys know about Tassadar? Remember when he crashed his carrier? No! You should try it sometime. More changeling. Remember when Tassadar crashed his carrot? The PSY-up not really working out so far. Speaking of which, Carrier has arrived. Well, multiple carriers now. Carriers, a rich man's unit, but also make it even more complicated to actually fight this army. Carriers are the ultimate part of the composition. With enough of them, you beat everything. Though they are not nearly as reliable as the Tempests for taking out individual units, they just overall have way more DPS. Though, interestingly, Classic has neglected air upgrades pretty much until now. We're 23 minutes in. He's only working on +2. Serral's working on +3 flyer attack, which is usually more rare. Though nowadays, maybe not so much. Serral has secured the 9 o'clock, whereas Classic over at the 3 yet again. Opposite sides of the map. Because of the watchtower wall down the center, moving your armies around is quite an arduous experience. Maybe less so for... Well, Serral also is almost entirely air-based now. They both have important parts of the army on the ground. Lurkers and Infestors, Templar and Archons, and some Immortals. But the air armies can maneuver a little more quickly. The Broodlords are not known for their agility. A standoff continues. A whole Sporist gathers for Serral over to the left side. He's down to 46 drones, I think quite intentionally. Nidus in the main. Serral just trying to continue to look for an opportunity. Okay, we're checking the beans. Classic has lost 1,000 more gas and 500 more minerals. Serral has mined 4,000 more minerals and 2,000 more gas. So far, neither player has been able to grab a base on their opponent's side of the map. It may come down to the mineral-only bases down the center, but neither player are going to be quick to take them. All right. Oh, the broodlings flinging out. You ever notice how broodlings are just like mini broodlords, except they never grow up because they just send their children into battle? Because it's only corruptors. It's a corrupt system. All right. Down with the corrupt... I'm starting to think this hive mind system isn't so great for everyone. Well, the Serral's army yanks at a carrier, knocks it out. Another one. Wow. Just obliterating it. Meanwhile, the Immortal's going to do the same thing to the hatchery. Should be able to take it down and then just recall out. Does so immediately. Uses the Nexus recall. Important to note which. I don't think you can easily tell as Serral unless the army's large enough. It couldn't be the Nexus recall. The Archon. Fancy seeing you here. +3 flyer attack and +3 shields. All right. Ooh, is there no detection? Is there actually an observer? There are 3, but they're not with the army. Grabs a Tempest, a Templar. He can storm. He storms Classic's army. But not exactly the decisive fight. Broodlords easily knocked out when the Tempest get any time for a volley. Classic gonna try that middle ground location. Things slowing down. Nexus gets taken out, no cancel. It's a few more extra beans gone. Still far too close on the units lost to declare any sort of decisive advantage. Lurkers moving through. The cannons have +2 shields, so actually quite difficult to take down even for the Lings. Okay, it's not that big a difference, but the shield upgrade applies to buildings as well. Serral found an angle here. Catches some with a fungal. Broodlords will finish off the rest. Well, only gets one of the Archons, but it was effectively free. No counter damage. Serral building a few more drones, I think maybe just for more spores. And now they've both... Every base has been taken. We've done it. And not even like kind of been taken. Every single base on the map has been taken. Wow. I don't know if I've ever... Like, I've seen it, but not like... I don't know. It's perfectly half map. They both have their half. Serral up to the northwestern quadrant. Classic to the southeast. And both expanding directly out from the center. Feels like cardinal directions are more dramatic and relevant now compared to when it's just left or right. Once you take the entire map, all right, we've charted it all. The cartography achievements are complete. And now we just decide what comes next. So, the watchtower, the wall tower. I think Jimi Hendrix wrote a song about this. What was that? Storm? Oh, storming Zerglings. Some Dark Templar still trying to sneak by. Both players. The quest rests on the edge of a knife. Stray but a little, and you will fail. Hey, recall, more changelings, keeping track of everything. Is he using changelings to trigger broodlords? I mean, why not? Infinite broodlings just takes a ton of APM. And it's not so much that Serral needs to trade now, it's every one of these attacks has a chance for either side to do a critical amount of damage if their opponent is not paying enough attention. All right? Or to catch the army off guard. Like, either one, the attack does a lot of damage because you're laser focused on your army, puns intended for the Protoss, or you get distracted from the army and take a bunch of damage there. Like, if Classic looks away and then loses his mothership or gets a few carriers yanked out. Is there a Viper? There is. If you look very closely. Isn't that neat? The Broodlords will siege over the top the Infestors with near full energy. And... whoop! That is so dead. The most dead Oracle. There's a Changeling at the Watchtower. Holding it. The Tempest will deal with it. The exchanges will continue. Strong words. Mostly at this stage. Mass cannon. Wait. Is he able to trigger the Broodlords over the top? I mean... Without Revelation, this actually becomes quite difficult. And Serral's moved into position to engage... Oh! Triple kill on the Infestors. Pops 3 of them. And honestly, I think that's worth losing the base. 3 Infestors popped. Loses a few probes, but he will eventually deal with this. The Zerglings chewing through permanent damage on the Nexus. Neither player has taken down the destructible rock towers. Much to do. Another Oracle joining the super dead tab. That is 7 Oracles so far. Templar pops 1. Wait, did he dodge it with Maru? You can't dodge it once the animation started, but... That's 4 Crawler. Tectonic destabilizers. What? A stasis catches some lurkers. Watchtower still held by Serral. Classic. I think it's important to note how much in the dark these players are. Like, it feels like the map is entirely full from our perspective. But from theirs, the map is dark and full of terrible, terrible damage. Storming Changelings. Lurkers over to the right. A Templar actually surviving a fight with them. That Templar, well, finally getting some armor upgrades. Classic. Will take out Serral's mineral base. The majority of his remaining drones were there. Same time, though, Classic gonna be losing his. An eye for an eye may leave the whole world blind, but a base for a base means there's still going to be a lot of acid needed at the end. We'll see. I don't have anything more clever to follow that up with. We'll see if these players do. Serral has reached the 5-digit mark for minerals in the bank. See how we invest them. He's got 4,400 gas. We'll go to the bean tab. Classic's lost 1,600 more gas. He's mined almost exactly the same amount. So... I must mention at this point, technically a stalemate in StarCraft 2 is if neither player kills a building, mines any resources, or that's it. I'm pretty sure that's it. Or builds a unit for like 3 minutes. We're a long way off that being potentially the case. And of course, the game is technically decided if all your opponent's buildings are, well, if anyone loses all their buildings. But I think that's less relevant than the potential stalemate. As now, I don't know what the rules are on proposing a draw, but ByuN isn't in the game, so I don't think that'll happen until the absolute. Yeah, there's still a lot of fights left in them. The army vet, look at the army. Oh my. The Bugatti of armies here for both sides. 10,750 minerals to 10.075. 87 to 82. Over, like, these armies are actually larger by a pretty large margin than they have in the bank. They have built these strong... Ooh. The Oracles? No, come here. They have built the most expensive armies pretty much you could ever get in the game. And now they're losing important chunks of them. As you can't be everywhere at once, but Serral? There are 400 minerals left for the taking here. and Classic won't be able to have them. It's also very important to start removing these locations, if you can, for Serral. Because while you're not going to decide a critical fight based on whether or not he has the bottom left corner, that's another location that Classic doesn't have defenses. He doesn't have as like a stopgap in case he gets desperate. Serral is chipping away at him piece by piece. He has more money in the bank. He keeps taking mildly effective trades. Eventually, financially, he wins. All right, a hostile corporate takeover is more accurate than whatever, some sort of war. But his strategy right now is financial strangulation. And while that might sound like what too many Wall Street people are into, it is indeed a valid strategy here. Revelation. Changelings. Brood Lords get a bit close. Watchtower gives vision to the probe. Not even bothering with Ultralisks as a potential anti-cannon option is Serral. He has Lurkers. Oh, the Vipers. Not the Vipers, the Infestor. All spellcasters look alike to me. Are you seeing an Infestor and a Templar look alike? I'm not here to judge. Wow, Classic gonna commit. He goes up the ramp. Serral with a big counter. Oh, a lot of... Oh, the feedbacks! Just pops half a dozen Infestors. At the same time, he's gonna lose the Templar. The spellcasters obliterated on either side. How many? 5 Infestors for 2 Archons and a Templar. So 5 Templar. Both players losing a huge chunk of gas there. Relative to the rest of the battle. Classic down to 1,800. Hey, does he mind out? 55. We're counting the beans now. There's 55 beans left. Make that 14. That's it. Wow. We're out of gas. Just like that. That's it. He's done. Unless he can somehow get some... No, Serral's mined out. Okay, wait a second. The gas is gone. It takes 36 minutes if both players are committed to mine out the gas on this map. I think they probably could have done it in 30 if they weren't busy killing those side bases so many times. There's only so many minerals left as well. So this is turning closer to a chess match where the board is set and there's no more pieces to be built. We're still a ways off that. But that raises the question. How many queens? Just 2. Classic supply block building pylons in the corner. Is that pro ball then? I mean, where else are you gonna build them? That's no. I can't believe it's come to this, but oh my. As they keep chewing at each other. Another cannon. There's still a whole lot of minerals to gather down the center. That's more like 11k per base, 12k. 1,800 and 900. 2,700 times 4. That's 10,800 per base. Besides this one, which has 2,700 more. I got it. Classic with another 1,000 or so at his third in the mineral count. But the army, over 9,000 gas in Serral's army. Classic, 25 off it. Oh my. So, you gotta keep the real question will be, is if we finally mine out of the center bases, then what? It feels like Serral is winning very, very slowly and not very surely. He's still one mediocre fight away from this going completely sideways. Like, his army is 9,000 gas. It doesn't take much to lose that 1,500 more that would put him in the red. Classic has less probes. Ah, yes, we're in Fist of Neeb territory. When Neeb, it may have been against Serral, built a 199 supply Protoss Death Ball. Classic has 190 right now. Just enough probes to mine each of the mineral patches at the mineral base. The wars may have been fought with carriers, motherships, broodlords, and vipers, but we may eventually devolve to queen zealots and zerglings. Though Classic doesn't have that much money in general. We're gonna come around again. Serral's lost, feels like 7 hatcheries is low, but I guess he hasn't committed to too many fights. Hatchery gets taken down. Base over to the right side, still a few beans left. But are they cool beans? Classic still chewing away. 40 minutes and just getting started. The real game will begin momentarily. As, well, down to 6 workers now. You do need Nexi to build probes. It feels weird to be pointing that out, but it is true. So if he loses, he's down to 3 Nexi and 6 probes. So that is certainly not... Serral's long distance. He's long distance mining. He found a few minerals over here. He's just long distance mining from the mineral base as well. The Overseer will help him kill. Yeah, I guess also if Serral runs out of gas, Overseers are not necessarily, well, they require gas. He finds the pylons. Oh my. Who would have thought this ended up being the... Serral's going for buildings. Like that's actually... He's slowly but surely inching us towards elimination. Classic still has plenty of buildings. But it is a finite amount, and every one he is forced to rebuild is a few minerals less. A single lurker, Revelation, easily deals with it. I don't know why Serral... Well, the probes, down to 7. He's rebuilding probes, which is certainly not ideal. The Broodlord's in a great position. The siege, he tries to save the base! And he does so! For now, but the Zerglings at the back. The base, 39 HP. A couple more Broodlings slapped into it. It'd be more than enough to take it out. Classic, never got +3 air. Oh my, that Zealot has been waiting 30 minutes for action. And it finds it eventually. Another pylon. So the awkward part here is Classic now has to rebuild pylons just to max out. He almost committed his entire fleet, and that is the most appropriate word, back to deal with these Zerglings. 9 oracles lost so far. Only 1 mothership. That's another crazy stat. This is only the 2nd mothership in the game thus far. Serral's only lost 3 Broodlords, 555 Zerglings. He's now under the 10,000 mineral mark. Classic trying to drag out these last few minerals. He's building 1 more carrier. How many carriers? 14 carriers, 5 Tempest, 6 Templar, 5 Immortals underneath, 112 Interceptors, 8 Archons, and very importantly, a mothership. Hydras and Lings, as Serral continues to slowly, oh so slowly, but surely, chew away at Classic's buildings. Once the shields go down, it's actually going to be... So, the shields are helping out a lot against the Zerglings. It's a very odd scenario where the shield upgrades are making such a difference. Classic, well... Classic has to know the Broodlord's on the way. Serral really doesn't want to commit. He doesn't have the Watchtower. But here come the Broodlords. The base just goes down. And the minerals, I mean, the income hasn't been doing great for either side because there's none of it left. There's 240 minerals at this location. Serral's down to 10 drafts. The board is set. Here we are. 12,300 minerals. 12,000 army value. Both of them 9,000 gas. The Zerglings coming in again. Cannon and battery behind. Just chewing through the moment after the shields fall. It's a lot of Zerglings, but you know where Serral's going. You know what he's doing. Classic actually pulls all the carriers back and we'll lose the Nexus again. Oh. The inevitability with... At some point, there must be a confrontation. And where did that bring you, Serral? Back to me, the Queen. All right, the Hatchery Owners Association will eventually. You start with us, you end with us. Brenda, are you monologuing? We have time. It's 45 minutes in. And you thought you could go this entire time without queens. The hubris. The ego. I feel like there's a lot of ego here, Brenda. How dare you? We haven't been able to fly since the war. And look what it's done. Look at how we must play. You call this playing? Barely. But I've said enough. Sorry, I blacked out for a minute. All right, well, Serral. Again, with the Zerglings. And again, Classic will be dragged back. The never-ending seesaw of Protoss versus Zerg continues to tilt back and forth. A single Dark Templar is warped in. Now, it's very important. Once again, I need to go to the player's vision. All right. This is the player cam here. For Classic. No, for Serral, obviously. Even for Serral, he's in the dark. For Classic, the map is so dark. Alright. You're constantly working. You know where the army is. Oh my. Oh my. 5 infestors caught. Oh, you gotta make a play off this, right? Serral's going mask. He's gonna have 15 queens. The entire knitting crew is coming together. And they will all... Another round of spores. Did Serral, like, hotkey all the spores? Where did he find all these spores from? Oh my. Is everyone here? I don't... Brenda? Susan? Lucille? Karen? Jennifer? Sybil? Is that Edna? It's been too long. I've been here the whole time. It's been too long. I don't... Sorry. They're still trying to mine. This is still happening. Serral with 90 minerals left over there. 6,800, 2,400%. God, that is so many units on each side. There's 194 to 192 army supply. There's, I mean, how many spore crawlers? 11 spores. That's a burrowed a... Using the changelings to trigger his broodlings. Classic constantly dealing with changelings in his midst. He actually has 0 zealots on the map. So he knows every zealot he sees is a traitor to the cause. The queens have gathered. The queen's moot. Alongside the infestors. 3 sets of spellcasters, corruptors, and broodlords. 40 wow, a full congress of corruptors. We just need a dozen more or so, but... Serral's working on it. Classic still holding on. And, well, slowly, but very surely, Serral is forcing the issue with Zerglings. Eventually, there will be no more base to go back to. And Classic, well... Huh. Very bold! No, the queens! Bravely... Wow. That was... Yeah. Bit of a kill steal there. And here comes Serral. Okay, he's actually committing Neural Parasite on one of the carriers. Broodlord's over the top. Serral committing in. Fungal gets on top of everything. Parasitic Bomb drawing on the fire on top of the mothership, but not able to take it down very quickly. The Archon's helping out. Transfuses across the board. Power overwhelming from the Templar and Templar accessories in the Archons. Carriers just fighting. Queen transfuses everywhere. Corruptors trying to box out. Templar thinning out. Carriers rebuilding interceptors with the very limited bank. Serral rebuilding as well. 18 more Corruptors. 46 more Zerglings. 4 more Queens. But is there enough? He warps in 9 Stalkers. The Broodlords maybe getting a little far forward. He goes forward. He's going to snipe them off before the reinforcements arrive. One fungal whips out a wave of broodlings. Is it enough? The queens are caught out. The spore crawlers are uprooted. And now is the time to strike. Archons melting through the Zerglings. The Corruptor count is... Serral spent everything on Corruptors, which means he'll have no anti-air. Anti-ground. The Broodlords are all that's left. He's trying to protect the last carriers. A wave of Zealots is warped in, and there's nothing left for either side. There's nothing in the bank. It's just whatever units survive this engagement. The Spore Crawler's getting in the way. The carrier has no interceptors and no life. The Broodlords are being targeted down. The Archon's helping out. He needs the Stalkers. He needs anti-air for those last 2 broods. It all comes down to them. One more brood. What a save from the transfuse. The Broodlord, 1 shot, 1 kill, is taken down. The last Broodlord, the Archon, the transfuse chases it all the way across. Broodlings underneath, handing off to the queens that have just enough energy for transfuse. He can pop them into the Nidus. There's 1 Archon and 1 Templar remaining. That Archon is the last anti-air unit. Can he build any more? No. The queen... Serral cannot build anything more. Classic is rebuilding a probe. The Corruptors... No, he canceled the caustic spray. Oh, no. Oh, my. He canceled the caustic spray. I think that was an accident. The Viper. He yanks in the Templar. Was that the choice? Oh, the Archon is chasing the Brood Transfuse! But there's nothing underneath! It's just the Broodlord and whatever the Queens can pull together! The Archon! The Zealots are boxing out! How does it come to this? 1 Archon! He recalls! And he gets re-shielded! Serral's down to 50 supply! He can still win the game with Corruptors! The Brood. The Lord of the Brood. Classic understands Serral has nothing left at this point. He has to. Serral would have built anything if he could. Anything more. Like just 1 more Broodlord would win the game. 1 more Brood! The Corruptors. He's building 2 Zerglings. He long distance mined enough for a single set of Zerglings. But it's all that matters is the 1 Broodlord. Oh, the Viper! Blinding Cloud! Not blinding enough. Archon takes it down, has 31 kills. It only needs 1 more. The Broodlord out in the midst of everything. The Changelings to help block out. The Corruptors putting a timer on everything else. The Broodlord being chased down. Using that high ground. The Broodlord will regenerate. The shields will recharge. 40. Classic is now long distance mining, but he can't get gas. Serral has 1 drone. Where is it? It's long distance mining! 30 minerals left. Enough for 1 more set of Zerglings. The Broodlord. The Broodlord continues. The Archon. So Serral could just spread out and potentially kill, like, it's the building count. Serral's spraying all over the base. Where is the Archon? Thing is, I don't know if the Archon can actually kill enough of the Corruptors. Well, here's the thing. There's only so many buildings. Why am I thinking about that? The Zealots can kill buildings pretty fast, too. Immortals even fast. Where's the Brood? Where is the Brood? There it is. the last Broodlord. The Corruptor's in the main, but they're on a timer. We're in a full-on elimination race. It comes down to the buildings. The Broodlings can help in any way possible. The Broodlord in position. Serral melting through the base. The Archon gets a hit. Gonna have to come around the corner. So, wait, there's still a chance for Classic, even if the Archon doesn't kill the Brood. He can just kill all the buildings. Like, I know, and then he can just kill all the buildings. Serral's doing the same thing. The buildings are crumbling on either side. The overarching story of Archon versus Broodlord is relevant, but at this point, Classic can build one more pylon. One more pylon. Classic has not rebuilt his base and is being revealed, and will continue to be revealed. Serral. Now the story is about how many buildings are left. And the answer is not very many. The Greater Spire. Every building pops out some Broodlings, though not enough to reliably kill these units. Classic. Does he have a probe? He has no probes to build buildings with. It's just straight up elimination. The last Brood. It's taken down. Oh no! The Broodlord, the only thing stalling this out. There's one more spore, 69 creep tubers, and an evo chamber. That's it. The last spore is in the main, and he didn't notice it. It's uprooted. Serral has not rebuilt his base. Classic realizes the spore. There's 2 Zerglings. There's not enough Corruptors. G. Classic. Serral lets him kill it. I appreciate that even when the end is upon us. Serral allows that last building. Maybe thinking, well, there were 6 pylons. We gotta check. Okay, this is the snapshot. Just a moment before the spore dies. He has Corruptors. One more set of caustic spray. So it wasn't seconds away. But it wasn't minutes either. After nearly a full hour, possibly the closest game of StarCraft 2 ever played. And I say closer than a draw. All right, a draw just means you couldn't kill each other. That's not very close. This is close. Okay, it's pretty close, but this is even closer. After 56 minutes, every single resource, besides maybe a couple thousand in the middle. 88 to 86,000 resources lost. A single Broodlord versus a single Archon. Classic lives. Serral is eliminated. And Classic's on match point. Welcome back to the most professional StarCraft 2 with a 9-time GSL champion, the Terran in the blue, the man, the myth, the Maru. Facing off against the fastest player in the game, the Zerg in the red, the Italian stallion. We have Reynor. In a best of 5, Terran versus Zerg showdown between 2 of the most aggressive players in the game. And before they're allowed to demonstrate it already, it'd be awesome if you could smash that like button and maybe even subscribe. Help me count at the algorithm. And Jimmy, what are we at? Yes, of course he's Zerg rushing. 1,677 likes on this video, on this cast. And I'll cast another one. And I'll probably do it anyways, because I don't know what else I do with my life. But thank you for watching. Hopefully you've had a good day so far, and hopefully it's about to get just a little bit better. As both players off to the races, a Roach Warren in production, 2 Reapers at a time. Maru will spot the hatch first and back off, but he doesn't know the magnitude of danger that Reynor is bringing to the table. In fact, he's creating what some might call a zone of danger to start this game out. But the Roaches don't have to be all in. The options are there. I think he's trying to preempt any shenanigans out of Maru, and he's already done a pretty good job of it. As Maru clearly playing a lot more careful here. Checking every corner, looking for any outlying bases. And the Roach... nope. Just no. Not even bothering with this. Heading home already. A Ravager is on the way. And Reynor could plink down the natural wall. Or, well, You already see it. 2 drones in production. The threat of the roaches is enough to keep Maru at bay and has effectively zoned out this early Threeper build. Now Maru has to gauge Reynor's commitment. Okay? Is he going to go all in, or is he just teasing me? Or however you'd like to phrase it. But right now, don't talk to me or my son ever again. My son has put on some weight lately. Please, don't shame him. He costs 100 gas now. But the Roach and Ravager... Was that it? 2 Roaches, 1 Ravager. That's it. But that's all it took to keep the Reapers back at home. Now, they're inside the mineral line. Pick off one of the drones. The Queen gonna politely yet firmly ask them to leave. The Ravager, not nearly as polite, and also not firm. Just kind of, you know, bubbly. But, moving on. Cyclone is on the way for Maru. The most direct response to a handful of roaches. But now realizing he saw the 3rd base, he saw the 3rd hatchery, which means that Reynor, he pretty effectively bamboozled him. Maru, though, is opting for Mag Field Accelerator, the Cyclone lock-on damage upgrade. The Cyclone lock-on already incredibly dangerous, especially to lower amounts of Zerg, or, you know, Overlords, which... Well, yeah, it's a Cyclone. That's valuable scouting information. Overlord's taken down, but knowing there's a Cyclone at all already narrows down the option. Always going mech. Maru is taking us to McDonald's with a Big Mac opener, a Hell Clone start, and a Barracks Lord on its way across the map. Just better than an Overlord in every way. It flies faster. Terran buildings are slightly faster than Overlords without speed. It has way more HP, and it just looks way better. All right, less smelly, and who's writing this? I don't. But it does not give supply, so I guess there's that. Makes it less of a liability. Now, as soon as Reynor sees that barracks, that is not just a tell that he's going mech. That is a shining billboard. That is like a firework and a plain sky writing, I'm going mech! But then again, mech players do have a tendency to make that their entire personality, so that's not really a unique experience. As another Overlord will be taken down, but Reynor going to get hard supply blocked at a very key time. Another kind of half-and-half push. Something that could become very dangerous, but is likely just enough to keep map control. As 3 Cyclones, 2 Hellions, a Reaper, and 3 Marines might sound like a fun, ensemble cast, but shouldn't be enough to get too much damage done. But Mag Field is already completed. And with that ridiculous amount of damage, just grinding right through the Roaches, knocking them out so easily. And until Roach Speed is done, even on creep, with the help of the Barracks Lord for vision, the locks won't break nearly as easily. And he might be able to pick off an inordinate amount of Roaches and Ravagers. Reynor does have 57. He's even making more drones behind this. The Queen's impressed by the sheer girth of the barracks, are clearly distracted by it, which, you know, they like big barracks and they cannot lie. But while I appreciate the honesty, they maybe need to be a little bit more active participants. Another Queen, though. Locked on and not quite taken out. Gotta be careful not to step on any creep tumors on the way, take too much damage. But the Cyclones still brawling it out with the Roaches and Ravagers. But this should not be the end. Unless Reynor makes a massive mistake or Maru blunders into the Roaches, it's going to be all about the follow-up. Behind it, there's more factories on the way. An armory. Is that a first or a second armory? The first armory. Trying to knock out some of the Overlords as well. But now that Roach Speed is done... Oh, we got Burrow. Going to try some cheeky Burrow plays. Okay. Reynor, trying to pull the old peekaboo trick. Where do the Roaches go? It still kind of worked. It kills off a couple Cyclones, and Roaches heal incredibly fast underground as they're natural introverts. But so far, Reynor, despite the painful experience of getting ping cushioned by some massive rocket pods from out of range, the Cyclones are fragile creatures. Okay, they specialize in avoiding social interaction, much like most Terrans. So, with 2 armories on the way, Maru has to be very careful. He's at the most brittle stage of going mech, which is when you don't have your production online, you don't really have the upgrades, and you don't have a 4th base secured. Until he gets a 4th command center landed and can reliably mine from it, Maru is in a position where he can't rebuild very quickly. The sheer infrastructure cost of going for 5+ factories. Now he's going to siege tanks, getting some upgrades as well. It is a lot of investment that has not yet paid off. A Reynor, on the other hand, you can throw roaches and ravagers. Well, maybe not so much ravagers, but you can throw roaches out there for days. They're aptly named. So for now, and I think Reynor actually did a great job of mitigating the damage. Yeah, he's lost 27 roaches and very little else. Which, it hurts, it's painful, it's gruesome, it's great entertainment. Like and subscribe, but it is not going to cut too much into his time. He's already going to get... Has he started the hive? No. Starts a hive at 8.5 minutes, which is not too late in the grand scheme of things. Most hive rushes are 7 to 8 minutes, so considering how much has already happened, the fact it's only a minute and a half behind that, not bad at all. He's got a baneling nest on the way, melee attack. Vipers are going to be an absolute premium early access platinum pass option, especially against a Terran who, unless they've really upgraded those cloaking devices, is almost certainly not going to have ghosts. More factories on the way for Maru. He's moving into the heavy metal, though. He's not staying with the Hell Clones, but instead opting for siege tanks, that Brood War style mech. Like back in my day, they used to go back. Grandpa? We don't need to hear from the mech supremacists, okay? I don't... God. I said they just don't stop sometimes. The Ravagers somehow miss a target as large as a barracks, which is approximately the same size as your mother, but eventually we'll take it down, though there's more on the other side. Zerglings. Ooh. Barracks will burn, though the Ravagers locked on. The Cyclones on the bridge. Approximately 4 Cyclones wide. 3 Infestors on the way. He's already got a couple on the field. Neural Parasite in production. He got Burrow right off the bat for those cheeky roach plays, so... Neural Parasite, if you can't beat him, hire him. And Neural Parasite could be an incredibly useful tool, because, of course, Maru does not have ghosts. Siege tanks are good, but you catch them in the right position. Wow, look at that spread. It's like crunchy peanut butter over there. The siege tanks dotting the field. The bridge is held. That is, we'll see if the Zerg break before the siege tanks do. Viper in production, adrenal glands. Reynor suffering from success, he's maxed out, but does not have much gas, so can't replace many of his key units very easily. 5 Cyclones at a time. Maru 13 siege tanks. And is now moving forward. He's maxed out as well. The Big Mac army. And not a single starport unit inside. I don't think he has a starport. Starports are for nerds, alright? All ground pounding here. And the ground is indeed getting pounded as the Infestors underneath it obliterated by the siege tank fire. Neural Parasite's optimistic at best. Fungal's thrown out, but the Zergling counterattack is where the real action is. The push will be undercut as Reynor finds his way into the base. He bribed an SCV to open the depot, and now will murder the rest of them. Fungal holds the line. Cyclone still ripping through. The siege tanks tearing apart. The Ravagers and the Lings. But back at home, Maru has lost 29 SCVs. An iron price is being paid right now to take out the tanks at the front. He'll knock another Viper out of the sky. A costly defense for Reynor. But he's gutting Maru's economy back at home. He took down the refineries, he burrowed the Lings in the base, and he cut off the potential reinforcements. The tanks, he still left the tanks on the other side of the bridge, and it looks like they'll be enough to hold. Reynor, it will be a defense and a counterattack, and to some extent, I think we can call it a victory. But over the last minute, almost 15,000, over 15,000 resources lost. Maru destroying slightly more gas, 121 Zerglings. Cleaning up some of the Zerglings on the other side. 23 roaches, 3... Maru killed 2 of his own siege tanks. Reynor picked up 7. I'm not sure what happens if you Neural Parasite one and then they kill it. They should both get credit. Alright, team effort. That roach doing its, well, accurately named. But Maru's infrastructure is still mostly intact. He still has 8 factories. He still has 5 orbital commands. He's still building more command centers. Reynor does not have very much, well, He's in a bit of a precarious position. There's not much creep spread. Zerglings come in from the north. Blinding cloud on the siege tanks will stop the back line from pounding through the front, but the Cyclones are more than enough to pick up the small groups of Roaches and Ravagers, and the Zerglings thinned out by the Hellbats on the front. Reynor, the supply gap now in favor of Maru, who has that massive and incredibly effective mech army. But some of the siege tanks get caught, unsieged and unprotected, scared and alone. Roaches and Lings in production. Reynor doesn't have enough larva. He's making some of the cheapest units in the game, and he doesn't have enough larva production to continue. He needs some power units out there, and he's adding in some more infestors. The Overlords will be caught out. He's actually going to be supply blocked at 176, which is incredibly unfortunate when you're trying to spam as many units as possible. But Reynor has managed to keep a lot of his infestors alive, and this game will be won or lost on their sneaky skullduggery. All right, it's his infestiny. We'll give that one another pass, Jimmy. But the Cyclones, he grabs them, and they're incredibly good against Cyclones. It also acts as a stun, keeping them within range so the Roaches and Ravagers can take them out. The one Cyclone... Okay, guys. Well, that's what I thought. Maru even locks on to the Ravager. That Cyclone getting a surprising amount of kills after its experience as a Zerg. That Cyclone, 7 of 9. Well. Carnage, butchery, a massacre, and metal scrap across the field. As both sides doing Reynor has lost 20,000 resources, Maru 17k. We're not even 15 minutes in. One of the most action-packed brawls I've ever seen. And we're not even close to a conclusion at this rate. Well, Maru's closing in. He doesn't have too much in the bank, though. There is an army with a lot of infestors here, and Maru doesn't have the siege tank count to really zone him out. Enough infestors, and you can just turn the Cyclones against one another. And begun the Clone Wars have. +3 missile attacks about to complete the Zerglings with +2 in adrenal glands. Finally has +1 carapace as well, though. Still not that helpful against most of this army. The bridge, it's caught. Corrosive bile. Cyclone eats a few big hits. Zerglings closing in, but Reynor getting picked apart. You really need to have a critical mass to stop the clones. Otherwise, they can just slice right through the Ravagers. Need like 3 or 4 Roaches to each clone, with plenty of... Oh, no, no, no! Or yes, depending on who you're rooting for. But he's right underneath the siege tanks. Doesn't even bother with Neural Parasite is an interesting choice, but the scan... I think he noticed the infestors underneath, but there's not much he can do about it. Going back and forth on the bridge, he takes down the rocks, and infestor is squeezed. Oof. The rocks will drop on top of one of them and cut off some of the army, but who's flanking who? Cyclones closing in, corrosive bios scattered throughout the field. The infestors behind, still building energy. Most of them have enough for Neural Parasite. There's 6 orbital commands behind, throws a fungal out, holds the Hellbats down. Reynor still at 160 supply, Maru 145, but he's got 86 SCVs. That's actually too many. Only 1 siege tank target fires the infestors on the center mass, but it's not enough to stop the Neural Parasites. And Maru's siege tank line will be dismantled down the center. Reynor claims the bridge. A burrowed Zergling is preventing the landing of another orbital command. There's no units nearby. Maru running remarkably thin on units in general. 3 siege tanks, 6 Cyclones, and dwindling fast as Reynor grabs a couple of the Cyclones for himself. The infestor count is down to 4. I don't know if there's any more Neural Parasites, maybe 1 or 2. And sometimes that's all it takes. The Cyclone, freed by the siege tank, obliterating the infestor. And Reynor can't quite close it out. Back and forth we go. So far, Maru now catching 60,000 resources lost in 17 minutes. And, well, all gas and absolutely no brakes. And also all minerals. Every single resource is getting thrown into the fight. Into the meat and metal grinder. I was like, would you chill? Ugh. SCV trying to repair a burning orbital as it but big job, huh? Oh, wow. Typical contractors. I've got a schedule, and I have to keep it, all right? You will literally die. Well, that's a risk I'm willing to take. Pre-scan. Didn't even bother checking. Just pre-scanned it, just in case. There's one Zergling on the right side of the map. Things are forced to slow down, as neither player has a bank, and their armies have gotten too dangerous. They simply cannot support the amount of production that they once enjoyed, though the economies are coming back online. Maru has 4,000 minerals per minute. Mule Mountain is climbing right now. He has 92 SCVs, which is arguably too many, especially considering he has 7 orbital commands. Well, I guess you can scan the entire map simultaneously at that point. Almost. And he spots the infestors, grabs a cyclone, but those infestors are dangerously close. Siege tank range is far outranging the neural parasite even. Though I guess the leash range is kind of... Grabs the cyclones. And, well, I don't know, Kev. Without Blinding Cloud, the siege tanks are annihilating everything on the high ground. Reynor, incredibly optimistic, but the siege tanks just obliterated the entire army. Wow, not a single siege tank died. 8 infestors, 22 roaches. He lost a dozen clones, but the tanks are still marching. Maru's methodical mech push is gaining momentum, but the Zerglings, without the Cyclones and Hellions in front, the Zerglings are able to pick it apart. The smallest unit can tear down the largest tank line if it's that spread out. There are too many gaps in the armor. 3-3 is done. He's building barracks. Is he going ghost now? Don't tell me he's just going to start making Marines. The SCVs will be intercepted, and Maru down 30 supply. Moving forward with the tanks was a mistake. The Ghost Academy and the Greater Spire are simultaneously in production as we scale up and, like, sideways on the tech tree. I'm not sure where you'd put the Ghost Academy. We're gonna, like, do up and to the side. Get your Prima strategy guides out. But Smart Servos, kind of surprised that Smart Servos didn't make a cameo appearance until now. The ability to transform Thor's Vikings and Hellbats more quickly. 4 ghosts at a time, 7 infestors. But Maru is not willing to give this up. He's getting the armor upgrade because the ghosts are essentially just wizards with guns, which sounds pretty cool, actually. But they're here for the snipes and the EMPs. Maybe nukes. I'm not ruling it out. But... the Cyclones still zoning out. Maru struggling to max, while Reynor is now pretty comfortably at 200. The Zerglings, but the door is shut. The ghosts are spotted. He should be able to hold the door for now. Meanwhile, the main push. Infestors underneath. No pre-scan here. Big mistake out of Maru, and it's going to cost him all his Cyclones and the siege tank. Big win for Reynor in this fight. The Cyclones almost taking down the orbital command as well, as the roaches and lings take them out while they're neural parasited. Smart Servos is done. Maru down to 57 SCVs. Reynor still maxed out. A potential Broodlord switch. If Maru commits too heavily into the siege tanks, Broodlords could become... well, they could turn the siege tanks into a liability instead of a boon. But the ghosts kind of counter... gestures wildly at Zerg. Another round of Zerglings. He's lost 500, which actually is pretty low. A lot lower than I expected opening that tab, but the ghost will easily take him out, though. Ooh, the siege tank's getting such big hits. Zerglings scattered throughout the field. There's another barracks lord out there on a pervert pillar, made for the overlords, but, you know, the better cosplay. Corruptors on the way. More Hellbats out in front. Incinerating the creep tumors. The Zerglings Not looking to get charbroiled. Whew. Things slowing down again as the economy's starting to run thin. The first 3 bases are effectively mined out. That means only the outlying bases have real income. And those are much more exposed. Maru has maintained an income advantage, but has lost actually slightly more. He's lost 4,000 more gas, which has a tendency to happen when you lose 71 cyclones and 36 siege tanks. But the map is finally starting to consolidate, as Reynor has taken his entire half and then some, 3/4 of the way to the 4-corner bingo strategy. He's got that top left as well, but here comes Maru with 1 more mech army. There's the Broodlords over to the right side, though. Cloak is done for the ghosts. The drones caught on the run. Many of them going to be taken out. The Broodlords going to flap their way over, but they'll take quite a while to get there. Catches a few of the siege tanks out of position. But Maru with a pretty big win picking off these units, and now Thors are in production. Gonna take out at least 1 hatchery, might be 2, and he isolates the top left corner as well. The ghosts, the EMPs on pretty much every single infestor, and the fungals even miss the ghosts. A huge swipe of EMPs, wiping out all the energy here. And are there enough ghosts to challenge the Broodlords? The Cyclones can do okay, they're not great. In the main base, though, the Zerglings will intercept the first Thors. Take down 1 by the ankles. The bigger they are, the harder they fall. The Zerglings ripping apart the Thors as they come out of the factories. The Hellbats will clean them up. Everything all over the place. The Barracks Lord will scout the drones well, I don't think he needed to scout. That is, The losses continue to mount. Nearly 100,000. But Reynor has secured a more reliable income. He's finally... well... he will finally take down the barracks. Maru scans the bottom right corner. It's been mining for so long that it's starting to mine out, which is a good sign for Reynor right up until it isn't, because he doesn't have much in the bank right now. This is, well, we're missing Liberator. Liberators are usually... has Maru played the... he has 1-star book. Oh, he made medevacs for the ghosts and also helpful for the Hellbats, which is kind of hilarious. But Reynor's down to 54 drones, but he's maxed out, which means he has greater army supply. The Infestors have regained enough energy. Neuroparasite on one of the Thors. And we'll start... oh no, Maru in a precarious position. The Thor will be taken down, I think, by the siege tanks with the Broodlings at its feet. And is there enough anti-air? 7 Cyclones, 8 Ghosts, 1 Thor, and 1 Viking. Reynor has not really committed to the Broodlords. He has 7 Broods, just enough. Since you don't have the Marines built into the composition like you would with a more typical bio strategy, there's not this built-in anti-air, which makes the Broodlords an existential threat and forcing the level of respect that Maru is showing. These armies are so dangerous and so expensive. More Thors in production. They're still maxed out. 27 minutes in. Almost dead even supply throughout. This is the biggest banks I think both players have had throughout the entire game, which is absolute madness. We've reached the 100k mark of units lost. The Zerglings, trying to be very careful not to get caught. The Infestors. Hello, darkness, my... Infestor Broodlord is the ticket. The Broodlord's raining down. The Cyclones actually lock on to the Broods. We'll knock a couple out of the sky. Infestors coming around the corner. Looks like an EMP landed. And the snipes attempting. The Terran army is breaking through. The corrosive bows finding some damage mid-fight. It looks like every single Broodlord was knocked out of the sky. More Thors on the way. But still, the Ravagers and the Roaches underneath. The Infestors protected. Blinding Cloud. Thors pounding through the siege tanks. And suddenly Reynor turning the fight around. They can't see anything. And that means they can't stop it. Again, Maru wins the battle. But he's heading towards losing the war. He stayed. Well, at that point, he didn't overstay. The fight wasn't even over by the time Reynor cleaned it up. But the neural parasite on the Thors, even without the Broodlords, makes all the difference. The Zerglings overrunning a huge clutch of SCVs. There are 30 of them here. Ripe for the Zerglings. The Thors caught. Changelings will block them in. And the Thors are taken down. Maru dwindling. He barely has any resources left. He's down 50 supply. And I think if he had the money, he could rebuild. But he simply does not. Reynor has survived. 61,900 to 61,400 resources. 800 Zerglings, 77 Cyclones. Maru. He's got the ghosts mixed in. The Vipers have plenty of energy. The Infestors. Borrowing the Thors and the Cyclones has been the most important part of the game so far. Drags in a Thor. The EMPs, he's looking for them. Throws them out. Actually catches the Infestors. The Hellbats on the front line lighting things up. Is there enough behind them? The Cyclones trying to help out. Infestors will burrow, but the EMPs did land. Maru fighting with whatever he has left. Maru has 4 SCVs. The Zergling counter wiped out his entire economy. The Ravagers, but still Maru is fighting. And he still has an army that could do it. The Infestors, oh no, under the heavy fire of the Hellbats. The Thors are pushing through. He yanks in another Cyclone. The Roaches and Ravagers, he's making an Muta. The army's thinning out yet again. Some Zerglings coming around the back, reinforcing Hellbats. He picks up what he can. He tries to get out. The Thor! How is it still so close? But the Thor, with it, before the last Thor could be taken out, Maru taps out of the game. Reynor wins. 69,000 to 69,000 resources lost in one of the nicest games. An absolute bloodbath. Bolts flying everywhere. Bits and pieces of Zerglings. Almost everyone. With less than 100 supply at the end of the game, Reynor barely scratches out a victory. 40 drones, 10 times that of Maru's 4 SCVs. But if any of those fights had tilted slightly in another direction, it could very well be a different player on the victory screen. Okay, well, now what? So now I'd like to thank you for watching the top 12 games of StarCraft 2 in 2025. I tried to narrow it down to 10, ended up at 12. Hopefully you don't mind, but in roughly the order that, in my humble and modest opinion, they should be ranked. Let me know which is truly the game of the year. And before we go, I'd like to thank you for making my year just a little bit better. By most metrics, my most successful here on YouTube. We got 4K video the majority of the time, now set up and running. And for lack of a better term, my most sustainable year, where I didn't feel like I was going to burn out every couple of weeks, which was a risk in the past. But we're all getting older. It's unavoidable. Like and subscribe for Existential Dread. But thank you for watching. I hope to make your next year, 2026, just a little bit better. Good luck. Have fun. I'll see you next time. Thank you for watching. Stay chill.